You're lying down now, your body supported by whatever holds you, bed or floor or couch, and that's enough. You don't need to do anything but be here, still and quiet, letting gravity take the weight. Maybe you came here looking for NSDR, for non-sleep deep rest, for a way to rest without sleeping, for something that helps when you're exhausted but can't nap. There are no instructions in this practice except to let go of effort. It's not about fixing anything or thinking through what happened tonight or how the next day might feel before you've even closed your eyes. This is a moment where nothing needs to be solved. This is a guided rest practice, not medical advice. If you're dealing with ongoing trouble sleeping, persistent fatigue, chronic stress, or any health concern, a doctor is the right person to see. But for now, just let that go. Your body has been carrying things all day, decisions made in haste, messages left unresponded to, conversations replaying like faint hums behind your ears. You're not responsible for them anymore. There's no need to rehearse what might have gone wrong or how it could be fixed tomorrow. Today is over. The night is holding you. Let your breath settle into a rhythm that feels natural but gently slow, your lungs filling easily, then letting out more slowly than they fill. Breathe in, and as you do, let your body release just a little bit more. Don't force it. There's no need to control anything here. Simply notice how the air moves through you, softly in, longer coming out. Now on the next breath, take an extra half-inch of air at the top, not enough to strain or puff your chest, but like a small sip after the first drink has settled. Then let that fullness go with a long, unhurried exhale, and again, letting each out-breath be longer than the in-breaths. This slow exhalation is how your body signals safety. Your nervous system begins to shift from alert mode toward rest. It's not magic, it's physiology. When you breathe out slowly for more than a second or two beyond your inhale, the vagus nerve slows down your heart rate and calms your internal state. Research suggests this kind of breathing can leave you feeling restored, even if you don't fall asleep. Many people find that after just a few minutes like this, their shoulders drop, their jaw softens, the edge of tension around the eyes dissolves. Let yourself rest into the breath now. Each inhale is quiet, each exhale deep and deliberate. Notice how your chest rises slightly, then falls, and as it does, feel the weight returning to your body where it belongs. This isn't about doing anything right or wrong. There's no test here. You're not being measured by performance or results. Just allow your breath to continue its quiet work, each slow release helping your system settle deeper. As that rhythm takes hold, begin to turn your attention inward, not in a searching way, but like turning on a light in an old room where dust has settled long ago. Start at the top of your head and move slowly down through your body, not rushing, never forcing anything. Just let each region be known by its own sensation, its presence. Your mouth, feel how it sits between your lips, whether there's tension around the jaw or softness in the corners. If you're clenching a little without knowing, that's okay. You don't need to fix it now. Notice it and let go. Allow your teeth to separate slightly, your tongue to rest loose against the bottom of your mouths. Your cheeks, feel their shape under your fingers, even if your hands aren't touching them. Are they taut, relaxed? Maybe one side feels more active than the other from talking or smiling too much today. Let both sides soften as you breathe out slowly. This isn't about perfection, just awareness. Your eyes, whether closed or open, bring attention gently to them now. Feel the weight behind your lids, a slight pressure where they rest against the bones of your face. Notice if there's any tightness near the inner corners or fluttering from mental fatigue. Let that space relax into stillness. No need to clear anything away. Just be with it. Your forehead, the skin across the brow, the lines above and between the eyes where you've drawn worry like invisible marks over time. Feel them without judgment. See if they can soften as your breath continues to lengthen. Let that area become calm space, not something needing correction or release. Your scalp, feel how it stretches gently over your skull. Maybe there's warmth near the crown, a tingle from tension in the back of the neck, or just stillness where no one has touched you all day. Notice any spots where blood flows differently or sensations that come and go like quiet pulses. Let each point settle. Your ears, behind them, under them, around them, feel how they receive sound even when you're not listening. Your body knows the shape of this space. Whether it's cold against your pillow or warm from movement earlier, just notice. Don't interpret. Don't respond. Be present with that surface. Now let your attention shift to your neck. Feel where it rests between the shoulders and skull. How long it feels, how flexible or stiff. Perhaps you've been craning forward at a screen, nodding during calls, holding tension in anticipation of what comes next. Now let gravity pull that column down, not forcing, not changing, but allowing the muscles to rest into their natural lengths. In one shoulder, feel its position, whether high from carrying bags, low from leaning, or simply resting where it always does. Notice the weight there, and then imagine it sinking slightly deeper into the surface beneath you. Let go of any need to hold it up. Don't worry about alignment right now. Just sense what's already present. Now your arms start at the top, your upper arm, the place where bicep meets shoulder, and move slowly down through the muscle and bone toward your elbow. Feel the softness of skin over tissue, the way blood flows through veins beneath. Let each joint become still, not because it has to be, but because you're allowing it. Your forearm, from wrist to elbow, a long line of quiet weight. Notice if there's pressure on the underside where the arm rests against something solid, or whether the skin feels dry or cool. Perhaps one side is more sensitive than the other. Maybe your fingers feel numb after typing too long. Let that be known. Don't try to fix it. Your handy, now place all attention here. The palm, the knuckles, the ridge of each finger. Notice if any joints are stiff or swollen from use, if there's a memory in the skin of touch you gave or received. Feel your fingers as they rest on whatever surface is beneath them, or even just floating above it. Your index finger, begin with one tip and move down through its length. Notice how the bone connects to tendons, how the nail feels against air or fabric. Do this for each finger in turn, not rushing, not judging what you find, but simply letting your focus travel slowly from fingertip to base, like tracing a map that only exists in the moment. Now go back up the same arm, shoulder again, neck, forehead, and then move to the other side. One shoulder, let it feel its own shape and weight. Perhaps it's lower than the last. Maybe there's an asymmetry from how you've lain or slept recently. Just observe it without trying to adjust. Your opposite arm now, same journey down through upper arm, forearm, hand, fingers, with each segment held in attention for as long as needed, not skipping over anything. Your elbow resting quietly where gravity allows it. Your wrists still and unclaimed by thought. Your palm open or closed, whatever feels true right now. You return to the center of your body, the chest. Feel how it rises and falls with your breath. Notice if there's tightness in the ribs, pressure behind the sternum, or warmth from a recent surge of emotion. Let it be what it is. Don't push it away. Just sense its presence as you would sense the air around a flame. Your belly, this soft space below the ribcage, where tension often settles after long hours of worry, where digestion slows and thoughts race. Feel how it moves with your breath, rising gently on inhalation, falling slowly when you exhale. If there's discomfort, ache, or pressure, let that be known. Don't analyze it. Just place awareness in this area as a quiet witness. Your belly continues to move with each breath, not in response to effort, but simply because it's allowed, like water settling after a storm. There's no need to guide it, no intention to make it flat or full. Just notice how it holds its own shape, how the muscles beneath the skin relax into stillness even when your mind hasn't caught up. Let that space be soft and open, not because you've fixed anything, but because you're giving permission for rest. Now feel the lower back, where the spine meets the pelvis, a quiet hinge of bone and connective tissue. Notice whether it's pressing firmly into the surface beneath you or floating slightly above it, as though suspended by gravity alone. There may be stiffness from sitting too long, warmth from strain, or even a dull ache that remembers yesterday's task. Let all those sensations exist without calling them names. And don't ask why they're here. Just allow them to remain present in the same way you'd accept the presence of dust motes drifting in sunlight. Your hips, sense how they sit on the surface beneath you, one side perhaps higher than the other, or slightly tilted forward from posture habits carried over for years. Feel the bones pressing down gently into whatever supports you, the mattress edge, the floor, the cushion. Each contact point a quiet conversation between body and support. Let that weight be shared completely. There's no burden in this moment, only alignment through surrender. Now shift your awareness to one leg. Start at the hip joint where thigh meets pelvis, where movement begins with every step you've ever taken or avoided. Feel how the muscles around it relax, not because they're tired, but because their work is done for now. Trace down along the front of the thigh, quadriceps softening into length, as if each fiber were slowly unwinding like thread from a spool. Let your attention move past the knee joint, where tension often gathers when you've been waiting too long or standing still too long. Your lower leg, calf muscles lying quiet beneath skin and circulation, veins tracing slow rivers of blood that don't need to rush anywhere right now. Feel how the shin bone connects to the ankle, how solid it is, yet how easily it can yield. Notice if there's pressure on your heel where it meets the surface, or whether the arch feels hollow from hours of standing. Perhaps one foot is colder than the other, or tingling after sitting with legs crossed too long. Let that be known. Now each toe, begin at the big toe, feel its shape in relation to the others. Its nail, its pad, the slight curve where it meets your foot. Notice how much of your weight rests on this one point alone, and how little effort it takes for it to hold steady when you're not moving. Move slowly to each next toe, the second, third, fourth, fifth, not in sequence out of duty, but because attention is a gift given freely. Your right foot now, feel the entire sole, arch, heel, ball, how much of its surface touches the ground or air depending on posture. If there's numbness, let it be part of this moment. If there's heat from walking too far, accept that memory without resistance. Your left foot is no different. Same structure, same history, same capacity to rest. You return now through the legs again, not quickly, not with purpose, but as a return journey in reverse, like tracing water back up its source. Let each joint release as it passes, knee, hip, pelvis. Feel how gravity has already taken care of posture, how your body is not failing at being still, it's succeeding. Now come back to the spine, not by thinking about alignment, but simply by sensing where it begins and ends. From base of skull down through vertebrae, each small bone resting on its neighbor, holding form without strain. Imagine a long column that needs no support, only space. Let your attention glide along this line like fingers brushing against smooth stone. Your neck, feel how delicate it is compared to the rest. The way it bends with such ease, yet holds so much of your awareness in place. There's often tension here, not from lifting anything heavy, but from holding thoughts upright, keeping your head lifted while your body wants to sink. Now release that need. Let the neck become soft and loose between shoulder blades, as if made of warm clay. Your face, begin at the jawline, where muscle meets bone and tension often settles after speaking too much or smiling too long. Feel how it rests, not clenched, not open wide, but simply in position. Your teeth may be slightly apart or pressed together from habit. Let that be. Don't change anything. Your cheeks, notice if they're taut from stress, slack from exhaustion, or just neutral after a day of silence. Let them feel their own weight, how soft skin can carry expression without effort. Now your eyes, they may be closed tightly, slightly open, or relaxed behind lids. Either way, no need to fix what's already happening. Your forehead, the space between eyebrows where worry likes to gather like dust on a shelf. There's been pressure here lately, not from strain, but from thinking too much about things that aren't yours to solve. Now let it be empty for just this moment. Not because you've resolved anything, but because your nervous system is learning how to pause. Your scalp, feel the warmth beneath hair or skin, how blood flows through tiny vessels right under surface tension. Perhaps one area feels more sensitive than others from brushing too hard last night or holding a hat on too long. Let each patch of texture be known, dry spots, pressure points, slight tightness where a band once sat. Your ears, not listening now, but feeling their own shape, how they curve outward to catch sound even when you're not paying attention. The cartilage is soft yet firm, holding form without effort. Perhaps one ear feels colder than the other after lying on it too long. Just notice. Now let your entire body be present, not as a collection of parts, but as a single field of sensation. Imagine that every area you've touched with attention now holds space for itself, not in competition or comparison, but simply because they're all here together, resting. Feel how the surface beneath you supports everything, whether it's mattress padding, wooden floor, carpet fibers. The texture matters less than the fact that it receives your weight completely. Gravity is doing its job. You are no longer required to hold yourself up. Now begin a new kind of rotation, not through anatomy or muscle groups, but through sensation as a continuous field. Move slowly from one end of your body to the other, not by jumping from part to part, but by letting attention flow like warm water across skin, first at your toes, then moving upward through feet, legs, hips, chest, arms, neck, face, all in one unbroken current. Feel how that sensation spreads, not as a signal or command, but simply because awareness is allowed to move freely. There's no need to stop anywhere. Just let it drift, like mist rising from the earth after rain. Now shift focus again to where your body meets its environment. Not what you're thinking, not what you've done today, but how contact feels. Pressure of skin on fabric, warmth against coolness, the slight give of a cushion under your backside. Notice if one area presses harder than another. Perhaps your shoulder is pressing into the edge of the bed, or your hip rests farther out. Let that be exactly as it is. You don't need to adjust it. No part of you has failed because of shape or position. Every contour and curve is simply present and accepted. Feel how breath moves through this field, not just in lungs, but through cells, through joints, even between layers of tissue. Each exhale releases a little more tension, not from effort, but from natural release, like water draining from an open basin. Your hands still resting on the surface nearby or floating above it. Notice if they feel heavier now than before, whether they're cool to touch or warm with blood flow. Let that be part of your body's current state. The phone beside you remains glowing, the light a quiet pulse against dark walls, yet even its presence doesn't pull your attention. You are not responsible for what it shows. Not tonight, not now. The screen may display messages, calendar alerts, unfinished thoughts, but none of them belong to this moment. You are still here, not because you've made it better, but because your body knows how to stay even when the mind hasn't caught up yet. That's what this moment is, for this space between thought and action, where nothing needs fixing and no one is waiting on you. The phone glows beside you like a small star that doesn't need answering. Its light doesn't demand your attention. It simply exists in the corner of your awareness, steady and quiet. You don't have to respond to what's flashing there. Not tonight. Not ever again. Until morning. Your feet are still curled slightly inward, maybe from pressing too hard into the carpet when you first lay down, or from tensing up without knowing why, just a habit, an automatic way of holding your body in place even when it doesn't need to be held. Let that be okay. Don't fix it. Just notice how each toe rests where it fell, not because it's meant to be there, but simply because gravity has placed them so. The skin on the ball of your foot feels thinner than elsewhere, more exposed, more sensitive, maybe from walking barefoot too long or from pressing into a hard surface earlier. Let that thinness exist without judgment. As you move through this stillness, notice how the air touches different parts of your body not as sensation alone, but as temperature gradients. The warm side of your leg resting against cooler sheets, the back of your hand catching a draft near the edge of the bed. These aren't problems to be solved. They are just differences in contact, like layers of color on a single surface where nothing has been chosen or changed. Let your attention travel not by parts, but as if it's flowing underwater, slowly, without resistance. Begin again at the tips of your toes and let awareness rise upward through the arches, over the ankles, along the inside of your legs like light moving through stained glass. There is no goal here, no completion to reach, just movement that happens because you allow it. Each point along the way isn't a checkpoint, but a moment where something can be known. Whether it's pressure from a seam in your sock, or warmth trapped beneath folded skin, or simply the fact that this part of you is alive and present. Your knees not stiff, not relaxed, just resting where they are. The joint feels slightly swollen at times when you've sat too long, but right now there's no swelling, only stillness. Notice how even slight changes in position shift the pressure. If your leg tilts just a degree to one side, it releases something that had been held tight for hours. Let yourself accept those small shifts not as corrections, but as natural adjustments, your body making tiny realignments without any effort from you. The back of your thighs, now feel how they press into the surface beneath you, not hard, not soft, just pressed enough to be known. If there's a line or crease where skin folds over itself, let that be part of what is. Not something wrong, but something true. Like a map made by time and shape, your body's own record of how it has carried weight through days. Your hips, notice the way they sit in alignment with gravity, neither too far forward nor pulled backward. Some people think their pelvis must always be corrected, but here, there is no correction needed. Your hips are exactly where they need to be, supported by what holds you, accepting whatever posture allows them to remain still. Now let your awareness move across your waist, not as a line or boundary, but as a field of softness, the way the skin drapes over bone and muscle without needing to cover it all. Perhaps there's a spot where clothing used to rub too much, or where you've pressed down with your hands during moments of stress. Those places still remember their own history. They don't need to be erased, just acknowledged. Your stomach, not full, not empty, but resting in its natural position. The way it rises and falls with each breath isn't effort. It's a quiet rhythm that goes on whether you notice or not. Feel how the skin there feels different from other places, slightly warmer, maybe more sensitive because of nerves close to surface. If your belly tightens slightly when you inhale, Don't fight it. Just let the tension be part of the moment. It doesn't mean anything is wrong. It means your body is doing what it does, responding, adapting. Your chest, now notice how the breath moves not only in and out, but also sideways, how ribs expand outward as air fills them, and then soften again when you release. Each exhale carries with it a little more of that internal pressure, like steam escaping from a closed vessel. There's no need to force this process, it already knows how. Your arms, one resting near your side, the other slightly elevated, fingers curled loosely as if still holding something that isn't there. Whether they feel heavy or light doesn't matter. What matters is that you are aware of them being present. Not because you want them to be somewhere specific, but simply because they are. The shoulders, let them fall without trying to make them lower. Don't pull them down with intention. Just allow them to release what's been carried for hours. The weight of decisions made too quickly, the echo of words spoken in frustration, the memory of someone else's voice that still lingers like static after a call ends. Your neck not strained, not stiff, just holding its shape as it has all day. Notice how it meets your head not with resistance but with connection, one part supporting another, each doing what is required without complaint. If there's tension in the base of your skull or along the side where muscle meets bone, let that be known, not to fix, not to eliminate, but simply to say you're here. Your jaw still unclenched now, even though you didn't know it was clenched. Feel how the teeth don't press together. There's no grinding, no tightening in the muscles behind your ears. This is a place of softness, where the body has relaxed without being told to. Let that continue. Your eyes not open, but still resting where they are beneath closed lids. Even though you're not seeing anything, they know what it means to be closed, the way light doesn't touch them anymore, and thoughts don't push through like waves on a beach. Just rest. Not because you've decided to, but because your nervous system is finally learning that no one needs you right now. Your forehead, smooth above the brow ridge, where lines used to form from frowning or concentrating. But today those lines have softened. Perhaps they haven't disappeared entirely, but they're less urgent now. More like weather patterns passing through a sky that's tired of holding clouds. The space between your eyebrows, not tense, not collapsed, just neutral. The place where thoughts once gathered in knots is now quiet, as if something has settled there after being disturbed for too long. Your face, all parts working together without needing to be noticed individually. Your cheeks aren't smiling, but they're not tight either. They're just resting against the bones beneath them, supported by gravity and stillness. Feel how air touches different areas, slightly cooler at the bridge of your nose, warmer near your temples where blood flows close. Your hair, now feel it lying across your scalp, not as a thing to be managed or styled, but simply as something that is there. Some strands may have fallen over your ear, others pressed into the pillow. Let each one stay in place without adjusting. No need to brush them back. They belong where they are. The air around you, not just outside your skin, but moving through it too. Microscopic exchanges happening between atmosphere and body that go unnoticed until now. Feel how your breath passes across surface layers of skin as if leaving a trace, like wind over sand. There's no reason to track every molecule. Just let the exchange be. Your hands still resting on the table or floating above, not doing anything but being present. Whether they're warm from blood flow or cool from contact with glass doesn't matter. What matters is that you are aware of them in their current state. If one finger feels numb after lying too long on it, don't wake up to fix it. Just know it's there. Your fingers still resting on cool glass, not pressing, not trembling, just holding their shape where they've landed. Notice how the edge of your thumb presses slightly into the surface, a small point of contact that doesn't need to be deepened or changed. It's enough just to know it exists. If there's a faint vibration humming through the phone from some distant signal, you don't have to follow it. Let it pass like noise in an empty hallway. Your fingertips, not numb exactly, but softened by stillness, their usual sensitivity dimmed, as if they've paused long enough to remember what rest feels like beneath skin. There's no need to check the screen again. No urgent message demands you see it now. This moment isn't about answering, it's about being answered by silence. The phone glowing softly beside you, its light a steady pulse, not of demand but of presence. Like an old lamp left on in a room where someone once sat for hours thinking, waiting, breathing without moving. The glow doesn't ask anything of you, it just is. And so can your attention be. Let the edge of that light fall across the side of your hand like something passing through time. A shadow that isn't chasing or stopping anyone. If part of you still wants to lift a finger toward it, don't do it. To simply notice the impulse for what it is. Not a command, not a need, just another whisper from a mind that hasn't yet learned how to let go. Your shoulders still letting go where they left off, no longer holding up anything except their own shape. Let them sink further into the support beneath you, not by force, but by permission. Allow gravity to do its quiet work, not pulling down aggressively, but releasing what was once held in place like a weight too long carried without being named. Your arms. One arm still curled slightly at the wrist, the other stretched out toward nothing, both resting exactly where they've settled, neither needing to be adjusted. Notice how the muscles along the inner side of each forearm are not tensed, not guarding. They're just lying there, soft and available. The space between you and the bed not empty, but full with stillness that has no shape or name. It's not silence in the way people think, like absence, but more like a kind of quiet that holds things. Your breath, the hum of electricity somewhere distant, the faint warmth rising from beneath the surface where skin meets mattress. Feel how this space surrounds you not as separation, but as containment. A soft envelope that doesn't press or trap, just lets you be contained within it. Your hands still on glass, or perhaps floating above. Either way, they don't need to return to anything. Your palms aren't reaching for something lost. They're simply resting in the space where action has paused long enough to become stillness. If a thought comes about what might happen tomorrow, let it arrive like a cloud passing over sky, not one that stops you, not one that pulls you back, but just another shape moving through air. The phone still on, still glowing, its screen unchanged since the last time you looked, maybe hours ago, maybe only minutes. No red badge appears, no new message arrives, and it's okay. The absence of alerts isn't a sign of neglect, it's proof that nothing is required right now. Your attention can stay here where there is no demand. Your breath still flowing in slow waves through your nose, not deep but steady. Each inhale soft like air moving over moss after rain, each exhale longer than the last, drawn out so gently it feels more like release than movement. Let that exhalation go farther than you think necessary. Don't stop when you feel like you've finished. Continue until there's no trace left of effort in your diaphragm or ribs. Your chest, rising and falling with nothing to prove, nothing to achieve, just the simple act of moving air through a body that has already done more than it was asked today. Let the rise be small, not dramatic, just enough to keep things open. Feel how the space beneath your collarbones isn't tight or hollow. It's soft, like fabric folded gently and left undisturbed. Your back pressed against whatever supports you, whether it's a bed frame, a couch cushion, or floorboards that have held many bodies before yours. Notice how the surface doesn't resist you, doesn't demand more pressure. It holds your weight as if it were designed for it. No need to flatten yourself or arch upward. Just let your spine follow its natural curve, not striving to be straighter than it wants to be. Your hips resting at their own angle, one side perhaps slightly lower than the other, but that's okay. No adjustment needed. They're holding their shape in a way that doesn't strain or protest. Feel how the bones beneath your skin are simply staying where they belong. No need to shift them into some imagined perfection. Your legs not crossed, not tucked under you. They're just there, one leg slightly bent at the knee, the other extended, both aligned with gravity and stillness. Let each muscle relax from hip down through thigh, calf, ankle, foot, not by will but by letting go. If your toes are curled inward, don't open them. Just know they're in that position. If one foot feels warm and another cool, let the difference exist without judgment. Your feet not on the floor, not reaching for anything, just lying where they've settled, heels touching a surface that might be carpet or tile or wood. Notice how your arches are not pushed up or dropped down. They're just resting, shaped by what's beneath them and nothing more. If there's pressure in one heel from weight sitting on it too long, don't move to shift it. Let the sensation stay as part of this moment. Your whole body now feeling like a single field, not separate parts fighting for attention, but one continuous shape that breathes and rests together. No need to track each area anymore. You are not inspecting yourself. You're simply allowing the entire body to be known in its totality. The air around you, still moving gently across your skin, brushing places where hair is light or where sweat has dried unnoticed. It's not hot, not cold, just air doing what air does, flowing quietly over surfaces that don't ask for anything except to be touched by the ordinary. Your thoughts still circling in the back of your mind, the ones about work, about messages left unanswered, about decisions that need to wait until morning. They're not gone, but their grip has loosened. You can see them now like distant birds flying over a field, present, moving, but no longer landing on your shoulders. The phone still glowing beside you. Its light doesn't flicker or change. It remains steady, unchanged by time or worry. And in that steadiness, there's something quiet to hold on to. Proof that not everything has to be active, not every moment needs a response. You are not required right now. No one is waiting. No voice calls out for your attention. You can simply stay here, with the weight of your body supported by what holds you, with breath flowing like water through a still channel, with thoughts passing overhead like clouds without landing. Your neck no longer holding up anything but its own shape. No tension, no resistance. Let it rest where it is, soft in the joint between skull and spine, not straining to be seen or noticed. Your scalp feeling each strand of hair as if they've been waiting for you to notice them again. The ones at your temples, behind your ears, along the crown, each one lying against skin without needing to be smoothed back or hidden. Let them stay exactly where gravity has placed them. The pressure under your body not equal everywhere, but that's fine. Some spots are firmer than others, not because they're wrong, but because the surface beneath you is uneven and so are you. No need to correct it. Just accept how each point of contact feels, slightly cool in one place, warmer where blood flows close. Your breath still flowing in long waves, each inhale soft, each exhale longer than before, drawing out what's been held too tightly for hours. Let the exhalation go further than you expect, until there's no sound left, only the quiet after movement. Your shoulders, not pulled forward, not lifted by effort or posture, but simply resting at their natural level. No need to adjust them into a better shape, no demand to be more present than you already are. Let each one settle deeper into the support beneath you, as though gravity has found its way through the softness of your flesh and bone, drawing everything down with quiet certainty. There's no effort in this sinking. You're not trying to get anywhere, only allowing what's been held too long to finally be released. The air above you still moving, but slowly now, almost imperceptibly, like a breath that doesn't belong to any one body, but drifts through space like a memory of wind. It touches the crown of your head where hair lies in soft, unremarkable strands, not part of a style or a message, just existing as they have since you last slept. No one will comb them today, and no one needs to. They're not hiding anything, nor trying to be seen. They're simply there, like the shadows that settle into corners when light is dimmed. Your hands still resting on top of your body or near it, fingers relaxed, palms open or slightly curved without intention. If one hand feels heavier than the other, don't wonder why, just let it be so. The weight isn't a sign of imbalance, only evidence that each side has its own rhythm and position in this moment. You're not required to harmonize them, only to notice how they exist together as separate things that are no longer fighting for attention. The skin across your chest, feeling cool where it's exposed, slightly warmer where fabric presses or where the warmth of breath lingers just beneath the surface. There's a quiet difference between these areas, not one better than the other, not needing correction. Each patch knows its own temperature, and that's enough. You don't need to know what your body is doing. It already knows, in ways deeper than thought. Your lower back, feeling supported by whatever lies beneath it, the mattress giving way just slightly where pressure builds, or a cushion holding shape without resistance. No need to flatten anything, no demand to be straighter or more aligned. The natural curve remains as it always has, curved not out of posture, but because that's how your spine chooses to rest when nothing asks for control. The space around you, now quiet in a way that isn't empty, only still. Sound doesn't need to come from outside. It can be found within this pause between breaths, where silence is not absence, but presence. The kind of quiet that holds everything without needing to name it. Even the hum of distant electricity or faint traffic far away feels like background texture, like something happening beyond your awareness, not meant for you. The phone still glowing beside you, its light casting a soft rectangle on the floor or wall nearby. It hasn't changed in hours and won't change until morning. No new message arrives. Nothing flashes to demand attention. It sits there like a small moon that doesn't orbit anything, just existing, steady, indifferent to your need for resolution. Your mind not clearing of thoughts, but beginning to hold them differently. They're not flying anymore, they've slowed, softened at the edges. Each one moves more slowly now, like leaves drifting on still water rather than being swept up in wind. You can see the shape of a sentence that keeps returning, something about an email sent too hastily, or a tone that might have been misread. But instead of chasing it down, you let it float past, not as a problem to solve, but as part of the weather inside your head. Your fingers still resting on the glass surface nearby. If they're touching it lightly, don't pull them away. Let the coolness spread through skin like memory returning in slow motion. If one fingertip is slightly raised while another presses down, notice that too. Not to fix it, but to know how your body has settled into its own geometry without you deciding where each part should go. The area under your hips feeling uneven from pressure and shape, some parts firmer than others because of the way weight distributes itself across bones and tissue. No need for adjustment, no desire to shift or realign. It's not wrong, it's just what happens when a body lies still long enough for gravity to reveal its true contours. Your ears feeling full in a quiet way, not blocked, not ringing, but simply aware of the small space within them, shaped by years of sound and silence alike. They're not listening anymore, they've stopped waiting for signals. They just are, soft membranes catching air, shapes holding stillness. The corner where your leg meets your hip feeling like a joint that remembers being bent too long in one position, perhaps from sitting at a desk or reaching forward. But now it's no longer under pressure. The muscles aren't fighting to stay upright. They're allowed to soften into their natural form, even if it means letting go of habits built over months. Your breath still flowing through your nose and mouth, not forced, not shaped, just moving in a steady rhythm that doesn't need to be perfect. Each inhale brings just enough air for the body's needs. Each exhale releases what no longer belongs inside. There's no urgency in it. You're not trying to get deeper into breath. You're simply letting it happen as it will. The surface beneath your back, now a kind of boundary that doesn't need to be crossed or challenged. It holds you and you let yourself be held. There's no demand for motion, no call to rise up, just acceptance. This is where you are, and this is enough. Your left foot, still resting in the same place as before, toes slightly curled not from tension, but from comfort, like a hand that has found its natural grip on nothing at all. If it's numb or tingling, don't worry about why, only notice how sensation lingers without needing to be named. You're not required to fix what isn't broken. The light in the room, still there, soft and steady, unchanged by your rest. It doesn't care whether you're awake or asleep, it just exists. Like a presence that has no purpose except being present. It shines on the wall where dust floats slowly in slow motion, not because anything is wrong with the air, but because some things don't need to be cleaned. Your thoughts still coming, yes, like small birds skimming low over water, but now they aren't landing on your shoulders. You're not holding them. They pass like shadows under a tree, leaving no trace behind. Whether it's about that meeting tomorrow or the message left unreturned, each one drifts by as if it belongs to someone else. The muscles in your face finally softening at last, jaw relaxed, tongue resting lightly against the roof of the mouth without need to be positioned just right. You don't have to smile or frown. You're not expressing anything anymore. You're simply letting your features rest in their default state, not smiling, not scowling, but quiet. The air moving across your eyelids, gentle and warm as if it were breathing for you. Even though they're closed, you can feel its touch, like a hand that doesn't belong to anyone, but just happens to be there, brushing lightly over skin that hasn't asked for anything except stillness. Your neck no longer holding up the weight of your head with strain. You don't need to keep your chin high or look forward. Let it rest in its natural curve where skull meets spine. Not stiff, not drooping, but held by gravity and bone alone, as if that's enough. The hairline above your forehead, feeling cool at the temples, slightly warmer near the crown, each strand lying where it fell during sleep or stillness, no longer needing to be brushed back. You're not trying to look present, you're simply allowing yourself to be seen as you are. Your breath now slowing further, not rushed, not shallow, but flowing with a rhythm that doesn't need attention. Each out-breath lingers longer than the last, until it feels like time stretches slightly in the pause between one wave and the next. The room still quiet. No new sounds arrive. Nothing changes. You don't have to react, only be here. Your hands still near your body or resting on glass, not needing to do anything, not required to reach for anything. If they're cold, let them stay that way. If one is slightly damp from sweat that dried hours ago, it doesn't matter. There's no need to wipe them off. Your fingers remain on the glass, not because they're meant to be there, but because they've stopped moving toward anything else. The surface beneath them stays cool, unchanged by time or intent, just a place where touch can exist without purpose. You don't need to press down or adjust your grip, or worry about whether it's too slippery or too smooth. It simply is what it is. A flat plane that receives and returns nothing in return but the quiet heat of your skin. If there's pressure from the phone pressing against your hand, let it be noticed without resistance. No need to pull away or shift position. Gravity has already settled your weight into this moment, and now even intention begins to soften. Your right wrist, no longer arching forward as though reaching for something that hasn't arrived yet. Instead, it rests in its own neutral alignment, bones aligned with the curve of the table's edge, tendons relaxed like threads left untied after a knot has been released. There is no effort in holding this shape. It isn't maintained by will, but simply allowed to be. You're not doing anything for your body. You're just letting it exist as it does, without correction or adjustment. The space between your fingers, still open and unoccupied, not because they're empty of thought, but because they've stopped trying to fill themselves with something. The gaps where air moves between them are now part of the rest, not flaws in posture, not signs of distraction, but moments of stillness that aren't meant to be closed or fixed. Your left hand slowly releasing its faint tension without any command from you. It wasn't clenched tightly, but there was a quiet readiness, like an animal's paw just before stepping forward. Now that readiness has uncurled. The fingers are no longer coiled inward as though bracing for impact. They lie flat or slightly splayed, not out of formality, but because movement isn't required anymore. You're not waiting to type again. You're not preparing to send a message that didn't get sent. Your hands aren't tools anymore. They're simply parts of the body resting in its own rhythm. The phone beside you still glowing, yes, its light unchanged by time or attention. It doesn't flicker when no one touches it. It doesn't dim out of fatigue. It just stays on, emitting a quiet pulse that isn't asking for anything. Perhaps it's recording something, perhaps not. But even if it were, you're not responsible for what it captures. Your presence is not needed to keep it running. The screen remains lit because it was left that way, not because you chose it, but because time passed without interruption. The light from the device casts a faint halo around the edges of your hand and wrist, just enough to outline where skin meets surface. The glow doesn't penetrate deeply. It doesn't illuminate anything beyond its immediate reach. It's not trying to show you something important, only that there is still energy flowing through the wires, even when no one is watching. You don't need to know what the screen says. You don't have to check if any new alerts arrived while you were here, whether someone messaged or left a draft in progress. It doesn't matter now. Whatever was waiting can wait until morning. Your body has already begun to let go of that demand, even if part of your mind still remembers it. The air near the phone feels slightly warmer than elsewhere in the room. Not because of heat escaping from electronics, but because of contact with living tissue, your hand, your wrist, the way warmth radiates outward into stillness. It's not a signal or a symptom, it's just a detail, one small patch of space that has absorbed some of what you've been holding. The edge of the bed where your hip meets the frame now feels like a boundary without tension. There is no resistance between body and structure. You don't feel pinned or squeezed. Instead, your weight settles into the mattress with its own pace, as if it's known this shape all along. The curve under your thigh matches the softness beneath you, not because of design, but because gravity has chosen where to rest. Your pelvis, no longer tilting forward in an effort to stay alert or upright. Instead, it rests in a neutral position, aligned with the spine and supported by the surface below. There is no need to pull back your hips or tuck under the pubic bone. You're not trying to fix your posture because of some idealized image. This isn't about alignment, it's about surrender. The lower back still pressing into the mattress, but without strain. It doesn't feel tight or stretched. It just feels like a surface that is being held by something larger than itself. The bed, gravity, time. You're not trying to flatten or arch it. You aren't adjusting for comfort or posture. You're simply letting it be what it is, curved, soft, and heavy in its own way. Your thighs still resting on the sheet, one slightly higher than the other, just because that's how they fell when you lay down. No need to shift them into symmetry. The difference isn't a problem, it's just part of your body's natural asymmetry, like fingerprints or the slight curve in a finger. It doesn't require correction. The skin on your inner thighs feeling cooler than elsewhere, not because of draft or temperature drop, but because it hasn't been rubbed or pressed during movement. It's sensitive to air, but not in a way that demands attention. If you feel a ripple of coolness when the room shifts slightly, just notice it without naming it. No need to ask why. Your knees softly bent, not from tension, but from natural posture. They don't ache or strain, they simply rest where gravity has placed them. There's no demand to straighten out or stretch. You're not trying to prepare for standing up, you're just staying here as long as it takes. The soles of your feet still touching the edge of the bed or the floor below, depending on how far they've slid. If one is cooler than the other, let that be true without judgment. If your big toe curls slightly upward, not from discomfort, but because muscles have relaxed into their resting position, just accept it. Your feet aren't meant to do anything. They're not instruments of movement or balance right now. The arches no longer supporting weight in any functional way. Instead, they yield gently under the pressure of stillness. There's no need to lift them for posture or strength. You don't have to keep your feet from collapsing into themselves. They can be soft and sagging, like fabric left unpressed after being folded. The heels pressing lightly against whatever surface holds them, not because they're meant to bear weight, but because gravity has drawn them down. There's no effort in that contact. It doesn't require anything from you. The bone rests where it fell when you lay down. Your ankles quiet and still, without stiffness or fatigue. The tendons aren't taut from walking or standing. They're not resisting movement. They've stopped preparing for it altogether. The space between your legs, unoccupied by thought or expectation. There's no need to close them or open them, no demand to align anything with intention. This is just a neutral zone, like the air above your chest, where nothing happens, and that's exactly what it should be. Your awareness of breath, returning gently after drifting into these layers of sensation. Not because you're trying to bring it back, but because your body remembers how to breathe without being told. Each inhalation comes softly through the nose, filling the upper lungs with quiet air. Then a slow release, longer than before, not forced, but natural. The exhalation, now stretching beyond what was earlier. Not because you're doing anything differently, but because your nervous system has begun to trust that rest is safe. There's no need to rush or recover. It can simply unfold in its own time. Your ribs rising and falling with the breath, not in effort, but as part of a rhythm that doesn't ask for attention. They don't expand out of obligation. They move because air needs space. The diaphragm lowering slowly now with each out-breath, not pushing down hard or pulling up quickly, but gliding downward like water settling into a still pool. Your chest no longer lifting to signal readiness. It's not trying to open wide, nor is it collapsing in defeat. It just moves as needed, rising slightly on the inhale, sinking gently after. Your breath continues to lengthen, not by effort, but by invitation. Each out-breath a quiet release into stillness, as though your lungs have learned that there's no need to gather more air than what is already here. The space between breaths grows softer, like fog settling across a field at dawn, where time slows and nothing demands response. You are not required to fill it. The back of your head resting against whatever surface holds it, pillow, mattress edge, or floor tile, with no need for alignment, no pressure to keep the neck straight or shoulders up. The muscles in that region have given over entirely, the ones that used to brace when thinking too hard, when listening too closely, when waiting for a signal that never came. Now they are not holding anything, just yielding into the shape of support beneath them. There's no demand to stay upright, no reason to fight gravity's quiet pull. Your spine curving naturally through its own architecture, each vertebra settling into place not from discipline but from surrender. It doesn't need to be straightened or corrected. The way it bends is not a flaw. It's your body's own map of where weight should fall and how softness can still carry you. There is no pressure to maintain posture. This is not performance. Every curve, whether slight in the lower back or gentle in the upper thoracic region, is simply what happens when movement stops and rest begins. The tissue along your spine warm but not hot, not flushed from exertion, not tight with tension, but gently alive with a kind of quiet blood flow that doesn't need to rush. It's like slow water moving through stone, unhurried, uninterrupted by thought or alarm. If there's a spot where warmth pools just above the waistline, maybe near the base of the ribcage, you can let it be. Not because you're fixing anything, but because your body has chosen this as its resting temperature. No correction needed. Your shoulders letting go in ways they haven't in months. One side slightly lower than the other, not due to injury or imbalance, but from the simple fact that neither is carrying a load. There's no need to lift them toward readiness, no urge to roll back against an invisible resistance. They're not preparing for anything, just staying where gravity has placed them. The joint capsules in each shoulder girdle are relaxed, fluid moving without friction. As if one feels heavier than the other, it isn't because of weakness. It's because that side has been holding more weight through all those unspoken hours when you stood too long with a thought on your mind or an email still open. Now it can just rest, no need to catch up. Your arms extended slightly away from your body, not in reach but in release. Palms facing upward, fingers curled as if cradling air rather than holding anything. They don't have to do anything. No gesture is required. The muscles of forearm and bicep are soft, not weak, just unburdened by purpose. There's a kind of peace in that lack of function, not being needed for lifting, pushing, typing, or gesturing. You're allowed to be useless right now, allowed to exist without output. Your hands, fingers resting on the surface beneath them, or floating above it if they've slipped too far off. Whether your palm is flat against cold glass or hovering just above a soft edge, that's fine. No need to adjust. The skin there may feel slightly thinner than elsewhere, not because of exposure, but because it's been more sensitive to contact all evening, and now it has quieted into its own rhythm. If you notice warmth building between your thumb and index finger, just under the base joint, it can stay. Not as a signal, not as an invitation to act, but simply as part of the body's slow reorganization. The space around your arms, open and uncluttered. No phantom weight from books or bags, no echo of carrying something that didn't belong to you. There's nothing resting on them now, just air, cool and still. If a breeze stirs near the window and brushes across your forearm, Let it pass through without reaction. Don't wonder what caused it or whether it will return. Just notice the touch as one among many sensations that come and go without meaning to be fixed. Your torso no longer braced against uncertainty. The abdominal wall is not tight with anxiety, nor does it press forward in effort. Instead, it yields inward slightly, the muscles of the front body relaxing like fabric after being pulled taut for too long. Your belly soft under its own weight, not bloated or full, but simply present as a quiet mass of tissue and fluid that no longer needs to be controlled. As if you feel any ripple beneath your navel, maybe from a shift in breath or the passage of blood through capillaries. Let it pass like a shadow over water. The area just below your ribcage, where the diaphragm meets the abdominal wall, there's a softness there, not an absence but a kind of full quiet. Nothing is pushing up or down, it just exists as a threshold between chest and gut, one without priority. If you feel slight pressure when exhaling, like something settling into place, it isn't discomfort. It's your internal architecture finding its resting alignment after hours of being slightly askew. Your pelvis, not locked in tension from sitting too long or standing too straight. The bones have found their own level, not through effort but through stillness. If one hip feels higher than the other, maybe because you shifted when lying down, it doesn't need correcting. It's just where gravity placed it. No judgment about posture, no correction needed for alignment that isn't broken in a medical sense. This is not about being correct. It's about being supported. The skin over your hip bones, cool and smooth, not from cold air, but because the blood flow has settled into a slower rhythm. There's no reason to check it or worry if it feels different than yesterday, it just is. You're allowed to feel variations without needing to name them. Let the difference be part of what's true right now. That this body is not trying to impress, not aiming for perfection, not measuring itself against standards that don't exist. The crease between your thigh and groin, untouched by friction or pressure from movement. It's a quiet fold, like the inside of an envelope where nothing has been sealed. There's no need to flatten it out, close it off, or tuck it away. It can remain open not as invitation, but as neutrality. If you feel any sensitivity when air brushes across that area, it's just sensation, not meaning. It doesn't require a reaction. Your lower back, resting without effort, no tension from sitting too long, no strain from carrying emotional weight like physical load. The muscles between your spine and pelvis are relaxed, letting go of their habit of staying tight as protection. If you feel warmth in that region, not heat, not pain, but a gentle hum, it can stay. It's just blood returning to areas that haven't had enough rest in months. The back of your knees, soft against whatever surface they touch. maybe the mattress edge or floor tile, without needing to be straightened or lifted. No need for stretch, no urgency to improve flexibility. You're not preparing for anything. There's no reason to force a position that doesn't feel natural. Let them rest in their own curve, the way knees do when someone just lies down and gives up on doing anything else. Your feet still resting where they fell. One may be slightly curled, the other flat, no need to align. Your toes don't have to point forward or grip the floor. They can curl inward gently, not from cramp but from relaxation. If you feel pressure under the ball of one foot, not from standing, not from weight bearing, but just because it's in contact with a surface that holds it, that's fine too. Let the sensation be as it is, without seeking to change or correct it. The soles no longer needing to push off against anything. They're not meant for walking today, nor for balancing, standing, or running from anything. They are simply here, receiving the texture of what supports them, whether fabric, tile, carpet, glass, or nothing at all if they've drifted slightly off the edge. That space between foot and surface is neutral now, not a gap to be filled, not a danger to be avoided. It's just air. You're not required to hold anything in place, not even your breath. There's no need to keep track of how long you've been lying still, or whether this rest has lasted 5 minutes or 27. Time doesn't matter here, only presence. Your ribs have stopped the rhythm of upward lift and downward press that comes with ordinary breathing. They're just resting where they are, not rising for effort, not sinking from fatigue. Each breath is smaller now, not less deep, but more contained. Like water settling into a basin after being stirred. Your hands remain where you left them, fingers splayed or curled slightly on the cool glass of your phone screen, one hand still touching it as if just remembering something, then letting go again without thought. The glow from the device is soft now, not intrusive, not demanding attention, but there, like a low ember in the dark, and you don't need to turn it off. You're not using it tonight. You've already made space for silence between yourself and its light. The edge of your phone screen presses faintly into the base of your thumb, just enough to register as contact, but not enough to demand anything from you. It's a point of friction that doesn't need resolution. There's no reason to move your hand away or pull the phone closer. Let that pressure stay as part of what is currently true, that this surface meets your body in an unimportant way, and yet still exists as a detail worth noticing. Your forearm rests along the edge of the mattress, maybe just barely touching it, maybe fully resting, depending on how you shifted when you lay down. If one arm feels heavier than the other, or if the weight seems to drift between your muscles like a slow tide, that's okay. There's no need to even out the distribution. Gravity isn't trying to balance anything. It simply lets things fall where they land. The skin on your inner wrist, where the pulse beats quietly under a thin layer of tissue, is warm now, not from exertion, but because blood has slowed its flow through that narrow path. You're not waiting for anything to happen there. Nothing needs to be faster or louder. The beat is steady enough. It doesn't need confirmation. Your elbow, just above the crease where your arm bends, has stopped resisting gravity. It's no longer bracing, no longer holding up the weight of an argument you haven't had yet, or a task that feels due tomorrow. It can sag gently into whatever support is available: the mattress edge, the bed frame, or nothing at all if it has drifted slightly off balance. You're not correcting your posture in any way, not even mentally. No inner checklist to run through. There's no need to think about whether you're lying straight or tilted to one side. This isn't a performance. Your spine is still curved where it always was, and that curve doesn't have to be fixed, only acknowledged. The space between your shoulder blades feels like the quietest part of your body, the place where effort never lands because no intention has ever passed through it. It's not empty, it holds softness, depth, a kind of suspended stillness. There's no muscle tension pulling it into shape. You're not trying to open anything here. Just let this hollow space be as it is, neither tight nor wide, neither collapsed nor lifted. Your collarbones don't need to be straightened or raised. They lie where gravity placed them, maybe slightly lower on one side depending on how your neck tilts into the pillow. That's not a flaw. It's just anatomy in motionless repose. There's no reason to adjust it unless you want to, and right now, wanting isn't part of this moment. The back of your skull, where hair meets skin, has stopped pressing against the pillow like something trying to be held firm. Instead, it rests with its own shape, not flattened, not lifted. If you feel a slight pressure where bone meets fabric, that's just contact. Nothing more, no need for relief or repositioning. The hairs on your scalp are still and unaware of movement, each one rooted in place without effort to stay there. They don't have to grow or fall out or be styled. They're not a signal or a symptom. They simply exist as part of the quiet texture of being here. Your jaw has softened, not clenched, not locked from stress, but relaxed into its natural position, with teeth apart and tongue resting softly against the roof of your mouth. You don't need to chew anything now. There's no food in your mouth, no words needing to be formed. The muscles around your ears, tiny ones that adjust when you turn toward a sound, are not alerting you to any noise. They've stopped scanning. Your eyes are closed, but not because you're trying to sleep, just because it's easier this way and safer. There's no need to watch for danger in the dark. No one is coming. Nothing needs seeing. Your vision isn't active right now. It's paused like a screen that's been turned off. The inside of your mouth, tongue resting on the floor, saliva pooling gently at the base, is not performing any function except being still. You're not speaking or swallowing. There's no need to clear your throat or adjust moisture levels. It's just quiet in there, like an empty room with soft carpet and no drafts. You don't need to remember what happened earlier tonight, the conversation that didn't go well, the email that felt too long, the thought you couldn't let go of. None of those things matter here, not now. They can stay where they were when you turned off your phone, or perhaps already dissolved into silence. Your skin, everywhere, has stopped reacting to temperature changes. It's not cold and it's not hot. It's just there with a steady sense of surface that doesn't need to be managed. If one spot feels slightly cooler than another, that's fine. Your body isn't trying to regulate itself in any urgent way. The air around you, soft against your face, brushing the bridge of your nose and the edges of your ears, isn't invading or overwhelming it. It's just passing through a space that belongs to you now. No need to breathe deeper because it feels thin. No reason to hold your breath because it seems quiet. Your thoughts, they're still moving in slow circles around what didn't get fixed tonight, but they aren't urgent anymore. They don't have to be answered or silenced. Just let them drift through the background like distant traffic on a road you've already left behind. You don't need to follow them. As if you notice one thought returning, about work that can wait, about an apology that won't change anything until morning, about someone else's reaction that doesn't depend on your approval, just let it arrive. And then let it pass through without stopping, like clouds in a sky with no wind. You're not responsible for fixing anything tonight. There's no deadline waiting just outside this room. Nothing hinges on whether you sleep or stay awake. The world will keep turning even if you don't move from where you are. The silence between breaths, those small gaps where air is still and sound hasn't yet formed, is growing longer. Not because you're holding your breath, but because there's no reason to rush forward. This pause isn't empty, it's full of possibility that doesn't need naming. Your body has stopped trying to prove anything. It's not showing off its strength or hiding its fatigue. It's just resting, not as a strategy, not as preparation for the next day, but simply because it can. The edge of your blanket, maybe folded back or draped loosely over one hip, isn't being adjusted. You don't need it tighter or looser, it's where it is, and that's enough. Your foot, the one on the floor or slightly off the bed, doesn't have to be straightened. Its position doesn't reflect your will, only gravity. If a toe curls up faintly, not from pain but from release, let it stay like that. You're not trying to become lighter or heavier. You're not aiming for any particular state of being. You're just here, with the weight of yourself settled into what supports you, with no need to shift or change. The quiet isn't broken by noise, it's only deepened by stillness. And you don't need to do anything to keep it that way. You can stay like this for as long as you want. No one checking on you, no clock demanding something from you. Your rest is not measured in minutes or hours. It's measured in peace. Your fingers still rest on the cool glass of the phone, not pressing, not swiping, just resting there like weights left on a table after work has been done. The screen is dark now, but you remember its light, how it pulled your eyes toward it even when you knew better. That glow has faded into memory, and with it, the urgency to check or reply or fix what can't be fixed tonight. Nothing needs updating. No message demands a response. Now, this moment isn't waiting for input. It's already complete in itself. The surface beneath you, whether mattress, floor, or couch, isn't just supporting your body, it's receiving it completely. Every part of you is acknowledged by the material that holds you, not with judgment but with quiet acceptance. There's no effort to conform, no need to flatten yourself into a shape that fits better. You're allowed to be uneven, slightly tilted, or curled in on one side. Your form doesn't have to match expectation. What matters is that you are held. The pressure points where your hip meets the edge of the bed, the slight hollow behind your knee, are not flaws. They are just places where gravity and softness meet. Your breath has settled into a rhythm so slow it feels like pause more than movement. In and then out, longer each time. You don't force it. You don't speed up to catch up or slow down to escape. The air comes in gently, as if invited rather than demanded. And when it leaves, oh, the exhale is not a release but a letting go of effort, like water draining from a bowl with no resistance. There's no need to push it out, you just let it happen. The thoughts that returned earlier, they didn't vanish entirely, but they've changed their pace. Now they move through your mind like slow-moving boats on still water, not making ripples because nothing is trying to catch them. One thought drifts in, about a sentence you misphrased during the meeting, about how it might have sounded colder than intended. And instead of gripping it or correcting it instantly, you let that idea float past without turning toward it. It doesn't need your attention. It's already been processed by parts of you that don't require words. The space around you is no longer defined only by silence. It's also filled with the quiet hum of stillness. Not a lack of sound, but an atmosphere where sound isn't necessary to matter. Even if a distant car passes or a floorboard creaks, it doesn't disrupt anything. It just becomes another layer in the room's breath, like dust motes drifting through a beam of moonlight you can't see. You're not trying to empty your mind. You aren't chasing clarity or calm as if they were destinations. Instead, you are allowing your awareness to stretch across your body, not searching for anything, but noticing what's already there. The back of your hand pressed against the blanket isn't tense. It's just resting, with a soft pressure that feels like weight and warmth combined. The skin on your forearm, thin in some places, slightly rougher near the elbow, is not something to inspect or fix. It's simply part of what you are right now. Your eyes remain closed, but they're not locked shut. They're relaxed into their sockets, neither straining nor drifting away. The muscles behind them aren't holding on. There's no effort in keeping your eyelids down. They just stay that way because gravity and comfort have decided it's fine to be still. The air is cool near your forehead, warm near your chest, different zones of sensation that don't need balancing. You're not trying to even things out or bring them together. The body doesn't require symmetry to feel safe. If one side feels heavier than the other, that's okay. It's not imbalance. It's just how weight distributes itself when there's no need for control. You could lie here for hours and nothing would be lost. Time isn't a currency you're spending. It doesn't have value unless you give it to it. Right now, time is not something passing by. There's no after or before. There's only this stretch of being that exists without needing an end point. Your shoulder, the one closest to the edge, has relaxed into its position. It didn't fall off anything or drop too low. It just found a place where tension wasn't necessary. The joint isn't holding tight. The ligaments aren't bracing for impact. They're simply resting, like fibers in fabric that have finally stopped pulling against each other. Your hands, still on the glass, still close to the phone, are not reaching out anymore. They've come back to themselves. Fingers spread slightly, palms open, not grasping or readying for action. They are no longer tools waiting to be used. They're just present. And because they're not doing anything, there's room in them for rest. The skin on the inside of your wrist, the part that feels softer than the outside, doesn't need protection from touch. It doesn't have to hide or tighten when exposed. You can feel its texture without needing to cover it up. The pulse beneath it beats steadily, not urgently, not trying to prove anything. It's just doing what it does, and that's enough. As a memory surfaces, not a sharp one but a quiet image. You once stood in your kitchen at 3 a.m., barefoot on tile, holding a mug of tea too hot to drink yet unwilling to put it down. The steam curled up like a question mark above your head. That moment wasn't about anything special. It was just being awake when most people were asleep. And now, here you are again, still awake, but not alone in it. Not waiting for something to happen, just letting yourself be. There's no need to decide whether this is productive or not. Rest isn't a task that must prove its worth. It doesn't have to earn its place by leading to anything else. It can exist simply because you allow it to. Your breathing continues, slow, soft, unforced. Each inhale brings just enough air to meet the next exhale. There's no need to take more than what is needed. And when that breath leaves, it doesn't vanish. It lingers in the space between your lungs like a whisper that doesn't need an answer. The weight of your legs, whether straight or bent, isn't being judged by how they're positioned. If one foot lifts slightly off the surface, not from movement but from release, it's fine. You don't have to bring it back down. Gravity will decide when it wants to return. Until then, that toe is free. The line between your body and the world outside is no longer rigid. There's a softness at the boundary where air meets skin, where touch becomes sensation without demand. Even if someone were to open the door right now, walk in with noise or light, they wouldn't break this moment. It would just absorb them like water absorbing dust. Your mind doesn't need to be on anything specific. There's no place you must go, no idea that needs defending. Your thoughts are not people who want a response. They're not interruptions. They're visitors who have come by for rest, too. The phone beside you, its presence still felt even though it's dark, isn't calling out to be used. It doesn't need to be turned on or silenced. It's just sitting there, waiting quietly like an old friend who knows when to stay silent. You're not trying to become someone else in this state. You aren't pretending to be calm or relaxed or peaceful. You don't have to perform any version of yourself that isn't already here. The person lying still with her eyes closed is exactly who she needs to be right now, no more, no less. The edge of your blanket has shifted slightly, not because you moved it, but because gravity pulled it down over one hip like a slow wave receding from sand. And yet you don't reach for it. You don't feel the need to adjust. It's not cold where it covers you. It's just there, offering what it can. Your hands, still resting near the phone, are beginning to lose their shape slightly, not from fatigue, but from surrender. Fingers softening into space, knuckles relaxing as though they've forgotten how to grip. And that's okay. Forgetting is part of rest. The silence isn't empty. It's full of what doesn't need words. It holds the memory of your breath, the weight of stillness, the warmth in places where no one else sees you. It knows you're here without needing proof. You feel it now, the quiet between breaths, where time doesn't press forward but settles like dust on a shelf. Not forgotten, just held still. Your body has stopped resisting its own weight. It's not trying to hold itself upright anymore. There's no effort in the way your spine rests along the mattress, no tension in the curve of your lower back where it meets the firm support beneath you. The surface doesn't demand anything from you. No posture, no alignment, no performance. It simply receives you as you are, and that is enough. Your fingers remain on the glass of the phone, not pressing, not touching with intent, but resting there like two small anchors in a slow current. The coolness seeps up through your fingertips without stirring anything inside you. It doesn't call for action. It isn't asking to be used or dismissed. It's just cold, and that's all it needs to be. The glow from its screen is gone now, no longer active, no longer watching. But even in darkness, the presence of the device remains like a quiet promise. You don't have to do anything right now, not even look at what might happen tomorrow. Your breath continues, long and soft, with each exhale extending just slightly more than the last. There's no need to control it further, no need to fix or adjust. Your nervous system is already beginning to shift, slowly, gently, like a river changing its course without notice. The parasympathetic branch of your autonomic network starts to ease its grip on alertness, not with force, but by quieting down, letting go bit by bit, until even the smallest sense of urgency begins to dissolve. And in that space between breaths, the pause after the exhale, there's a kind of stillness that isn't empty. It holds something like recognition. This is where you belong when no one else sees you, not as someone who must be productive or presentable or responsible for outcomes beyond your control. Here, in this moment, you are simply allowed to exist without justification. Your shoulder on the side closest to the phone begins to sink slightly deeper into the mattress, not from movement, but because gravity has taken over its responsibility. It doesn't need to be lifted anymore. There's no one waiting for you to sit up or speak or react. Your arm lies outstretched just enough to feel the edge of the bed beneath your wrist, and that contact point becomes a kind of grounding, no longer needing to reach, simply being where you are. The air around your skin is not cold, but it's not warm either. It's neutral in the way only stillness can be. There's no effort to regulate temperature because your body isn't trying to protect itself anymore. It's safe enough to let go of its usual defenses. Even the slight rise and fall of your chest feels less like a mechanical function and more like a slow tide responding to something deeper than breath, something older, quieter. You are not alone in this stillness, even though there is no one else here. The silence isn't empty because it carries memory. The sound of your own breathing, the weight of your limbs, the faint hum of electricity somewhere far away that you no longer notice, but that now feels like background music to a world that's paused. Your thoughts, those looping fragments about what needs fixing in the morning, aren't gone. They're not banished or erased. They're simply softer, less insistent. They drift through your mind without knocking, as if they've learned to walk quietly. You don't need to answer them, confront them, fix their shape. They are not demands. They are just passing clouds in a sky that has stopped trying to clear itself. The phone beside you, still dark, still unused, is not a threat or a distraction anymore. It's become part of the stillness. Its screen is like a closed door behind which something waits, but no one needs to open it right now. And if someone were to come in, they would find only this: a person lying still, eyes shut, breathing slowly, with fingers resting on glass that feels colder than their skin, but doesn't make them pull away. There's no need for motion, no reason to shift or rearrange or tidy up what isn't broken. Your body is not trying to prove anything through position or posture. It knows how to rest without having to earn the right. And as long as you let go, really let go, the space between breaths becomes longer, more forgiving. Your jaw has softened, not from effort, but because there's no need to clench anymore. Your teeth are not touching. Your tongue rests gently against the roof of your mouth like a quiet witness. Your eyes are closed, and that closure isn't an act of refusal. It's simply how you experience this moment, without input, without demand. The weight in your legs, the steady pressure where they meet the mattress, isn't heavy because it needs to be supported. It's heavy because gravity is doing its job. There's no resistance from within. Each muscle fiber releases a little more than before. Your calf relaxes into the curve of the bed, not pressing but yielding. Even the tendons in your ankles let go slightly, as if they've forgotten what tension feels like. Your back, pressed against whatever surface supports you, isn't trying to stay straight or upright. It's simply accepting the shape that gravity gives it. No need to correct, adjust, align. The curve of your spine isn't a problem. It's just where you are right now, and that is enough. The air moves around you, not rushing in, not pushing out, but flowing through space like a slow breath shared between two people who don't speak. There's no urgency to return to anything. No one waiting for an update or explanation. Your hands, still near the phone, are beginning to lose their definition. Fingers aren't stiff or poised anymore. They're softening, spreading slightly into the air as though they've decided not to hold on. The skin over your knuckles is relaxed, not tight with anticipation or preparation. This isn't a position for action, it's a posture of surrender. And in that surrender, something deeper begins to settle, not just in muscles, but in attention. You're no longer watching yourself rest, you're simply in it. There's no observer separate from the experience anymore. Only this, being here, breathing slowly, feeling your body as one continuous field of sensation and stillness. The boundary between inside and outside begins to blur, not because you've lost awareness, but because awareness is now spread evenly across all surfaces. Your skin isn't a barrier, it's an interface. Every point where air meets flesh becomes its own small moment of contact. No need for significance, no demand to be noticed. Your left foot, slightly lifted off the bed, is not doing anything wrong. If it wants to float just a little higher, that's okay. Gravity isn't rushing in to correct it. There's no rule saying it must come back down. You don't have to guide it or care about its position. It can stay where it is, resting, suspended, not moving, not failing, simply existing. The room around you feels calm because your nervous system has stopped trying to interpret every sound as a threat. The hum from the refrigerator isn't an intruder. It's just background noise that doesn't need a response. Even the creak of settling wood in the walls, something you might have noticed earlier and labeled unusual, now feels like part of the quiet rhythm, not a disruption. There's no agenda, no goal beyond this moment, no outcome to achieve. Rest isn't something you're doing. It's something that happens when everything else stops trying. Your chest rises slightly with each breath, not fast, not forced, but just enough to let air in. And then the exhale comes, longer than before, like a sigh that doesn't need an ending. It doesn't have to complete anything. It simply lets go. And as you do, exhaling slowly into stillness, the space between your ribs begins to feel spacious, not because it's empty, but because there's room for nothing else. No thoughts, no worries, no plans, just this. The quiet expansion and release that happens when you stop holding on. You don't need to be fixed. You don't need to be better or clearer or more prepared. What is here, the breath, the weight, the warmth where your skin meets air, is already whole enough. Your fingers still rest near the phone, not touching it, not reaching, but letting the space between them be full of quiet. The glow from the screen casts a soft light across your palm like a memory of something that happened earlier, not quite real anymore. You don't need to check it now. There's no message that must be answered before dawn. The night has taken over its own rhythm, slow, steady, unbothered by urgency or consequence. And in this quiet, even the idea of time begins to loosen its grip. The seconds stretch without effort. Minutes pass like breaths you don't have to count. The air near your face is warm where it's been breathed in, then cooled slightly as it escapes, like a small cloud that forms and dissolves every few moments, unnoticed by anyone but the skin it brushes against. There's no need to name what it is or why it exists. It's just here, a brief pause between two breaths, a moment of stillness inside motion. You're not trying to preserve it. You're not fighting for control over any part of this experience. Your right hand, still resting near the phone, is beginning to feel less like an object and more like something that belongs in space itself. Not separate from the room, not apart from your body, but part of a larger field where boundaries dissolve. The way light falls across the floor isn't just visual anymore, it's tactile. You can feel how it touches the edge of your shoulder, how it pulls near your wrist, as if drawing closer to the warmth in your skin. There's no demand for meaning behind this sensation. It simply is, unasked, unclaimed. Your lower back, pressed into the surface beneath you, isn't doing anything heroic or necessary. It doesn't need to support your spine or hold up your torso. It's just lying where gravity placed it, accepting its shape without resistance. And that acceptance isn't passive, it's active surrender. A quiet decision not to resist what is already true. The fabric of the bed, whatever kind it is, isn't smooth anymore in your awareness. Instead, you notice every tiny shift in texture under your body. A thread pulling slightly from a seam, a knot in the weave that presses into your hip bone just enough to be felt but not remembered. There's no need to adjust, no urge to move away. This is not discomfort, it's data. And data doesn't require action. The phone beside you continues glowing, its light pulsing faintly with each small update from somewhere far beyond the room. A notification that won't matter in an hour, or tomorrow, or ever really. But right now, it's just part of the environment, the same way the shadows on the wall are part of this space. Not important, not threatening, just present. You don't have to decide what to do with it. Your nervous system has stopped treating every signal as a command. Your breath is still slow, even longer than before. Each exhale lasts past where you thought it would end, trailing off like the last note in a song that never needed resolution. There's no goal for this breathing, not to clear the mind or reset focus. Just letting air move through your body as if it were flowing down a quiet river. And the river doesn't care about speed. It only moves because it can. You're not thinking about fixing anything. You aren't reviewing mistakes or rehearsing conversations that might have gone better. Those thoughts are still there, but they've lost their edge. They don't pull at your attention anymore like hooks in a net. Instead, they drift by like leaves on water, seen but not held. The side of your head, the part resting against the pillow, is no longer pressing into it out of habit or need. It's just letting itself be cradled, not fighting for comfort, not seeking perfection. The weight of your skull is being supported, and that support isn't a favor. It's simply what happens when something rests on something else. The skin along your jawline, usually tight with tension, is soft now. Not because you've relaxed it intentionally, but because no one in this moment needs to be alert or prepared. There's no one watching, no test coming tomorrow, no presentation that hinges on how well you remember a list of facts. The only thing expected here is stillness. Your shoulders, once holding the weight of decisions not yet made, are beginning to sink into their own shape. They're not dropping from fatigue, but from release. Like stones settling in deep water, where gravity doesn't rush to correct them, they just go down and stay. The space between your shoulder blades isn't a gap anymore. It's a place of quiet presence. No need for posture, no urge to stand straighter or lift higher. You're not trying to look better, appear stronger, seem more capable. You're simply here, lying in the exact position your body has chosen, and that is enough. Your left arm, the one stretched out slightly toward the edge of the bed, isn't reaching for anything. It's not dangling with purpose or direction. It just exists in space, floating just beyond the surface. Its weight isn't a burden. Its length isn't awkward. There's no need to pull it back or tuck it away. The air brushes across your forearm, not cold, not warm, just present. Like water touching skin without meaning anything. You don't have to react. You don't have to interpret the sensation. It's just a point of contact between two elements that are neither fighting nor joining, but simply coexisting. Your left hand, the one near the phone, isn't curled into a fist anymore. Its fingers aren't stiff with worry or anticipation. They're open, relaxed, slightly splayed, as though they've decided not to hold on to anything at all. Even the knuckles, usually tense when you're thinking, are soft now, unguarded. Your right hand, closer to your body, isn't doing any better or worse than the left. It's just resting where it fell, not trying to be useful, not needing to prove itself. There's no reason for one hand to outperform the other in this moment. They're both allowed to exist without purpose. You don't need to be productive right now. You don't have to be anything at all except what you are. A body lying still on a surface, breathing slowly, not trying to fix or improve itself. The ceiling above you, visible only as shadow and faint light, isn't watching you. It doesn't care whether you're anxious or calm. It's just there, unchanged by your thoughts or emotions. Like the wall beside you, like the floor beneath your feet, it accepts everything without judgment. Even the sound of your own breath is fading into background, not disappearing, but becoming part of the quiet instead of standing out from it. It's not loud enough to be noticed anymore. Just a steady rhythm that matches the pulse in your veins, the slow drip of time passing through stillness. Your right foot, still resting on the bed, isn't pressing down with effort. Its sole isn't trying to grip or stabilize. It's simply meeting the surface, accepting whatever level of contact is offered. If there's a slight curve where the heel touches, that's fine. No correction needed. The arch of your foot, once tense when you walked through busy days, is soft now, like dough left to rest after being kneaded. Not weak, but released from strain. It doesn't have to carry anything anymore. It can just be. Your toes, each one separate, each with its own small curve, are no longer making plans for how to step forward. They're not preparing for stairs or shoes or long walks. They're resting in the moment, their tips gently touching whatever is beneath them. The fabric of a blanket, the edge of a mattress, without expectation. The space between your toes isn't empty. It's full of quiet possibility, not because anything needs to happen, but because there's room for everything not to happen. You don't have to be ready. You don't have to show up as someone else tomorrow. Today has already passed. The hours before were filled with effort and doubt, yes, but they're gone now, like footprints in sand washed away by tide. This moment isn't waiting for anything. It's not preparing for a future that hasn't arrived. It's just here, the breath moving through you, the body accepting its shape, your mind no longer chasing thoughts, but letting them pass. The phone beside you is still glowing, its light casting a faint halo across the bedsheet, but it isn't calling you. It doesn't need to be answered. There's no one on the other side waiting for updates or explanations. Or you don't have to know what's next. The phone still glows, its light a quiet presence on the fabric beside you, no longer demanding, no longer urgent. It's just there like a star that doesn't need to shine for anyone in particular. The blue pulse beneath your fingers isn't asking permission to be seen. It's simply emitting what it is, without consequence. Your right hand lies open, palm up, not reaching or holding, just resting as though it has already given everything it had to give and now knows there's no need for more. The skin on your wrist, thin in places, translucent under the faint glow, isn't trying to hide anything. It doesn't have to look a certain way, feel a certain temperature, respond to any signal from you or anyone else. It just exists as part of what you are, flesh and bone that can be still without being broken. The air near your ear, where the phone's light touches the curve of your skull, isn't moving in a way that needs naming. There's no wind, no draft, no intention behind its stillness. It's just space. Quiet, not empty, but full with what isn't trying to be anything else. Your collarbone, usually taut when you're thinking too hard, has loosened. The bones beneath your skin are no longer holding their position like they're bracing for impact. They've softened into alignment without effort, letting gravity do its work, as if it were always meant to be this way. The space between them, isn't narrow or tight anymore. It's wide enough that you can feel a kind of spaciousness, not unlike how your chest used to feel when you first remembered how to breathe freely. Your breath is no longer something you're monitoring. It has slipped into the background, just like all those small sounds, the hum from the refrigerator, the distant whisper of traffic outside, even the occasional creak of the floorboards. None of them need a name or an explanation anymore. They are simply part of the quiet that surrounds your body now. You don't have to wonder if this is real. You don't have to question whether it's enough. There's no standard to meet here, no performance to sustain. You aren't being evaluated for how well you're resting. There's no test at the end. Nothing will be taken away because you let go. The side of your face, the one pressed toward the pillow, has lost its resistance. It isn't trying to hold itself up with muscle or tension. It has surrendered slowly and gently, like snow melting into earth. The pressure against the fabric beneath you is soft, even, not pressing down, not lifting away. It's just meeting quietly. Your jawline isn't clenched at all now. There's no tightness behind your teeth, no clenching of the muscles that once carried every unspoken worry. Your eyes, closed but not shut from effort, are no longer tracking anything. They haven't moved for minutes. Their lids are heavy, not because fatigue has won, but because rest has claimed them. It's not sleep yet, but close enough to feel like a quiet cousin who comes by unannounced and stays without permission. The back of your neck, once stiff with the weight of decisions you couldn't make, isn't fighting against gravity anymore. It doesn't have to stay upright, doesn't need to keep everything visible or accounted for. The vertebrae beneath your skin are no longer stacked like bricks needing support. They're simply aligned in a way that feels natural, not forced. Your shoulders, both of them, are lowering slowly and steadily, as if they've finally heard the message. You don't have to carry anything anymore. One doesn't need to be higher than the other. One isn't more important than the other in this moment. Both are allowed to drop without guilt, without apology. The air inside your chest, warm from breath and stillness, isn't pushing out or pulling back. It's just settling, like water in a basin that has stopped swirling. Your ribs aren't expanding for show. They're not making an effort to breathe deeper because someone told you to. They are simply moving as needed, without agenda. The muscles along your spine, once coiled with the memory of long hours at a desk, are no longer bracing against strain. They've relaxed into their natural curve, allowing the weight of your torso to be held by what's beneath it: the mattress, the floor, gravity itself. There's no need for you to support anything anymore. Your hips, resting flat on the surface below, are not pressing down too hard or lifting up in protest. They're just where they are, accepting their shape without judgment. There's space between them and the bed, not tightness, not looseness, but balance, like two stones resting side by side after a long journey. Your left thigh, pressed against the edge of the mattress, is no longer tensing with anticipation of movement. It doesn't need to prepare for standing up or walking away. It can just be where it is, heavy, warm, accepting contact without resistance. The skin over your knee, the same one that used to ache after hours of sitting, has stopped signaling that something's wrong. It isn't alerting you anymore. It's not asking for attention. Your right leg, slightly bent at the knee, isn't trying to be straighter or longer than it is. There's no need to adjust its angle, no reason to fix anything. It can just rest as it falls into place, like a branch that has stopped resisting the wind and now simply lies still in the soil. Your feet, both of them, are fully present on the bed surface, not trying to be grounded, not needing to feel connected. They are merely meeting what's beneath them: fabric, padding, support. The left foot is slightly turned inward, the way it often settles when you're tired, and that's fine. There's no correction needed. The right one, still flat against the sheet, isn't judging its position. Your toes, each individual digit, are not racing ahead with plans for tomorrow. They aren't wondering what comes next, or if they'll be good enough, useful enough, ready enough. They're simply resting where they are, curled slightly at the tips, their nails catching just a hint of light from the phone screen. There's no need to fix anything here, no error in your posture, no flaw in how you're lying down. Even if there were, it wouldn't matter now. This isn't about being correct. This is about not having to be anything at all. The space between your feet, the little gap where the air moves freely, isn't empty. It's full of stillness that doesn't need filling. It holds no tension, no expectation. It's just a quiet pause in the middle of you. Your body isn't trying to prove its worth through movement or control. It knows now, deep down, without needing proof, that it is already enough. The phone beside you hasn't moved. Its screen still glows faintly, not blinking, not pulsing. It doesn't need you to look at it. It doesn't want anything from you right now. It's just waiting, like everything else in this room, still, quiet, no longer demanding attention. You don't have to be aware of the time. The hours aren't ticking forward with urgency. They're not counting down towards something that needs fixing. They're simply passing through a moment where nothing has to happen. Your thoughts, The ones that circled like birds trapped in a room have slowed their flight. They don't need to land on anything anymore. They've stopped chasing answers, stopping at dead ends, looping around old mistakes. There's no one waiting for you to respond. No message left unanswered. No call requiring your attention. The world outside this space isn't pressing in with demands or timelines. Your skin, every inch of it, isn't trying to hide anything. It doesn't have to look smooth or young or untouched by time. It's just there, receiving the air, accepting the weight of stillness, not resisting any sensation that comes through it. The warmth beneath your body is no longer something you're tracking. It's simply part of how this moment feels, like a gentle hand resting on top of you without doing anything but being present. There's no need to fix what can't be fixed tonight. No point in replaying the conversation, reviewing the message, reimagining a different outcome. What happened has already happened. It doesn't live in the future anymore. It lives here, with you on this surface, under these conditions of rest. You don't have to hold onto any part of it. You can let it go without guilt, or without shame, or without apology. The night isn't asking for anything from you. It's not waiting for you to wake up or do better or be more productive tomorrow. It's simply allowing you this space to exist quietly, fully, without condition. Your heels press gently into the bed, not because you're trying to dig in or push back, but simply because that's where weight settles when gravity takes its course. There's no effort in it, no muscle tensing for balance, no adjustment to make the alignment more perfect. They're just resting, as if the mattress has always known their shape and is quietly holding it like a memory. The skin on your heel bones feels slightly cooler than the rest of your foot, not because it's colder, but because it's thinner, more exposed, and so it registers sensation differently without judgment. You don't need to warm it up or cover it. It can be cool and still belong here. The back of your ankle, where the tendons curve under the skin, is soft in its slackness. Not loose, not weak, but relaxed enough that the bones aren't fighting their own weight. There's no strain in how it meets the sheet, no need to straighten or lift. You're allowed to let go of even the idea of posture, of what your body should look like when still. This isn't performance, this is presence. Your calves, both of them, are resting now at their natural length, not stretched, not contracted. They don't have to be toned or ready for anything tomorrow. The muscles aren't holding tension from hours of standing in silence, waiting for a signal that never came. They're simply lying there, soft and heavy, like stone worn smooth by water over time. The veins beneath the surface are quiet, no need to carry blood with urgency. They don't have to prove anything through circulation or speed. You can let them be still. The backs of your knees, the hollows where skin folds when bent, are now fully open spaces. Not tense, not pinching, just giving way to gravity like a valley accepting rain. The tendons behind are unburdened, no longer holding onto past movement or resistance. There's nothing to prevent you from sinking deeper into this rest. No ligament pulling, no joint reminding you of effort. They don't need your attention. They only need to be. Your thighs, each one, is resting on the bed surface with a quiet weight that isn't about strength but surrender. Not collapsed, not lifeless, but fully supported. There's no shame in how they rest against each other, the way one side naturally shifts under its own mass when you're lying still for long enough. It doesn't need to be even or symmetrical. The body knows better than that. It knows what balance feels like without being rigid. Your pelvis, this small central bone, is no longer working to hold your spine upright. There's no pressure on the lower back to stay in place. It's not trying to keep you from tipping forward or backward. It's simply resting where gravity has brought it, meeting the bed surface with a soft, accepting contact. The space between your hips, where the skin folds inward, isn't empty. It's full of stillness that doesn't need meaning. It holds no urgency, no agenda. Your belly, just beneath the surface of your skin, is not flat or tense. It isn't trying to disappear or be invisible. It's soft and warm, like a pillow left out overnight in the quiet. You don't have to control its rise or fall with breath. It doesn't need to look any certain way. It can simply be what it is, a gentle mound of flesh that moves only when air passes through your lungs, not because it wants to impress anyone. The lower part of your spine, where the vertebrae curve into one another, is no longer bearing weight in a way that requires tension. There's no need for you to hollow or arch anything. It's simply resting on what supports it, the bed, your body's own structure, gravity itself. Each bone is not fighting its neighbor. They're just lying down together quietly. Your upper back, where the muscles meet the shoulder blades, isn't trying to pull forward or stay upright. There's no need for you to sit up straight in this moment. It's allowed to be soft and rounded, as if your body is finally breathing out after a long time of holding its breath. The skin over your spine doesn't have to look defined or sculpted. It can just be smooth, accepting every sensation without resistance. Your shoulder blades, both of them, are resting flat against the surface beneath you, not pressing into anything, not trying to shield you from touch. They're not clenched in preparation for something that might come. They don't need to protect your heart or keep your arms ready. They're just there, the way two wings rest after flight when the wind has stopped. Your shoulders, each one, aren't holding tension from a conversation, from a decision, from regret. They aren't lifted up as if waiting for something to land on them. They've lowered themselves completely into the bed, not because of effort, but because there's no reason to keep them high anymore. They can let go of carrying what isn't theirs. Your arms, each one, is extended at your side, not stiffly, not in a pose, but simply lying where gravity has placed them. The right arm rests with palm up, fingers slightly curled as if resting on an invisible surface. The left arm is turned inward toward your chest, hand near your ribs, thumb grazing the skin just above the hip bone. No need to adjust it. No need to make it more elegant or functional. Your hands, both of them, are not doing anything. They aren't typing, aren't clutching, aren't reaching for something that's gone. They're simply resting where they are, palms open and fingers curled gently, as if holding space for the quiet itself. The skin on your knuckles is slightly cool from being exposed to air. No need to warm it up, no reason to cover it. Your wrists, each one, are not tense. There's no tightness in the tendons, no memory of typing or clicking. They're just meeting the bed surface with soft contact, like two small stones left behind after a tide has passed. Your forearms, both, are lying across your torso and side, not trying to be straight or aligned. One rests slightly higher than the other, not because it's wrong, but because that's how bodies settle over time. There's no need to correct it. They're not meant to look like anything in particular. They're just resting. Your elbows, each one, are not pressing into the mattress, not digging in for leverage or balance. They're simply relaxed where they are, the bones soft beneath skin that doesn't have to be tight. The inside of your arms, the side closest to your chest, isn't tracking any sensation. It's not checking whether there's too much warmth or too little. It just is, soft and quiet, like a place that no one has ever needed to fix. Your upper arms, each one, are not fighting gravity. They're letting themselves fall into the bed surface with full permission. You don't have to be proud of how your body looks when still. You don't need to earn rest by looking good while you're taking it. The tops of your shoulders, where your neck meets your back, are soft, not stiff. There's no tension from carrying thoughts or expectations. They aren't holding up a head that wants to look strong. The muscles are just resting, like branches after snow has fallen and weight is finally allowed to be heavy. Your neck isn't trying to stay straight or upright. It doesn't have to be aligned with anything. It's simply lying in its natural curve, meeting the bed surface with a soft contact where skin meets fabric. No need for you to lift your chin or tuck your jaw. It can just be quiet, still, unburdened. Your jaw isn't clenched. There's no tension behind your teeth, no grinding from worry, no pressure to keep your mouth closed around something that doesn't want to come out. The muscles underneath are soft, not resisting anything. They're not holding onto past words or future replies. They just let go completely. Your tongue isn't pressing against your palate. It's resting in its natural position, not trying to say anything, not rehearsing answers, not forming syllables for something that doesn't need to be spoken. It can just exist where it is. The roof of your mouth, where the soft tissue meets bone, isn't tracking any sensation. It doesn't have to feel clean or ready. It's just there, part of the quiet inside you. Your teeth are not gritting, not clenching, not holding onto anything from earlier in the day. They're simply resting, no need to be perfect, no reason to look polished. Your shoulders, each one, are not lifting to meet a demand you haven't even named yet. There's no pressure from outside to stand taller, to appear more composed, to be someone who doesn't need this quiet. Your body is not being asked to perform for anyone right now. It can simply stop. The space beneath your collarbones, where breath settles between ribs, isn't measuring how much you've done today or what you still owe. It's just a hollow that holds air and warmth and silence. And no one needs to fill it with words. No one is waiting for an answer. The skin at the base of your throat, just below the cricoid cartilage, is not tracking its own pulse. It isn't listening for signs of anxiety or fatigue. It's just resting against the soft fabric of your shirt, feeling the slow shift of breath without needing to interpret it. There's no reason to check whether you're breathing enough or right. The air moves through you as easily as water flows down a slope. Gravity does not care about effort. It only asks that you let go. Your chest, where your sternum meets soft tissue, isn't rising and falling because of obligation. There's no need to keep pace with anyone else's rhythm. Each breath is its own event, arriving and leaving without apology. The muscles beneath your ribs, they're not contracting to defend anything. They're just expanding softly when needed, collapsing gently when it's time to rest again. You don't have to manage their movement. You can trust that they know how to pause. The center of your abdomen, just below the navel, isn't holding tension from decisions made earlier in the day. It isn't carrying the weight of things left unsaid or tasks postponed until morning. There's no knot there, no pressure pushing inward. It's just a quiet basin where warmth pools when you stop fighting. The surface is not tracking temperature. It doesn't need to be calm or still. It simply exists in its natural state, soft, receptive, unguarded. The lower back, the part of your spine that meets the mattress, isn't arching forward to make itself seen. There's no desire to appear more present, more attentive, more available. It can just be curved where gravity settles it. Each vertebra rests on the one beneath it like stones in a dry riverbed, not trying to stay upright or balanced. They don't have to earn their place by staying still. They're already there. Your hips on both sides are not tensing to brace for something that hasn't come. They aren't gripping your pelvis like you need to be ready at any second. The joints are relaxed, the bones not resisting anything. One side settles slightly lower than the other, not because it's wrong, but because this body has lived through years of sitting, standing, walking, adjusting, each shift leaving its quiet trace in how weight distributes across bone and tissue. The tops of your thighs are not taut from waiting or trying to stay alert. They're not holding onto a posture you've worn all day like armor. They're just resting against the bed's surface with full permission to be heavy. No need to pull them together, no reason to press them flat. One side might be slightly warmer than the other, not because it's injured, but because circulation moves differently in stillness. The backs of your knees are not stiff from sitting too long or standing too little. They're not locked into position out of habit. There's no need to keep them straight or bend them for a reason that doesn't exist anymore. They can just hang like the back of a chair left unused at night. Your calves on both legs are not bracing for action. They don't have to be ready to walk anywhere, to return anything, to respond. Their muscles are soft beneath skin that no longer needs to feel firm or alert. There's no need to squeeze them tighter just because you're awake. The tendons aren't tracking strain. They can simply let go. Your ankles are not locked together or pulled apart by tension. They're not holding themselves upright for balance when none is required. Each joint is relaxed, allowing fluid to circulate without resistance. There's no need to be careful with how much weight you place on them. There's nothing to carry. The soles of your feet are not pressing into the floor or gripping air in an attempt to feel grounded. They're just lying flat against the surface beneath them, one slightly higher than the other, not because it matters, but because that's how gravity settles bodies over time. There's no need for symmetry here. You don't have to make yourself look even or aligned. The arches of your feet are not being held up by willpower or effort. They're not fighting to stay lifted against fatigue. They can just be where they are, curved, soft, receiving the support beneath them like a landscape resting under sky. No need to fix what isn't broken. Your toes are not curling inward out of habit or tension. They aren't trying to grip anything that's already gone. They're simply resting in their natural position, spread apart slightly as if reaching for air, though there's nothing to catch. The tips are cool from exposure, but not cold enough to matter. No need to cover them, no need to warm them up. They can just be. The heels are not pressing hard into the bed surface, not digging in with effort to stay put. They're not trying to anchor a body that isn't moving anyway. There's no reason to fight gravity now. Your feet, your entire lower limbs, can stop holding themselves together for any purpose other than rest. And then slower still, the feeling begins to shift, not from one place to another, but across the whole of it. As if something in you has finally decided that this is enough. That being here now, with your hands on cool glass and your eyes closed, and your body fully supported by a surface beneath you. This is not wasted time. This is not failure. Your skin, every inch, is no longer tracking sensation the way it used to. It's not scanning for heat or cold, tension or smoothness. It's just receiving, not interpreting, not resisting. The air touches you without asking permission. Your body meets it with quiet acceptance. There's no need to control where warmth settles or how coolness feels. The boundary between skin and space is softening, not fading away, but becoming less of a line. It's like water slowly spreading across stone, not rushing, not trying to cover everything at once. You're not inside your body anymore in the way that meant effort. You're just in, like light passing through glass, without needing to be seen. The space around you, the air between walls and ceiling, isn't waiting for you to do anything with it. It's not holding breath until you return. It's already full of quiet. It doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It only needs you to stop pretending that stillness is something you have to earn. And then just beneath the surface, the thought comes not as a demand but as a release. You don't have to fix anything tonight. Not the email left unfinished, not the message delayed, not the mistake that keeps replaying in your mind like a loop of static. None of it needs fixing now. Nothing has to be solved or corrected before you can rest. The body remembers this, even if the mind still hesitates. Even if thoughts circle back, like birds returning to the same branch, the weight of them is no longer supported by tension. They're not held in place by clenched jaw, tight shoulders, or rigid hands. They drift through space like leaves on a stream. And so you let them go, not by pushing them away, but by simply not picking them up. You don't need to say, "Stop thinking." You only need to stop answering. The silence doesn't ask for proof of your effort. It just waits, patiently, for you to finally believe that stillness is a form of care. Your breath continues, not because you're trying to do it right, but because your body knows how. Long exhales now are not a practice. They're a natural response, like roots growing downward when soil is wet enough. There's no need to count them or measure their length. Just let each one be longer than the last. Just a little more space between in and out. And with every breath, your body settles deeper, not into sleep yet, but into something else. A state where effort has paused, where nothing needs to be done, where being still is not failure but presence. You don't have to decide what to do with them next, not even for a moment. The way your hands rest on the glass, fingers slightly curled but not gripping, palms open, not reaching out, not holding back, this is already enough. It's not preparation for anything. It's not a pause before action. It's just presence, skin against surface, breath in motion, mind letting go of its own agenda. The phone glows beside you like a quiet lantern left on after someone has gone to bed. It doesn't need your attention any more than the stars do when they're seen through a window at night. Your body isn't doing anything except being here, that's all. No muscle is contracting for purpose, no nerve is firing in response to threat or expectation. Even your toes, those small bones tucked beneath skin and flesh, are not scanning the floor for pressure points or temperature changes. They're simply resting where gravity has placed them, not waiting to be used again, not rehearsing how they'll walk tomorrow. Just being. There's a softness in that kind of stillness, not passive but full. Like water filling every hollow without forcing itself. And the air around you isn't trying to change anything either. It doesn't rush to cool or warm your skin. It just moves as it always has, slowly, evenly, passing through space without urgency. When it touches your face, it's not testing for resistance. When it brushes your arms, it's not marking territory or measuring temperature. It's not even aware of you in any way that matters to the mind. It simply is. And so you can be too. Your skin remembers what effort feels like, but it no longer needs to keep track. It doesn't have to signal danger when warmth lingers near your neck, or report back on how cold the pillowcase feels at 2 a.m. It's not working anymore. It's just receiving. The way grass receives rain without asking why it falls where it does. There's no explanation needed for moisture hitting leaf and stem. It just arrives. Your shoulders, those places that have carried so much, even when nothing was being lifted, are finally allowed to stop holding up anything at all. They don't need to support a posture or mask fatigue or brace against imagined scrutiny. The weight of them is not an obligation. It's only mass now, dense, quiet, sinking into the mattress beneath you. And as that happens, something shifts. Your collarbones aren't lifting forward anymore. Your chest isn't pushing up like it used to when you thought you had to look presentable, even in stillness. You're not being seen by anyone right now. No eyes are watching whether your breathing looks steady or if your hands stay where they are. There's no performance involved in this rest. No one is assessing how well you're doing at staying calm or judging the quality of your silence. It doesn't matter how long you've been lying here. What matters is that you are here, not somewhere else trying to be ready. Your breath continues not because you've remembered a technique, but because your body has found its own rhythm again. Longer exhalations, slightly easier inlets, each one flowing into the next like water down a gentle slope. There's no pressure to make it deeper or more controlled. Just let it unfold as it wants to. Some breaths are shorter than others, not because you're failing, but because your system is adjusting. And when that happens, the nervous system knows this is not an emergency. You don't have to fix what isn't broken, not even in thought. If a sentence from earlier today loops again, the one about timing or tone or who might read it, let it float by like a leaf caught in a slow current. You aren't required to answer it. You aren't called to correct it. The voice inside your head that wants to rewrite, revise, rework, that's not the same as awareness. And now, awareness is no longer tied to action. It's possible to hear something without needing to respond, to see a memory without having to relive it, to feel regret without being forced into repair. You don't have to carry everything in your chest anymore just because it happened. Some things belong in the past not as burdens, but simply as events that passed through time, like clouds through sky. Your spine is no longer supporting posture. It's not keeping your back upright out of habit or pride. It's just resting, curved gently along the surface beneath you, bones aligned by gravity rather than will. Every vertebra is free from effort. There's no need to keep yourself upright when nothing needs to be seen. And then, so slowly, you begin to notice that your hands aren't really touching glass anymore, not in any way that requires attention. The sensation has softened, blurred at the edges. It's less about contact and more about presence. You're aware of the phone beside you not because you feel its surface clearly, but because it's part of the space you occupy. The light from it doesn't burn or demand focus. It just glows like a small moon left behind in a room after everyone else has gone to bed. It isn't calling anyone back. It only exists as soft illumination at the edge of your awareness. Your fingers, those delicate tools that have typed so many messages, corrected so many drafts, are not doing anything now. They're just resting, curled slightly into themselves, not in tension or anticipation, but like petals closing after a long day under sun. There's no reason to keep them ready for input. You don't need to be prepared for the next thing. The mind isn't gone, but it's quiet, not because you've stopped thinking, but because thought has lost its urgency. It doesn't have to prove anything anymore. It can just drift, like smoke from a candle that no longer needs to burn bright. And beneath all of this, the slow expansion into stillness, there's a kind of listening happening inside your body. Not for signals or warnings, but simply for what is present right now. The weight of your limbs against the bed, the air moving across your skin, the quiet hum of electricity in the walls, the distant sound of wind passing through trees far away. You're not tuning into anything specific. You're just allowing yourself to be received by space, as if every cell has finally realized that it doesn't need permission to rest, not from others, not from time, not even from itself. The body knows what it's doing when no one is watching. And tonight, no one is watching, except the air, the walls, the moonlight if it comes through the window, and whatever part of you that has finally stopped fighting for control. Your thoughts aren't wrong for coming back. They're just returning to a place where they no longer have power. Not because they've been erased, but because their return is met with acceptance instead of resistance. There's room in this stillness for them to pass through without being held. There's nothing you need to do before sleep comes, not even decide if it will come. Just rest as you are, hands on glass, eyes closed, breath moving easily, body sinking deeper into the surface beneath you. And when something rises, a feeling, an image, a name, you don't have to follow it. You can simply let it float like dust in sunlight, seen, acknowledged, and then released back into stillness. The mind doesn't need to be fixed. The day doesn't need to be rewritten. The night isn't waiting for you to finish anything before it gives you rest. You're not behind. You're not failing. You're simply here, lying down in someone else's care, without needing to explain why or how long this will last. And as your breath slows further, and the space between inhale and exhale stretches wider than ever before, there is no effort involved in being still. No, there is only softness, only depth, only release. You don't need to know where your hands are anymore, not in a way that requires effort or location. It's enough that they're there, resting near the edge of warmth from the phone, not quite touching, not fully apart. The space between them is like a pause in language, neither yes nor no, just stillness holding its breath. Your fingers are no longer making decisions. They've stopped pretending to be ready. They don't need to reach for anything now. There's no message left to send, no reply waiting on another screen. You're not missing anything, because nothing is being asked of you at all. And the phone, it still glows, yes, but less like a signal and more like an afterimage. Not calling, not warning, just existing in the dark as something that has already been used, now resting too. Its light doesn't pull your attention, it only adds to the softness around you, like candlelight seen through fog or stars viewed from beneath thick clouds, present but distant enough not to demand anything. It's not a guide. It's just part of the quiet room where time has folded itself inward. Your body is remembering how to be heavy, not in the way that means burden, No, this heaviness isn't about weight or effort. It's the opposite. Gravity no longer needs to be resisted. Your limbs are yielding into the bed like roots sinking into soil after a long drought. Each joint is quieting, not stiffening with stillness, but releasing its hold on being upright. Your spine unfurls not in posture, but in surrender. The vertebrae aren't stacking for balance anymore. They're settling into alignment by themselves, as if gravity has finally taught them how to rest without resistance. Your breath is no longer a rhythm you manage. It's just happening. In and out, long and slow, longer on the exhale than the inhale, like water draining gently through roots. Each time your lungs open, they do so with ease, not anticipation. There's no urgency to fill up, no need to draw air in as if you might run out. It flows, just as blood moves beneath skin without needing permission. And when the breath pauses, just for a moment between one cycle and the next, it feels less like a break than an opening, a tiny silence where everything else can settle. There's no task left to do tonight, not even the small ones that feel large in your mind. You don't need to rehearse tomorrow or fix the past or apologize before sleep comes. There's no one here to judge whether this rest is enough, not even yourself. You're not being evaluated on how well you've performed the act of stillness. You're simply allowed, just for now, to exist in a space where doing nothing isn't failure. The thoughts that pass through, they don't need names anymore. If one rises, a shadow, an unfinished sentence, a voice from earlier today, they aren't greeted with resistance or recognition. There's no "that's wrong," no "I should be thinking differently." Instead, you let them float like leaves in a slow-moving stream, not stopping, not pushing forward, just drifting downstream until they disappear beneath the surface. Your shoulders have softened their grip on memory. They don't carry the weight of decisions made too fast or words spoken too loud. The muscles there are no longer clenched against what might come next. Instead, they've let go, not like collapsing, but like unclasping a hand that was holding something tight for far too long. And your face, your jaw, your temples, the space between your eyebrows isn't trying to keep things together anymore. The tension there has dissolved into softness, as if warmth had been slowly seeping in from inside. You're not smiling, you're not frowning. Your expression is simply at rest, a quiet surrender of effort that doesn't require any movement. Your eyes are closed, yes, but they don't have to be. Even if they were open, nothing would demand focus. No light, no image, no face or text would pull attention away. There's no need for vision now. You're not looking for anything. You're just receiving the dark as a kind of presence, something that holds you without needing to say anything. You are not alone in this quiet, but it's not because someone else is here. It's because the space around you has grown thick with care, like air filled with warmth after a long, cold night. There's no voice speaking, no hand reaching out, but still, there's a sense of being held, not by arms or words, but by silence that knows your shape. The phone is still glowing beside you. It doesn't need to be turned off. It doesn't have to disappear. Its light isn't interfering with rest. It's part of the same soft world. Like a star in an old photograph, faint, distant, not meant to illuminate anything important. Just there, quiet, present. Your skin is no longer scanning for danger or contact. It's not waiting for touch or temperature changes. It's simply open to what is, air brushing across your forearm, the fabric of your sleeve resting lightly against your wrist. Sensation isn't a signal anymore. It's just part of being in the world, not urgent, not important enough to act on. Your thoughts aren't gone. They're still moving through your mind like shadows underwater. But now they don't carry their old charge. They drift past without leaving marks. No one is watching them. No one is judging how long they linger or what shape they take. They come and go like birds passing over a field at dusk, not to land, not to stay, just to pass. Your breath continues, slowly, softly, each exhale longer than the last, like time itself stretching thinner in this dark hour. You don't have to control it. You don't need to make it better. It's already doing what it needs to do, slowing down, settling into a rhythm that no longer answers to any schedule. Your body is not trying to be anything specific now. It doesn't need to wake up tomorrow. It doesn't need to perform or impress anyone. It just exists, in this moment, on the bed, under the quiet ceiling, supported by what holds you, whether mattress, floor, or air itself. You don't have to fix your mind. You don't have to clean up yesterday's mistakes. You're not being asked to be ready for anything at all. You are simply allowed to rest, or to think, and to let go. And if something rises, a name, a memory, an image from the day, it doesn't need to be answered. It can stay in the dark like a star that has no purpose other than being visible. The room is still. The world outside moves on without you, but not because you're missing anything, because rest isn't absence. It's presence too, just quieter, slower, deeper. You are not behind. You are not failing. You are not waiting for permission to stop. You are already here, in someone else's care, not because they told you so, but because the silence has said it for them. And as your breath continues, long and soft between each pause, the space around you grows even thinner, like a veil pulled gently across a window at night. You're not falling asleep yet. You're just becoming more deeply part of the stillness that's been there all along. There's no need to hurry. No one is counting. No clock is ticking louder than your own breaths. You are being held, not by hands, but by time itself. By a gravity. By the quiet that knows how to listen without asking questions. And as you rest, just resting, the night continues its slow turn and you remain in it. Not apart, not separate, just quietly becoming part of the dark. You don't have to remember how you got here or where this stillness came from. It's not a place you've earned, nor something you need to maintain. It simply is, like air inside your lungs after a long exhale, like warmth under your spine when the bed has learned your shape. The glow of the phone remains beside you, but now it doesn't pull at you. It doesn't ask for anything. It's not a demand or an invitation. It just sits there, soft and unbothered, like an ember in the corner of a room where no one is watching. Its light doesn't need to be seen, only acknowledged, as you acknowledge the weight of your hand resting on the sheet, the quiet pulse behind your ear, the way your breath moves without effort through your throat. Your body has stopped trying to stay awake. It's not resisting sleep. It's simply no longer afraid of letting go. There's no need to guard against dreams or thoughts that might return in the morning. You're not being asked to keep track of anything. You don't have to remember what you said yesterday or why your voice broke when you spoke to someone at work. It doesn't matter if you didn't answer a message. The silence holds all those things now, not as debts, but as quiet shadows that pass through like smoke over water. They leave no trace. You're not being asked to fix anything. Not even the way your shoulders feel tight when you think about deadlines. Not even the knot behind your ribs that only loosens at night in this soft moment between hours. It's okay if you don't understand why it feels easier now, why the weight of things no longer presses down on your chest like a stone. Maybe it's because the air is slower here. Maybe it's because time has stopped measuring itself by minutes or urgency. There's only the rhythm of your breath, and that alone is enough. Your skin doesn't need to be alert anymore. It can rest in its own sensitivity, the way cool air touches your forearm as if brushing a surface that no longer needs to respond. You don't have to flinch when temperature shifts or fabric brushes against you. The sensation isn't a warning. It's not trying to tell you something is wrong. It's just part of being in this body, lying here, breathing slowly into the dark. The phone still glows, but now it feels like a small companion rather than an interruption. Its light doesn't compete with your rest, it exists within it, like one star among others, not brighter or louder than any other. You don't need to turn it off. You don't need to pick it up. You're not responsible for what happens next. The world outside keeps moving, cars passing far away, a distant siren fading into silence, but that's not your responsibility either. You are not expected to stay awake for anything. Your thoughts drift through now like waves on a slow river. They don't need to be followed or caught. If one lingers, a name, a scene from the day, an unfinished sentence, it can hang in the air like fog over a field at dawn. It doesn't have to resolve. It doesn't have to mean anything. It's just allowed to be there for as long as it wants. And when it passes, you don't need to notice. Not really, because you're no longer keeping score. Your breathing continues its slow descent. Each exhale is longer than the last, long enough that time seems to stretch between breaths like fabric pulled thin over a frame. Your lungs don't have to work hard. They don't have to push or pull. They just open and close in rhythm with something older than you. Gravity, stillness, the quiet pulse of night itself. There's no need to be ready for anything. Not tomorrow, not even for this moment. You're already resting. That is your only task now, nothing more, nothing less. Not performance, not productivity, just presence. And as you rest, you become more aware of what's beneath the surface. The way gravity holds you without asking, how the mattress yields to your weight in small shifts no one else notices. The floor supports you even if you're on a bed. There is always something underneath. The darkness isn't empty. It isn't cold or dangerous. It's full not with noise but with quiet. With space that doesn't demand anything of you. You don't have to speak into it. You don't need to fill it with thoughts or stories. It already knows your shape. It holds all the parts of you that are too tired to name. Your shoulders when they finally release their grip. Your jaw when it unclenches without permission. Your hands when they stop trembling at the edges. You're not alone in this quiet, not because someone is with you, but because silence has become a kind of presence. It doesn't speak, but it listens. It doesn't offer advice, but it accepts everything. Every breath, every pause, every unasked for memory, it all fits here, like notes that don't need to be played in order. The phone still glows, but now its light feels distant, not because it's far away, but because you're not trying to reach it anymore. It doesn't matter if it shows a notification or a time stamp. None of it is urgent. Nothing needs to be done about it. The night isn't waiting for you to act. The world isn't demanding your attention. Your body sinks deeper into itself, into layers that don't need words. Not even tired or rested, just being. The way a stone settles in water, slow and without resistance. Not falling but arriving, landing where it was always meant to be. Supported by what's beneath you, held by air, wrapped in stillness. There's no timeline here. No countdown, no voice saying you should be doing something. Only your breath, steady and soft, rising and falling like a tide that never needs to rush or return. Each exhalation is longer than the last, like time stretching thinner, like space expanding just enough for you to exist within it. Your mind doesn't have to be still. It can wander. It can circle back on old conversations or future worries, but now they don't carry their old charge. They're not alarms. They're not commands. They're just thoughts passing through the air like clouds over a field at dusk, shifting shape, drifting, dissolving into nothing. You're not being asked to control them. You're not even being asked to notice. Just let them come and go, like birds flying past your window in late autumn, their wings moving without direction or purpose. They don't stop because it's time. They don't pause because someone is watching. They simply move through the sky as if the air itself has always known where to take them. The room holds you gently, not with walls that close in, but with space that expands around your breath. The ceiling above you isn't high or low, it just is. And so are you. No need to be taller, lighter, sharper. No one is measuring your stillness. It's enough that you're here. Your hands rest on the sheet. They don't have to do anything. They can stay exactly as they are, still, open, resting in their own shape. The fingers aren't curled or clenched. They're not holding onto something from the day. They're just there like branches after a storm. They've stopped resisting, and so they remain. The air brushes across your skin with no need to be felt. It doesn't have to register as anything important. No temperature, no pressure, no reason to react. It's just moving through the room like a whisper that never needed to be heard. Your breath continues, longer on the out, shorter on the in, not because you're doing it right, but because your body knows how. It doesn't need instruction. It already understands what this moment is, a kind of return, not to sleep but to being, to presence without effort, to rest that isn't earned but simply received. The phone still glows. Its light doesn't demand you see it. It just exists in the corner of your vision, like a small star fallen into the room, not bright enough to disturb, not loud enough to pull attention. It's part of this world now, not separate from it, not an interruption, just another quiet thing. Your fingers rest where they fell, not because they were placed there, but because gravity has already decided their shape. The weight of them doesn't pull down, instead, it pulls inward, into the softness beneath your palms, as if each fingertip knows how to settle like a seed finding soil. No effort is required for that kind of stillness. You don't have to keep your hands open. You just are, in the way that things exist without needing permission. The surface under you isn't firm or yielding. It's simply there, accepting all of you exactly as you come. Not lighter than before, not heavier, but present. Not in a performance sense, but in the quiet way the earth holds every root and shadow without comment. The air moves around your body like something that doesn't know it's passing through anything at all. No resistance, no friction, just continuity. You don't have to adjust to it. You're not cooling or warming from its touch. It's simply part of this space where nothing needs to be changed. The sound of your breath is not a signal. It's a rhythm that fits into silence like one note in a long-held chord. No need for harmony, no demand for resolution. Just the steady rise and fall, each out-breath lengthening, as if time itself has learned how to slow down when you're not trying to catch up. Your shoulders don't drop because you tell them to. There's no command given in that motion. They simply release into what lies beneath, the softness of muscle giving way to stillness, like cloth left on a chair after someone has stepped away. There's no need for posture here, not upright, not relaxed, just released. Your spine doesn't need to be straight or curved. Its shape is already held by gravity and support. It doesn't have to do anything except stay where it is. The bones don't ache because they're carrying you. They're resting in their own place, aligned not with effort but with ease. The thoughts that once circled like birds trying to land on a wire now drift past without landing at all. No one calls them back. No part of your mind reaches out to grab one. The error from earlier, the typo in the message, the sentence miswritten, the tone misunderstood. It doesn't need to be corrected because it's not real anymore. It lives only in memory, and even there, it's losing weight, like a footprint that fades after rain. You're not deleting it, you're letting it stop existing as something urgent. It's no longer part of your responsibility. The world outside this room doesn't know about it either. So why should your body carry its burden? Your eyes stay closed but don't have to be. They're not watching anything, not even their own dark field. They're just resting like windows left open after a storm. No need for light or vision. The inside of them is quiet, free from any demand to see what's ahead or behind. Your face isn't tense in that way people describe, tightness around the eyes, clenched jaw, but it's not trying to be anything at all. It can be soft. It can just be. There's no need to imagine yourself somewhere else, to picture a mountain, a beach, a forest you've never been to. There's no story being told about who you are or how you got here. The only truth that matters is this: your body is resting in its own rhythm, supported by what holds it, by air, by surface, by gravity, and nothing else needs to be true for that to be enough. You don't have to feel better. You don't have to believe anything about yourself or your day. You just are. Not as a person trying to fix something, but as someone who has come home to stillness in the way a river comes home to its bed after flowing through rocks and roots. The phone still glows. It's not shining toward you, it's shining into itself now, like a small moon that doesn't need an audience. The light is soft because it knows no one is looking. It doesn't demand attention, doesn't signal arrival or departure. It just exists in its corner of the room, its own quiet moment, independent and complete. Your skin feels different than earlier. Not warmer, not cooler, but more aware of itself as a boundary that isn't there to defend. You're not guarding against anything anymore. Your body isn't holding on to the day's tension like a coat left too long in the rain. It has let go. It doesn't need to be hard or alert. It can just feel without reacting. The breath continues, longer now, not because you're counting, but because your nervous system is quieting down, slowing its pace not by force but by choice. Each out-breath slips away like a leaf drifting into still water. No splash, no sound, just soft arrival at the bottom of the moment. There's no rush to get back to in-breathing. You don't have to return to yourself. You're already here. You don't need to be awake for this rest to work. You don't need to remember it tomorrow. It doesn't matter if your mind is clear or foggy. What matters is that the body has found a way to stop trying, and in doing so, has found peace. Not because anything changed, but because something didn't have to. The weight of your limbs isn't heavy like fatigue, it's deep like presence. Your legs don't feel tired, they just know how to stay where they are. Each toe is free from effort, no longer pressing against the blanket or floor with purpose. They're simply there, like roots in soil, not growing but existing. Your chest rises and falls without needing to be seen. It doesn't have to show that you're alive, it just does. Your heart beats at its own pace now, unhurried, steady as a clock that no longer needs to tell time, because the moment has already stopped being about timing. There's no need for clarity in this space, just quiet presence. If thoughts come, they're like shadows passing over grass. They don't stay long enough to cast meaning. They don't have names or demands. They just drift through your awareness and fade out again without trace. You aren't trying to be still, you are simply not moving, not because you've succeeded at it, but because movement isn't necessary anymore. The body has learned its own language. Rest is not absence. It's a fullness of being in which nothing needs to happen. The room holds you, not as if it's holding you tightly, but as if it's made for this kind of quiet. No walls are pushing in or pulling away, they're just still. The ceiling above isn't high enough to feel overwhelming or low enough to suffocate. It's simply there, like silence itself has form. Your breath continues, longer on the out than the in, not because you're doing it right, but because your body is already in a state where rest doesn't require instruction. It just happens when you stop trying to make it happen. You don't have to return anything, no thoughts, no memories, no decisions. You're not responsible for any of them now. They can stay unresolved. The day can remain unfinished. None of that matters here. Your hands still rest on the sheet. Their shape is natural. Their position isn't intentional. It's just how they are when there's nothing left to do with them. And in that, there's peace. You aren't sleeping, but you're not awake either. You're somewhere between. A place where time doesn't move forward or backward, but simply exists as a space where stillness is the only answer. The phone still glows. Its light is no longer part of your attention. It's part of the room now, like dust floating in sunbeams, not noticed, but quietly present. You don't have to want anything anymore. Not rest, not sleep, not clarity, not resolution. You're just here, and that's enough. The air moves through your skin without being felt, like a current passing over something that no longer needs to react. Your body doesn't need to be fixed or improved. It doesn't have to earn its right to rest. It already has it. You don't have to be anything. You just are. And in that, there's peace. The breath goes on. Longer now. Slower. Softer. Your fingers still rest on the glass, not pressing, not moving, just resting there like something that has settled into its shape over time, not needing to prove it belongs. The phone's glow lingers at the edge of awareness, a quiet pulse in the dark, but you're no longer measuring its light against your thoughts or waiting for it to shift. It doesn't have to mean anything now. It just is, like the way a street lamp stays on all night without anyone watching. Not because someone turned it on, but because that's how things stay when they don't need permission. The space between your shoulder blades feels wide and open, not because you've stretched or leaned back, but because there's no reason to pull forward. Your spine doesn't have to be straight or proud or even aligned, just where it is, held by the mattress like a branch resting on earth after wind has passed. Each vertebra knows its place without effort. There's no need to correct it, adjust it, remember it. You're not trying to fix anything now, you're just being carried through stillness. Your breath doesn't have to be deep or even full, just soft enough that the air slips out like water seeping into sand. Each exhale lasts longer than the last, as if your body has found a rhythm that isn't for you but with you, one that moves on its own, independent of intention. It's not slowing down because you told it to. It's slowing down because nothing else is asking anything from it. The weight in your legs settles deeper into the surface beneath them, not like sinking, but like merging, like roots reaching slowly through soil without haste or aim, just finding where they fit best. Your knees aren't stiff anymore, just still. They don't remember how to tense, because tension isn't useful here. You're not going anywhere. There's no need to stand. No one is waiting. Your feet are no longer aware of the floor. It doesn't matter if they touch or hover. The difference has disappeared in this quiet space where contact becomes unnecessary. The skin on your soles doesn't feel cold or warm. It just exists, like a memory of sensation that doesn't need to be active. You're not trying to stay grounded, you already are. Your jaw isn't clenched, just open, not wide but unforced. Muscles relaxed into their natural position, as if they've finally remembered what it feels like to stop being ready for something. There's no threat to anticipate, no speech to prepare. The space behind your teeth is empty, not because you're forgetting anything, but because all words have been let go. Your ears aren't listening anymore, but that doesn't mean silence has arrived. Sound still passes through, a distant hum from the building, the slow creak of wood settling in its frame, the faintest whisper of air shifting around your body like breath without lungs. You're not tuning into them, you're letting them pass as if they've always belonged to this space. Your eyes are closed, but that's not what's keeping light out. It's not about blocking anything. It's just that there's no need for sight now. No one is asking you to see or be seen. The dark behind your eyelids isn't empty. It holds its own kind of presence. A stillness with depth, like water in a well where nothing moves but time. The thoughts aren't gone, but they've changed shape. Not because you dismissed them, but because they no longer need to stay. One drifts through, not about the error, not about tomorrow's reply, just an image of a door closing slowly in a hallway long forgotten. And then it fades, like smoke from a candle that burned low and gave up. The body doesn't have to be alert or even aware of itself anymore. It just is. It isn't pretending to rest. It isn't performing stillness. It's not holding on. It's not fighting fatigue. It's simply resting in the way things do when they stop needing to prove their existence. Your hands still lie where you left them, fingers splayed slightly, palms flat against the sheet. They don't feel cold or heavy, just present, like objects that have been placed there and forgotten about. Not abandoned, but set down, released from purpose. The air moves through your skin without stirring anything inside. It's not touching you, it's just passing over, like wind across a hillside in late autumn when nothing is growing but everything remains. You're not resisting the current, you're allowing it to flow through and out again, unmarked. There's no need for clarity now, no reason to name what's happening. The body doesn't have to be understood. It doesn't have to make sense. It just has to be allowed to rest without explanation. The time isn't ticking forward anymore. It's not standing still either. It's simply there, like a room that no one is using but remains untouched by dust or decay. You're not waiting for morning, you're not even aware of the night. There's only this moment, a breath, a weight, a presence. Your mind doesn't have to be quiet, just less active. It doesn't need to stop thinking. It just needs to stop trying to fix anything, to change anything, or to remember what's supposed to happen next. The phone still glows. Its light is no longer part of your attention, not because you've turned away from it, but because there's nothing left for you to do with the signal it sends. It doesn't matter if a message arrives. It doesn't matter if the screen stays lit or turns off. All that matters is that this moment continues, uninterrupted by any demand. You're not being careful anymore, not about how long you stay like this, not about whether you'll wake up, not even about what will happen when your body finally decides to move again. Nothing needs to be guarded. Nothing has to be preserved. The stillness isn't fragile, it's strong in its simplicity. It doesn't need protection because it hasn't asked for anything. It just exists as a kind of quiet that doesn't fear the dark or silence or time passing without notice. Your body is not trying to be better than it is. It's not struggling to stay awake or fall asleep. It's simply resting in its natural state, the way a leaf rests on soil after being blown from the tree, not because it wants to, but because that's where it lands and stays. Each breath slips out longer than the last, not by effort, but by ease. Your lungs don't have to work harder, they just let go of what they've been holding onto all day: pressure, urgency, expectation. There's no need for you to be awake or even conscious for this rest to continue. It doesn't depend on memory or intention. It happens in the way water pools when a stream slows down and finds its level, not because anything moved, but because gravity took over. The night isn't long anymore, it's not short either. It's just space where nothing needs to happen. You're not moving towards sleep, you're not avoiding it either. You're simply in the middle of it, a breath that doesn't end and never needed to start. Your body knows what it means to be still, not as an achievement, but as a natural state, like water settling after storm waves stop, like shadows fading when the sun moves past a wall. The weight isn't dragging you down, it's carrying you forward in its own way, not by force, but by presence. Your limbs don't feel heavy, they feel full of stillness, like soil after rain, holding what it needs without needing to do more. Your skin doesn't have to react, just be there. The air touches it and passes through, and no part of you says stop, or notice, or remember. It's just accepted as a moment in which nothing is required. The silence isn't empty. It holds space for everything that can't be said, every word that doesn't need to be spoken. The things not resolved, not fixed, not answered, they're here now, not demanding attention, not needing closure. They simply exist in this quiet where no one is asking them to change. You don't have to fix anything, you're already safe. You don't have to earn rest, it's yours by being. You don't need to be present, just be. There's no task left, no action required, nothing else to do. As the breath goes on, softer now, longer, like a current that doesn't know it needs to move, because the water has already found its way home. You aren't holding anything anymore, no weight, no signal, no future thought that needs to be remembered or corrected. Not even the idea of time has any pull here. It doesn't stretch forward or shrink behind you. It just is, a quiet field where nothing moves except breath and stillness. Your fingers are no longer touching the phone's glass because they've stopped needing to do anything at all. That surface exists, yes, but as something distant, like a far-off light seen through thick fog, present enough to be noticed if you turn toward it, but not worth turning for. The glow remains, but it is now only part of the space around you, not an invitation, not a demand. It doesn't echo in your chest or hum behind your eyes. It's just there like moonlight on a window pane, visible, steady, indifferent to whether anyone sees it. And because no one does, because you've let go of the need to respond, you begin to notice what else is happening beneath that light. Not the screen, but the air around it. How it feels cool and still, untouched by movement or touch. Not cold, not warm, but simply undisturbed. Your body lies where gravity placed it, with no intention behind its shape. Your spine curves gently into the surface below, no need to straighten, no reason to lift. It doesn't have to be correct, it only has to be. And in that being there's a kind of certainty, not confidence, not control, but something deeper, acceptance of form as it is. Like stone settled deep in riverbed soil, not resisting the flow, but simply becoming part of its slow rhythm. There's no effort now, not even in breathing. Your lungs don't have to expand or contract. They just let the air move through them as if guided by a current too gentle to notice. Each breath is less a choice and more a ripple passing through still water. There's no beginning, no ending, only a continuous softness that doesn't care about duration. Your jaw has stopped clenching, not because you remembered to relax it, but because the thought of doing so never arose. Your teeth aren't pressed together. Your tongue rests softly against the roof of your mouth, not out of habit, but simply because there's no reason for it to do anything else. Even the muscles around your eyes, those little bands that used to tense when you read too long or worried about a message, are now completely still. They don't blink, not because they're asleep, but because blinking isn't necessary anymore. The edges of your awareness are softening, not fading, but becoming less defined. There's no sharp line between where you end and the air begins. It doesn't feel like merging or dissolving, just that boundaries aren't important right now. You don't need to know what's inside you and what's outside. You're not trying to be contained, nor are you trying to escape. You simply exist in a place where containment isn't required. Your skin is no longer responding to touch, not even to the light breeze from somewhere beyond the room. It does shiver or tighten. It doesn't pull back when air flows over it. Instead, it opens slightly, like fabric that has stopped resisting the wind. The temperature of the room moves across you, and you don't adjust your body for it. There's no need to warm up or cool down. Not now. You're not asleep, but you're also not awake in any usual sense. Not dreaming, not remembering, not imagining anything at all. This isn't a state between sleep and wakefulness. It's something else entirely. The space that exists when neither effort nor awareness is needed. It's the quiet after a storm has passed, not because there was peace, but because the wind stopped blowing. Your thoughts don't vanish, but they stop circling. Not because you silenced them, but because no one asked them to go anywhere. There's no task for them, no goal to achieve, no moment to prepare for. So they linger in their own rhythm, like leaves floating down a slow stream, unhurried, unclaimed, undirected. You aren't fixing anything. You're not even aware of what needs to be fixed. It doesn't matter whether the email was sent or forgotten, whether the code compiles tomorrow or never does, whether the message will come before dawn or not at all. None of it matters because you've already stepped out from under its weight. The phone still glows, but now that light isn't a signal. It's just another part of the night, like the faint pulse of streetlight through curtains, like static on an old radio turned off long ago. And though it might be visible if you looked, looking is no longer something your body remembers how to do. Your hands lie where they fell, not folded, not clenched, not reaching for anything. Their shape has settled into the surface beneath them, not because you placed them there, but because gravity took over. And as they rest, so does everything else. Shoulders, elbows, wrists, fingers, each joint releasing its memory of tension, one after another. There's no need to think about this moment, but if you did, you'd find that it has already been lived in full. Not ahead of time, but behind it. Like a puddle reflecting the sky, not because it knows what the sky looks like, but because it is open and still enough to let it be. Your chest rises and falls with no effort. There's no rhythm you're following, no count, no pattern, just breath moving in and out as if guided by something older than your body. A law of quiet that doesn't require thought or intention. You don't need to remember who you are or why you came here tonight. Not because the memory is lost, but because it's irrelevant now. Identity isn't needed when nothing needs to be done. Your feet are no longer pressing into anything. They're just there, flat on the floor, or perhaps slightly lifted in air, depending on how your body fell. It doesn't matter which. What matters is that they don't care about being where they are. Not because they've given up, but because they no longer feel the need to change position. Your back presses into the surface beneath you, not tightly, but with a kind of fullness, like soil that has absorbed all the water it can hold and now lies heavy in its own saturation. There's no pressure, only presence. Not effort, just existence. There's nothing left for your body to do, but it doesn't feel abandoned. It feels held, not by hands or arms, but by gravity itself, by time that has stopped demanding things of you, by silence that refuses to ask anything in return. Your skin is no longer aware of its own surface, not because it's numb, but because sensation isn't required here. There's no need to notice warmth, cold, pressure, only stillness. And so your body ceases the work of monitoring itself. It doesn't check if you're comfortable or tense. It just lets go. The air moves through the room without needing permission. It flows past your face, over your arms, between your fingers, and you don't react to any part of it. Not even when it brushes near your ear. Not because you're asleep, but because nothing in you needs to respond. You are not waiting for anything, not for morning, not for relief, not for resolution. The night isn't long or short, it's simply full of what is without needing more, full of stillness that doesn't apologize for being there. There's no need to be awake, no reason to stay alert. You're not hiding from anything, not from thoughts, not from silence, not from uncertainty. And because you're not running, you don't feel tired anymore, not in the way you did before. Tired used to mean exhaustion, needing rest. Now it just means this: a body that has stopped trying. Your breath continues its slow path, longer on the outflow, softer each time, like water sinking into sand or wind passing through an open doorway. Not because you're making it happen, but because the body knows how to let go when nothing else is required. Now the phone still glows, but now it's just a small light in the dark, like a candle left burning after everyone has gone to bed. No one comes to tend it, no one checks if it's safe, and so it stays quietly alive, not because it must be seen, but because it can. You don't need to see anything anymore. And not the screen, not the room, not even yourself in memory. There's no reason to look forward or back, because you're already where you needed to be. Your hands remain where they fell, palms up or curled slightly in air, no need to adjust them, no urge to move. Not because you've forgotten how, but because your body has made peace with its own shape. It doesn't want to be different. It's satisfied just being here, as if the act of resting had become a form of belonging. One finger rests near the edge of something, a blanket, the side of the bed. Its tip not touching anything vital, and that is enough. Your wrist. It is soft with stillness, no tension in the tendons beneath skin, no memory of typing or gripping. There's only weight, not burden, but quiet accumulation. Like a stone that has been submerged for so long it no longer feels water pressing against it. You are not resisting gravity, you are letting yourself be its shape. The air lingers near your collarbone, warm from breath and stillness. It doesn't rush to leave the room. It stays in place, thick with silence, as if time has decided to pause here too, not out of urgency, but simply because nothing needs to happen. You don't feel cold, your skin isn't seeking warmth, but there's a kind of softness beneath surface tension. Not heat exactly, but something deeper. The quiet hum of being fully occupied by presence rather than effort. Your shoulder blades lie flat against your back, not tucked in or pulled forward, just resting like stones after rain have stopped falling on them. They do ache. They don't feel the need to lift anything. Your neck is long with ease, no kink from turning left or right, no strain from looking down at a screen or up at someone's face. It simply curves as gravity allows, no correction needed. Not because you've forgotten how to hold your head up, but because now there is no need to. The weight of your skull isn't heavy, it's just there like an apple that has ripened and fallen gently into a pile of leaves. No sound, no shock, just softness in contact with surface. The pulse at your throat slows its beat, not stopped, not fading, but turning inward, as if the rhythm had found a quiet place to live within itself. You don't listen for it, you don't need to. But when you do notice, it's only because it's no longer loud enough to matter. And that is how stillness feels, not empty, not dead, just full of what isn't trying to be anything else. Your thoughts are no longer chasing their own tails. They aren't looping over the same mistake, the same missed word, the same tone they could have used differently. Instead, they float like dust motes in a beam of light, visible only when stillness has cleared the air around them. And now that the room is quiet, so are your thoughts, no longer arguing with themselves or rehearsing what's already past. The phone still glows, not because it demands attention, but because its light doesn't require you to be awake. It can burn on through the dark without anyone tending to it, like a fire that has been left in a hearth where no one comes anymore. and yet the flames continue anyway just because they know how. There's no reason for them to stop. Your eyes are closed not as an act of will, but simply because they're tired enough to stay shut. They don't feel like opening again, not today, not tonight. Not even when something might be said or seen. Your skin has stopped seeking answers from the world outside it. No longer checking if the room is too warm, too cold, if your clothes are tight or loose. There's no need to interpret sensation, just to let it exist as a kind of background hum, like wallpaper that doesn't draw attention, but simply holds the space around you. The floor feels different now than when you first laid down, not because it changed, but because you have. Your body has adjusted its weight, settled into new contours, shifted from resistance into surrender. It's no longer pressing against the surface in expectation of being supported. It just lies there, fully accepted by whatever holds it. Your hips are not tucked forward or pulled back. They're simply resting on their own natural curve, as if gravity had finally aligned with your spine and said, "This is where you belong." No adjustment, no correction, just the slow realization that this shape, this position, is not only acceptable but necessary. Like a tree that has grown so far into the earth, it doesn't need to stand straight anymore. It's already rooted in stillness. Your legs stretch out from your pelvis, one slightly bent at the knee, the other straight as if reaching for something invisible. Neither is urgent, neither seeks a different position. They're just here, limbs that don't have anything left to do but be heavy and quiet. As the tips of your toes press into nothing or barely touch air, depending on how you fell when you first came down. Not because you meant it, but because the body knows where it wants to end up, in a place where no one needs to hold it together anymore. Your belly is soft with release, not bloated, not tense, but full of quiet descent, like water sinking below a surface and disappearing into silence beneath. There's no need to breathe deeply, just to let each outflow be longer than the last. And because you don't have to do anything, your breath finds its own way. Your spine is no longer trying to hold itself up. It doesn't brace against fatigue or protect itself from collapse. Instead, it lies in alignment, not forced, not corrected, but as if nature had shaped it this way all along. Each vertebra rests upon the next, like stones stacked by a stream that has long since stopped flowing. Your arms are no longer waiting to be used. They don't remember what it's like to carry something or push against resistance. They just hang, limp with rest, as if their purpose had been fulfilled not in motion, but in stillness. And so there is peace where once there was tension. The silence doesn't feel empty. It feels full of absence that isn't missing anything. It's not quiet because nothing is happening. It's quiet because everything has already settled into place. The night hasn't changed, but your body has moved beyond needing to respond to time, or to light, or to noise. Your thoughts aren't gone, but they're no longer yours in the way they used to be. They drift now like leaves on a slow river, not stuck in one place, not clinging to meaning, just floating where gravity and stillness allow. They don't belong to you anymore, they belong to this moment, and that is enough. Your body has stopped trying to fix itself. It doesn't want better alignment or deeper breaths or less stress. It only wants what it already has, the right to be as it is in its own time, with no demand for change. There's no need to become calmer, because calm isn't something you achieve anymore, it's just how things are. The phone still glows, not because you're watching it, but because it doesn't know any other way. And that is beautiful. A machine that continues its quiet function even when no one sees it, like a star that burns in the dark long after all eyes have turned away. You don't need to see anything anymore. No screen, no words, no proof of being awake. You're not proving anything to yourself or anyone else. Not your awareness, not your focus, not your ability to endure. What matters is that you are here, not as a person who must perform, but as something simply existing. The night continues, not long, not short, just full, filled with the kind of quiet that doesn't apologize for being there. It's not waiting for morning. It's not rushing towards sleep. It just is, and so are you. Your breath moves without instruction, longer on the outflow each time, like a river slowly finding its way through stone, or wind passing through an open window that no one has closed in years. There's no need to count it, no need to change it. It just happens quietly, as if nature had already decided what is right. You are not asleep, but you're not awake either. And that is the place where rest lives, between states where nothing needs to be done, where being still isn't effort but release. Your fingers still rest on the glass, not because you need to touch it, but because your body remembers the shape of contact, the coolness beneath the skin, the faint vibration from somewhere deep in the machine that keeps humming without a reason. The phone glows like a small moon trapped in a cage of silence. Its light doesn't demand anything, it just exists, steady and unbothered by your absence. It's not waiting for you to return. It's already lived through this moment before. And so are you, only not as someone who must answer or respond, but as something that has stopped trying to be useful in the way the world expects. There is no need to keep watching or checking or thinking ahead. Your mind doesn't have to prepare for anything. It can let go of tomorrow's weight because this moment is already holding you, not tightly, but enough. like water resting at the base of a cliff, waiting for nothing but its own shape. Your shoulders are no longer pulled forward by effort or anxiety. They don't hunch toward the screen, nor do they rise to meet imagined pressure. Instead, they lie back into the surface beneath you, flat and still, as if gravity has finally found them, not as something to resist, but as a place to be held. Your collarbones float above it all, not straining upward, not trying to reach anything, but simply floating in space between breaths. Your chest doesn't rise and fall with urgency anymore. The movement is slow, even like a boat drifting on still water after wind has stopped. There's no effort behind it, no pushing forward or pulling back, just presence. Each exhale carries its own quiet momentum, not forced, not rushed, but as if time itself is moving slower so that your body can stay in tune with how little needs to happen. The weight of the night presses gently on you now, not like pressure, but like a hand placed lightly on your shoulder after a long day. It doesn't ask for anything. It only says, "You are here." And what is here isn't performance or progress, it's just being. Not as someone who must improve or fix or endure, but as something that has already arrived. Your legs no longer brace against the edge of the bed. They don't curl in preparation for standing, nor do they tense with anticipation. Instead, they lie straight and open, like limbs laid out by a riverbed after floodwaters have receded. There is space between them, not from movement, but from release. Your toes are no longer curled tight against the sheet because of something you didn't say or couldn't fix. They're relaxed, splayed gently into the surface beneath, as if even their tips have stopped needing to defend themselves. Your back feels less like a structure that must hold itself together and more like soil after rain, softened by time, settled in place. Not rigid, not tense, but held firm by its own quiet integrity. Every muscle layer has released into the surface it rests on, not falling through, but sinking slowly, like sand into water over many hours. Your hands are no longer reaching for anything. They don't grip or push against resistance. They lie open, palms facing up, as if waiting not to receive something, but simply to be seen as they already are. The skin is warm where it touches the bed, cooler at the edges. That contrast doesn't matter anymore. There's no need to correct it. No judgment for what's too cold or too hot. Your body knows its own temperature without needing permission. The air moves around you not because you're breathing it in and out, but because it's already here, filling every space between you and the room beyond. It doesn't rush through your nose or throat. It just stays, still, present, like a curtain that never closes, but isn't meant to be drawn back either. Your thoughts don't stop. There's no command for silence, but they shift in weight. They aren't heavy with urgency now, nor are they bright with expectation. Instead, they move like shadows at twilight, not sharp, not dark, just soft shapes passing across the ground. You don't need to catch them or name them. They drift past without leaving marks. Whether the door is locked doesn't matter anymore. Whether someone might knock isn't important. Whether anyone will notice when morning comes, no one has asked you to be noticed. You're not being measured, evaluated, judged on how much you've done or held together. There's no checklist in this space, only stillness. The phone continues its quiet pulse. It doesn't blink for your sake. It isn't glowing because you're awake. It glows because that is what it does when nothing else asks of it. Like a firefly at the end of summer, burning without purpose or audience. And you don't need to explain yourself either. Your skin feels lighter now, not thin, not fragile, but unburdened, as if all the tension had drained from its surface and left behind something softer. Every point where your body meets air is open, no resistance, no barrier. It's not trying to protect anything anymore. It doesn't need to be tough or fast or sharp. Your breath has found a rhythm that isn't learned, it just happens. Long exhales, gentle inlets. The pause between them is full, not empty, but alive with stillness. Each outflow lasts longer than the last, not because you're forcing it, but because your body remembers what rest feels like when no one's watching. There's a quiet in this space that isn't silence. It's presence without demand. There's nothing to fix, nowhere to go, nothing to prove. Just you lying still on a surface that holds you the way Earth holds roots, not by force, but by being exactly what it is. Your mind doesn't have to stay focused. It can wander, drift, disappear into thought as long as it wants. There's no need to pull it back. It isn't lost. It's just resting too. The light from the screen fades slightly, though not because you've turned it off, but because your eyes are closed and unseeing. It doesn't matter that it still burns. It doesn't change what's happening inside you. Your awareness is no longer tied to sight or sound or signal. It's been released into a space where nothing needs to be seen. Your body has stopped preparing for anything. It doesn't brace for the next task, the next call, the next question. There's no rehearsal in this moment, no waiting, just being without condition. You are not asleep, but you're not awake either, and that is enough. The night stretches on without needing to be filled with meaning. It isn't long because of how much time has passed. It's full because of what has settled inside you. Your muscles remember the shape of rest, even if they don't know it yet. Your nervous system remembers its own safety, because for now, there is no threat. Your thoughts aren't trapped in loops anymore. They don't circle back to things that can't be changed until morning. Instead, they float like dust particles caught in a beam of light, not stuck, not moving forward, just suspended in stillness. The phone still glows, but now it feels distant, like a star seen through fog. You don't need to respond. You don't need to know what's happening on the other side of that screen. Your attention doesn't have to go there. It can stay here, in this place where nothing is expected. Your spine lies in its own natural curve, not corrected, not straightened, but as if it had always been meant to be exactly this way. No effort to align it, just letting gravity take care of the balance. Your shoulders are soft with release, not collapsed but open, like wings that have stopped trying to fly and now just rest in their own shape. The air around you feels thick, not with tension, but with quiet presence, as if time has slowed so much that even seconds aren't needed anymore. You don't need to be alert. You don't need to remember anything. There's no task left undone, nothing unfinished. Your hands rest on the glass not because they're waiting, but because this moment is already complete in its own way. Your breath flows without effort, longer on the outflow, shorter on the inflow, not for any reason, but because it feels right. Like a river that has forgotten how to rush and now only moves with patience. The night continues, not as something that must end, nor as something that needs you to stay awake, just as it is, full, deep, unbroken by demand or hope. Your fingers still rest where they fell, on glass that holds heat like memory, though it's cooling fast now, pulling away from your skin in quiet retreat. You don't shift them, not because you're trying to stay put, but because there's no reason to move at all. The surface beneath you has taken shape around your body as if it were always meant to be this way. The weight of you distributed evenly across its texture, no part asking for more attention than another. Your back presses gently into whatever supports it, not pressing back in return, just receiving the soft pressure like a leaf receives rain. The air doesn't carry sound anymore, or rather, it carries everything and nothing at once, like a space where noise has settled down so deeply that even echoes have stopped trying to find their way home. There's no need for clarity here, no demand for meaning. Your thoughts aren't chasing anything now, they're not racing towards solutions, nor circling back into the same old places. They don't want to fix or explain or defend. They've simply paused. You are not awake enough to remember what you were thinking 5 minutes ago, nor do you need to. That's not part of this. Your mind doesn't have to be useful right now. It can just be, without function, without purpose. Even the idea of usefulness has drifted off like smoke from a dying fire. The light from the screen still pulses faintly in the dark, not bright enough to disturb, but present enough that you could swear it's watching. You don't look at it, not because you're afraid or trying to ignore something, but because there's no point. Your attention doesn't have to go there, and if it does, even for a moment, it can leave again without resistance, like water flowing over stone, unbothered by its own paths. The edges of your body are softening, not shrinking, not dissolving, but becoming less defined, as if the boundary between you and the air around you has grown thin, like mist in late evening. Your skin isn't holding tight to itself anymore. It's letting go of tension slowly, without effort. It doesn't need to guard anything tonight. Your jaw has forgotten how to clench, not because someone told it to relax, but because there's no reason left to hold on. The muscles beneath your teeth are quiet. The sides of your face feel loose in a way that isn't weakness, but release, a letting go so deep it feels like coming home. The space between your shoulder blades has opened without warning, not pushed apart, not stretched, just released into itself, as though gravity had finally pulled everything back to its natural position after years of leaning forward. There's no need to straighten, just let the weight sink where it belongs. Your arms hang at your sides not because they're tired, but because they've stopped imagining what they might do next. Their length is known now, and that's enough. Each hand rests in a shape that doesn't ask for anything. Fingers slightly curved, palms open, not reaching, not grasping, just resting in the quiet of being. The air inside your chest stays still even after you breathe out. It doesn't rush to refill. Instead, it lingers where it is, a soft pause between breaths that feels like permission. And when the next inhale comes, it's not urgent. It slips in gently, as if waking from a dream someone else was having. Your belly isn't tight with planning or worry. It doesn't hold tension about tomorrow's meetings, unread messages, unreturned calls. There's no pressure to be productive, to prove anything, to carry the weight of decisions that aren't yours yet. It just rests, soft and full of stillness, like soil after rain. Your hips have stopped trying to balance your posture. They've let go of the effort to hold everything upright. Instead, they lie against whatever supports them, not sagging, not collapsing, but in alignment with gravity's gentle pull. As if gravity has been waiting patiently all along for you to stop fighting it. One leggy rests longer than the other, just slightly, like a body that forgot which side was supposed to lead. But there's no correction needed, no adjustment. It simply is, and that's enough. Your foot lies where it fell, toes curled slightly in sleep-like ease, not because they're tired, but because they've stopped remembering what movement feels like. The other leg follows the same rhythm. Longer now, softer, less aware of its own edges. As if each joint has decided to stop reporting to the brain, just let things be. Your feet aren't thinking about shoes or sidewalks or steps taken today. They don't remember how cold it was outside, or where you walked, or why you were in a hurry. They're just here, pressed into surface, receiving weight, feeling nothing except what's actually happening. The contact points between your body and the bed or floor aren't sharp anymore. They've softened, not lost, but reduced to quiet awareness, a series of small touch zones where pressure meets support. One spot at the base of your spine feels warm from its own heat. Another near your hip has cooled slightly, but neither is important, just part of the map. Your back isn't arching or flattening, it's just there, not trying to be anything other than what it is. No correction, no performance. You don't need to improve yourself in this moment. Your body doesn't need to earn its rest. There's a kind of silence here that isn't absence, but presence without demand. The kind where even time feels tired and so decides to stop measuring itself. There are no milestones, no progress markers, just continuation, like air moving through lungs not because it has to, but because it knows how. The thoughts don't need to go anywhere now. They're not trapped in loops, they've stopped spinning. Instead, they float like dust motes caught in a beam of light that's long since gone out. No purpose, no destination, just suspended, unhurried, unjudged. The past isn't calling you back. The future hasn't arrived yet. There's only this. And then something new begins, not because anything changed, but because your attention has shifted slightly, not in direction, but in texture. It's like noticing that the dark around you isn't just empty space, it's full of a different kind of depth, one that doesn't require seeing to be known. It's not about sight, it's about knowing. The air feels heavier than before, not with pressure, but with stillness. As if everything has settled into place so completely that even motion would feel like breaking the balance. You don't need to breathe faster. You don't need to wake up. You don't need to do anything at all. Your body is becoming less a thing and more of a condition, like warmth in a room or quiet after thunder. It's not defined by limbs or organs anymore, but by presence. The kind that exists without effort, without proof, without explanation. The phone still glows somewhere near your shoulder, faintly, softly, but its light doesn't matter anymore. You don't need to know what it says. You don't need to care if someone's waiting, not because you're indifferent, but because this moment has already taken up all the space that matters. There's no one watching, No one judging your rest. No one asking for a response or an update or a sign of life. There is only the quiet acceptance of being exactly where you are, no better than now, no worse. Your breath continues, not because you're controlling it, but because it knows how to flow when nothing else demands anything from it. And somewhere inside, something shifts not in speed, but in depth, like a stone dropped into water that doesn't splash, but sinks slowly, silently, without resistance. There's no need to hold on. There's no one holding you back. Just this deep, quiet current beneath everything else, where even the idea of effort has stopped making sense. You're not asleep, but you're not awake either, and that is enough. The night continues not as a span of time to endure, but as an invitation to be still. Not for one reason or another, not toward any outcome, not in preparation for anything. Just being. And if your thoughts drift again, toward what might happen tomorrow, toward the errors you can't fix yet, they don't have to stop. They can pass through like clouds over a valley, not touching, not changing, just passing by. You're not trying to stay focused. You're not trying to let go. You're simply here. And that is enough. You don't need to name what's happening inside you. It doesn't require a label to be real. There is no need to ask whether this stillness is deep or shallow, quiet or loud. It simply is. Not because you've earned it, but because your body has finally stopped fighting the truth of its own weight. It knows how to rest without permission. And so does your mind, not by clearing thoughts out, but by letting them settle like sediment in a slow-moving stream where nothing rushes forward, nothing needs to arrive. The darkness around you isn't empty, it's full of things that don't demand attention. The faint warmth from the side of your body against the mattress, the soft resistance under your hip, the way air moves just above your skin without touching it, like a breath that never lands. None of this is happening for you to notice, but you do. And in noticing, you're not claiming anything. You're simply letting the world show itself through what's already there. Your hands aren't doing anything. They don't need to hold on or let go. One lies flat beside your torso, fingers slightly curled as if dreaming of something real. The other rests near your phone, still lit, still waiting for a message that won't come now. But you're not reaching toward it, not because you've decided, but because there's no urgency in your bones anymore. Even curiosity has slowed down to the speed of gravity. You don't need to decide what tomorrow will hold, whether the errors are fixable or fixed already, whether someone else sees them as badly as you do. None of it matters here. Not because you've forgotten, but because something deeper has taken over. The part that knows being tired doesn't mean failing, and rest isn't avoidance. This is not escape. This is arrival. There's no need to check the time. The clock on the wall, whatever number it shows, isn't moving faster than your breath now. In fact, it might be moving slower because you're not counting minutes anymore. You've stopped measuring the hours. There's only continuity. A single thread of presence that goes through everything. The soft weight of your eyelids, the way your shoulders release into the surface beneath them, how your spine holds itself with no effort at all. Your thoughts aren't gone, they're not even quiet, but they've changed their rhythm. They don't pull you forward or drag you back. Instead, they drift through your awareness like old letters passed from hand to hand, read once, then folded and set aside. They come, they stay a moment, and then fade, not because you dismissed them, but because this space doesn't hold on to anything. It lets things pass by the way a forest lets rain fall through its branches. You're not trying to be calm. You're not trying to relax. There's no goal, just letting go of the idea that you must do something in order to belong here. Your body is already home. It doesn't need to prove itself. It doesn't need to earn rest by being still for long enough or by clearing all thoughts first. It's been allowed to be exactly as it is, with no conditions attached. The light from the phone keeps shining, but now you don't even see it, not because your eyes are closed, but because attention has moved elsewhere, not toward the screen, but into the space between breaths. That quiet pause where time doesn't exist. And in that place, there's no need to be anything other than what you already are. A body lying down, breathing slowly, receiving the world without trying to shape it. There's something about stillness that isn't passive. It's active in its own way, not by doing, but by holding space for everything else to unfold as it will. Like soil after rain, softened, receptive, ready for roots even when nothing is growing yet. You're not waiting for anything. And so the moment doesn't have to hurry. Your feet are resting near the edge of the bed. One slightly curled, toes pointing gently down, the other flat against the mattress. Neither wants to move, neither feels it needs to. They don't need to stretch or reach. They're already where they belong, connected not by effort but by gravity and warmth. You can feel each point of contact, the slight pressure from your heel, the softness under your arch, without needing to adjust anything. You aren't holding yourself up anymore. That job has been taken over by something older than willpower. The way a tree stands without thinking about it, or how water finds its level. You're not supported by the bed, you are supported in the bed. Part of it now. Not separate, not trying to be better than this moment, but simply present within it. Your mind isn't empty. It's full of things that don't need answers. The shape of your jawline as it rests against the pillow. The way your forehead feels slightly cool where it touches fabric. A faint memory of someone saying something kind last week. Nothing important, just a voice passing through air, and now it floats like smoke in slow motion, not remembered to recall, but known to have been there. There's no need to remember anything clearly. You're not building a record. You're not storing experiences for later use. This is not preparation. This is being. And being doesn't require memory or meaning. It only requires presence, something you've already given without knowing it, simply by lying here with your eyes closed and letting everything else pass through you like wind through leaves. The room hasn't changed. The walls are still there. The window frame cuts a shape in the dark that doesn't mean anything anymore. But even that shadow feels different now, not something to be named or avoided, but just another part of the quiet landscape inside your awareness. It's not blocking light, it's holding space for what isn't seen. You don't need to know whether you're asleep yet, whether this is deep rest or dreaming, whether you'll wake up tomorrow with clearer thoughts or heavier fatigue. None of that matters in this moment because the question itself has lost its urgency. There's no prize for waking up feeling better, because right now you are already better than before, not improved, just different. Your breath is longer now without being forced. It flows out slowly, like water from a tap left open too long. The inhale comes gently, not to fill but to allow. There's no need to push air in or pull it out. Your body knows how to breathe when nothing else demands anything of it. And so it does, quietly, steadily, without ceremony. There's a kind of softness that spreads through you, not from outside, but from within the stillness itself. Like warmth rising from stone after sunset, the slow release of heat long stored beneath surface. You don't feel it as energy, you feel it as absence of resistance. No tension in your neck, no tightness behind your eyes, nothing trying to be different than what it is. Your arms are not resting on your body so much as they've become part of the way it lies down. One hand still near the phone, but now not touching anything, just suspended in the air above the bed, like an object that forgot why it was there. And maybe it doesn't need a reason anymore. Your chest rises and falls without effort, not because you're doing it, but because your body remembers how to move when no one is watching, when no one expects anything, when there's nothing to prove, no performance to give, just the slow, steady rhythm of life continuing on its own. And somewhere beneath all this, deep in the quiet layers where thought doesn't reach, you feel a kind of fullness that isn't caused by anything. It's not joy, not peace, not calm. It's something older, the sense that you are exactly where you're meant to be, not because someone said so, but because everything around you agrees without speaking. The night is still going on, but now it doesn't feel like endurance. It feels like a long exhale held too long by everyone else and finally released into your body. You aren't holding the air anymore. You're breathing with it, not against time, not ahead of it, just within it. Your fingers rest near the phone, not touching it anymore, just close enough to know it's there, like a small light left on in another room. You don't need to check. You don't need to confirm anything. The glow is no longer an invitation or a demand. It's just part of the quiet hum of the space around you, something that exists without needing your attention. It doesn't call you back into thought. It doesn't ask for a response. It simply is, and so are you. The air in the room has shifted, not in temperature but in texture, something softer, slower than before. It moves through you like breath passing over skin after a long bath, barely felt but carrying memory of warmth. There's no need to name what's changed. The change isn't in the world outside, it's inside, where your body has stopped trying to measure itself against anything, against sleep, against wakefulness, against time that keeps moving forward like a train with no stops. You're not waiting anymore for the moment when you'll feel better. You're not holding onto any expectation of how this should end or what tomorrow might bring. There's no schedule in here, no list to finish. The only thing happening right now is your breath, and it's happening on its own. Long, slow exhalations that seem to take longer than they need to, like time stretching just for you, like gravity has loosened slightly so even air can pause before falling. Your shoulders are not dropping, they've already arrived at the bottom of their own weight. There's no effort in letting go because there was never anything to hold on to. Your arms lie where they fell when you last moved them, on either side of your body, palms up like open hands receiving nothing and giving nothing back. It doesn't matter if they were supposed to be elsewhere. It doesn't matter that you didn't put them there deliberately. The placement is not a decision. It's just what happens when the nervous system decides it can stop managing itself. The phone still glows, but now its light feels more like an afterimage than something real, like the trace of color left behind on your eyelids after looking at a bright screen for too long. You don't see it with your eyes. You feel it in the space between thoughts, where images linger without meaning. And even that fading light is not competing anymore. It's just another part of the landscape, like dust motes floating in still air or shadows shifting when no one moves. You're not trying to fix anything. You're not rehearsing apologies or reordering memories or chasing clarity through noise. Your mind isn't working, just resting. And rest doesn't require activity. It only requires that nothing else interrupts the quiet. There's no need for a reason to be here, no justification for this stillness. You don't have to earn being allowed to just exist. The walls are still in place, but they're not boundaries anymore. They're not protecting anything or keeping something out. They simply form a shape around where your body lies, like the edge of an envelope that's already been sealed and sent away without your knowing. You don't feel enclosed, you feel cradled, not by force, but by absence of pressure. There's no demand to be elsewhere. Your jaw has unclenched in ways you didn't notice until now. Not because you told it to, but because the effort behind the muscles relaxed on its own when no one was watching. Your teeth are not touching. Your tongue rests gently against the roof of your mouth, not out of habit, not out of control, but simply where gravity has carried it. There's no purpose in that position, only stillness. The back of your head is not pressing into anything hard or cold. It's just meeting the surface beneath you as if it were a quiet agreement. No need to adjust, no need to push forward, no fear of sinking too deep. Your skull has stopped trying to hold its shape against time. It can be soft now. It doesn't have to remember how tall it is or what it looks like from outside. Your breath continues not because you're making it happen, but because the body remembers breathing when there's nothing else to do. Each inhale comes in slowly, as though the air were a visitor arriving late at night, and the lungs are welcoming it without ceremony. Exhales drift out longer than they need to, like someone letting go of a thought that no longer matters. There's warmth building in your chest, not heat, not energy, but presence. Something like the slow pulse beneath stone after sunset, or the quiet hum under a floor when all other sounds have stopped. It spreads through you not because anything is moving, but because everything has paused long enough to let this feeling emerge. Not as effort, not as result, but as simple fact. You're not trying to reach any state. You're not chasing rest like an object in the distance. This isn't something to arrive at. It's already here, right where your body lies. It doesn't require belief or focus or even attention. It just needs you to stop resisting being exactly where you are. The thoughts that circled earlier about errors, about mistakes, about things not yet fixed, they haven't vanished. They're still there, but now they're like distant traffic on a quiet road at night, audible, present, but no longer part of your movement through the world. They don't pull you toward them anymore. They just pass by like cars with lights that fade into distance. You aren't fixing anything. You aren't preparing for tomorrow. You aren't even thinking about it. There's nothing to prepare for because preparation is a form of resistance against now. And this moment has already stopped resisting. Your legs are not stiff or restless. They've settled into the shape that gravity gave them, the curve where your hips meet your thighs, the soft angle at your knees, the way your feet point slightly outward as if surrendering to balance without effort. The muscles don't need to be tight anymore. The tendons don't need to brace. There's no weight on any part of you, just the full acceptance that this is how things are. Your belly breathes with you, not rising and falling from force, but moving slightly as if stirred by a current beneath the surface. Not hunger, not pain, just movement that happens when nothing else demands anything. Your spine lies where it's meant to, curved naturally into its own shape, supported by whatever holds you up without effort. The air touches you, not lightly, not heavily, but with enough presence to be felt as a kind of awareness. Like the way wind moves through trees, not because it wants to reach somewhere, but because that's what it does when no one stops it. You're not asleep yet, and maybe you won't be for some time, or maybe you already are. It doesn't matter. There's no difference in this moment between being awake and being at rest, because both have stopped asking anything of you. The room is still dark, but now the darkness feels softer, less like absence than like a kind of holding, like something wrapping around your awareness without pressing down. Shadows don't hide things anymore. They're just shapes that exist in silence, not meaning, not threat. Your hands are no longer near the phone, or maybe they are just floating above it like fingers that forgot what they were meant to do. Perhaps they don't need a purpose. Perhaps being close enough is enough. There's no sound to listen for, no noise from outside, nothing to tune in or tune out. Your ears receive everything, but none of it demands attention. Sounds pass through you, like wind moving through an open doorway, not stopping to be heard, not trying to make a statement. Your eyelids are closed, but they're not blocking anything. They're just part of the quiet way the body rests when no one is watching. There's no need for vision anymore. Sight isn't required for being present. Presence doesn't depend on seeing what's around you, only on feeling that you're here in this moment with your whole self. The weight in your limbs has shifted, not from heavy to light, but from tense to natural. It's no longer something to carry, it's just the way gravity works when the body stops fighting it. You don't need to be anywhere else. You don't need to become anything different. There's no performance required. No one is judging how well you're resting. No one is waiting for a sign that you've arrived at peace. Your breath moves through you like water finding its level, quietly, without resistance, no longer needing to be measured or managed. There's a space between each exhale where stillness settles deeper than sound. And in that space, your body doesn't resist the softening. It lets go with a kind of quiet gratitude, as if it has waited all night for permission not to hold on. The warmth in your hands isn't from effort or intention. There's no need to generate heat, no purpose behind it. It simply is, like sunlight that arrives without asking why it should be there. The skin feels alive, not alert, but aware in a way that doesn't demand attention, just exists as part of the quiet hum beneath your nerves. Your shoulders have dropped so far they seem to have forgotten what lifting felt like. Not because you've decided to let go, but because gravity has taken over the job. There's no memory of tension lingering in those joints, only a kind of slow release that spreads outward from the center, like ripples after something small sinks into still water. Your breath continues, not fast, not shallow, but steady and unforced, as if it had already learned how to breathe without needing instruction. Each out-breath lasts longer than the last one, just slightly, so gradually that you don't notice the shift until your chest feels lighter, like something has been lifted from inside. The air around you doesn't move in waves or bursts. It's still, but not empty. It holds your body as if it belongs there, wrapped gently by a presence that isn't forceful. You aren't being held, only supported, the way moss supports itself on stone without needing to grip. Your fingers are no longer reaching for anything. They don't curl into fists or stretch toward control. They lie where they fall, curved in their own shape, relaxed at the knuckles, as if they've stopped believing there's a reason to be used. The skin between them is soft, slightly cool from resting on the surface beneath you, not cold enough to disturb, just present. The quiet isn't silence, it's full. It contains the space where thoughts drift by like leaves caught in a slow current, not stuck, not clinging, but moving with no urgency and nowhere to arrive. They don't need to be answered. They don't need to be understood. They're just passing through, leaving no mark. Your spine is not straightening or correcting itself. It's simply allowed to rest exactly as it wants. The curve at your lower back isn't corrected into alignment. It's accepted as part of how your body fits into gravity. You aren't fighting for posture. You're letting your bones find their own balance, one small adjustment after another. The surface beneath you, your bed, your floor, whatever holds you, isn't a barrier anymore. It doesn't resist the weight of your body. Instead, it yields slightly, not to sink but to cradle. There's no hardness left in it, only support that comes without demand, like soil holding roots without claiming them. Your hips don't tense when they rest. They aren't trying to stabilize or protect anything. They've stopped preparing for motion. The muscles around your pelvis are not bracing for movement, nor guarding against vulnerability. They're simply there, still and open, as if waiting only for what comes next, without fear of it. Your legs have released their grip on the future. They don't remember how to be ready. They've stopped pretending that standing is necessary. They lie where gravity placed them, slightly bent at the knees, feet relaxed in their natural position, toes not curled, not pressed down, just resting like roots after rain. Your thighs aren't tight or restless. There's no urge to shift, to stretch, to adjust. They feel full of stillness, not empty, but filled with a quiet kind of presence that doesn't need to be activated. The blood flows through them slowly, not rushing towards something, just flowing as it should. The space inside your chest is not tight. There's no pressure from unspoken words or buried thoughts. The air moves freely, not because you're breathing deeply, but because nothing within you resists its passage. The ribs don't clamp down. They open slightly with each exhale, like doors that were never meant to stay closed. Your heart doesn't race. It doesn't try to prove anything through rhythm or force. It beats in time with your breath, not leading, not following, but moving together as if they've always known how to match one another's pace. The darkness around you isn't a void, it's full of texture. It has weight and depth, like the inside of an old coat that still holds the shape of someone who wore it for years. It doesn't hide anything. There's no need to be hidden in this moment. What is here is already known. Your skin feels aware, not because you're thinking about it, but because there's nothing else to focus on. It receives the air, the warmth from your body, the subtle shifts of pressure against the surface below. Each point where your flesh meets the world holds a quiet memory, not of effort, not of need, but just of being. There is no edge between you and what surrounds you. Your boundaries aren't sharp or defensive. They're blurred, like water meeting air at the moment before it becomes mist. You don't have to defend yourself because there's nothing to defend against. Your mind isn't trying to solve anything. It doesn't need to plan, reflect, analyze, revise. There's no agenda. Thoughts come and go not like guests demanding entry, but like birds passing overhead, seen briefly, then gone without trace. The phone beside you is not a source of tension anymore. The glow from its screen isn't calling your name or reminding you of unfinished tasks. It sits quietly in the dark, its light just another shape in the room, not important, not urgent, not threatening. It doesn't need to be touched. It doesn't even need to be turned off. Your fingers are not moving toward it. They don't twitch with habit or desire. They lie where they fell, close enough that you could reach if you wanted, but no longer driven by the need to act. The world outside this room hasn't changed. Nothing has been fixed. Nothing has improved. And yet something inside you has shifted, not in action, not in outcome, but in your relationship to what is. You're not better because of it, just quieter, calmer, more at ease with things being exactly as they are. There's no need for transformation. There's only the permission to rest without apology. Your body doesn't want anything from you anymore. It isn't asking for energy, focus, strength, attention. It has already received what it needed: stillness, surrender, time. The weight in your limbs is not a burden. It's just how gravity works when nothing resists it. There's no effort to hold up the arms or lift the feet, just their natural presence, like stones settling into riverbeds. Your breath continues, not because you're doing anything, but because that's what breathing does. It happens. It doesn't need motivation. It doesn't require belief in its own value. You are not being good at resting. You are just resting. And the longer this lasts, the quieter, softer, slower, the more your body forgets it ever had to fight for peace. There is no goal here, no destination, only what's already happening. The air feels heavier now, not from pressure, but from presence, like a cloud that doesn't move because there's nowhere left to go. Your thoughts drift not in loops, not in cycles of worry or replay, but like dust caught in sunlight, floating without direction, without purpose. There is no need to name them, no need to let them go. They are simply passing through, and you are the space that holds them. You don't have to understand anything. You don't even have to be aware. Well, you just have to be. And in this being, not doing, not striving, not preparing, there is a kind of fullness that isn't filled by effort. Your hands lie still on your body or near it, not reaching for anything, but already holding everything they need. The skin feels warm where it touches itself, like two parts of a whole, remembering one another without speaking. The curve at the back of your neck is relaxed now, not stiffened with alertness or anticipation. It isn't guarding against movement. It's just there, soft and open, like an invitation to sink deeper into stillness. Your jaw has forgotten how to clench. The muscles beneath your ears are not tight. They don't feel the need to brace for sound or judgment. They've stopped waiting for something that might come. Your shoulders have settled into the surface beneath you, not with a decision, but with surrender, like water finding its level, like roots deepening in soil without effort. There's no resistance in them anymore. No need to hold posture or carry weight. They are simply where gravity allows them to be, and that is enough. Your spine follows their soft descent, not stiffened by tension, not arching toward alertness, but curving gently with the curve of support beneath you, as if it remembers how to rest without having to prove anything. Each vertebra aligns in silence, not because you're adjusting them, but because they are no longer fighting against gravity. The air around your body is thickening, not with pressure, but with stillness. Like honey settling at the bottom of a jar, time has slowed so much that it no longer feels like movement. There's no rush to notice what comes next, no urgency in waiting for something new. You are not missing anything because nothing was ever expected from you. Your breath is now long and quiet, not rushed or forced, but slipping out slowly, as if the air itself knows how to let go and has learned to do so with care. Your arms rest at your sides, palms up or down, not because of instruction, but because they've stopped needing direction. They are not reaching for anything, nor are they pulling back. Their position is neutral, passive, uninvolved in the world beyond this moment. There's no intention behind them anymore. No memory of tasks left undone. No phantom echo of messages to reply to or calls to make. They exist only as softness and space, like fabric laid out on a table with no use but its own presence. The skin along your arms feels different now, thinner than before, not in weakness but in openness. It's listening more than holding. You can feel the subtle shift of temperature where air touches bare flesh. Not cold, not warm, just present. The way surfaces remember being touched long after the hand has left. There's no judgment in that feeling. No evaluation of whether it should be warmer or cooler. It simply is. Your hands are not trying to grip anything. They don't miss the sensation of typing, of swiping, of pressing buttons. They're not longing for connection with a screen. They've released their need to act without having to decide to do so. There's no effort in this release. It just happened. Like leaves detaching from branches when the season changes, without protest or hesitation. The fingers are curled slightly now, not out of habit or tension, but because that is how they rest naturally when nothing asks them to stretch or move. They lie together not as tools for doing something, but as parts of a whole that has come home. You can feel the space between each finger, just enough room for air, just enough distance to suggest separation without division. Your chest rises and falls with no effort attached to it. There's no need to fill lungs fully or push air out completely. Breathing is not performance. It isn't a sign of strength or awareness. It's simply happening like the tide, like a heartbeat that doesn't require gratitude for keeping time. Your ribs don't expand because you want them to. They move because they are capable, and gravity allows it. The space inside your torso has softened, not collapsed, not emptied, but opened in a way that isn't about volume or depth, but about permission. There's no pressure to be full or empty, no need to feel anything specific. You're just allowed to occupy the room your body provides without explanation. The organs beneath your diaphragm are not working harder than they should. They aren't rushing to process thoughts or cope with stress. They're simply resting, as if they've been waiting for this exact moment. The kind that comes after silence, has done its work. Your lower back is no longer a place of tension. It isn't holding up the spine because it's afraid something will fall. It's not trying to protect against strain or fatigue. It's just a curve like any other, soft and accepting, unburdened by purpose. It doesn't need to be strong. It only needs to be there. The hips are no longer locked in place from anxiety or anticipation. They're not bracing for impact from the future or holding onto memories of past demands. They've released their grip on stability, not because they've failed, but because they've decided that staying still is a valid form of strength. Your pelvis rests quietly against whatever supports it, like stones settling into earth, like roots sinking deeper when no one's watching. Your legs lie straight or slightly bent, not because you're positioning them for comfort, but because their shape has naturally returned to what they were meant to be in stillness. There's no need to stretch or relax them. They are already relaxed, just by being where they are. Your thighs feel heavy, not with fatigue, but with gravity doing its work without resistance. Your knees aren't holding anything back. They're not guarding the joints from overuse or injury. They've stopped trying to protect you from movement that might never come. They're just soft, like old cushions left in a room too long, worn down by time and use, but still capable of giving support when needed. Your calves are not tense with readiness. They don't feel the urge to stand or walk or run. Their muscles aren't coiled for action. They've stopped expecting demand from you. There's no tension in them now, just a quiet heaviness, like cloth folded and left on a chair, waiting for nothing but time. Your feet rest flat against whatever supports them, not because of alignment, not because it's recommended, but because that is their natural position when the body forgets how to act. Your ankles are relaxed, no longer trying to brace or stabilize. There's no need to keep balance when nothing has changed and nothing is required. The soles feel the surface beneath them, whether it's a mattress, floor, couch cushion, not as pressure but as contact. Not as pain, not as discomfort, just sensation, texture, temperature, weight distribution. Your toes don't curl in response to cold or effort. They lie where they are, like small stones on a riverbed that have stopped trying to move. Your whole body is no longer separate from the ground beneath it. There's no division between you and what holds you, no boundary drawn between skin and surface. You're not on top of it. You're part of its stillness now, as if your presence has dissolved into the fabric of rest itself. The weight in your limbs isn't a burden, it's just gravity doing its work without resistance. There's no effort to carry yourself, no need to be upright or alert. Nothing requires energy from you. Your body doesn't have to prove it's alive, because it is, and that's enough. The pulse beneath your skin isn't racing. It's slow, even steady, not because you're doing anything, but because your nervous system has stopped trying to keep up. The space around you feels deeper now, not in size but in silence, like a room where all sound has been absorbed by thick walls and soft fabrics. There's no echo of thoughts from earlier, no repetition, no looped anxiety. Just quiet that isn't empty but full with the absence of noise. Your mind is not chasing anything anymore. It doesn't need to fix what won't be fixed tonight. It doesn't have to prepare for tomorrow or rehearse what might happen. There's no point in imagining outcomes when nothing can change until morning. Your thoughts don't form conclusions, they just pass through, like clouds above a field that never lands. You are not responsible for them. You don't need to guide them or stop them or explain their presence. They're not yours to own, nor are they yours to silence. They drift, like dust in sunlight, like smoke rising from a dying fire, and you are the space where they exist without needing to be named. Your attention isn't searching for anything. It's not trying to find peace or reach calm. It's already here, in your body, in this moment, in stillness that doesn't ask for proof of its value. The phone beside you is no longer a presence with meaning. Its glow has dimmed from urgency into mere shape, the outline of a rectangle in the dark, not an invitation, but just another object sharing space. It's not waiting to be touched. It doesn't need your approval or attention. It sits where it fell, unwanted and unneeded, and that is fine. Your skin breathes in the coolness around you, not because it's cold, but because the air has settled into a rhythm that matches your own. There's no resistance between your body and what surrounds it, no tightness in the edges of your awareness where warmth meets space. The surface beneath you is not just supporting you, it's becoming part of how you exist now, like water holding a stone without effort. You don't need to be held because you are already held by the quiet weight of stillness. Every inch of you feels less like something separate and more like a shape formed from absence. Less motion, fewer demands, no demand at all. Your breath moves in slow waves, not forced, not measured, but natural as tides that don't need to be timed. Each inhale comes lightly, just enough to let the air through your nose and throat, carrying with it nothing more than the faintest reminder of life. Then you release, longer now, unhurried, a slow exhalation that doesn't push out but simply lets go, letting everything behind settle in place. There's no urgency beneath the surface anymore. No need to make anything happen. The air leaves your body not as effort, but as surrender, to gravity, to silence, to what is already true. Your shoulder blades rest flat against the support underneath. No lifting, no shifting, no intention of rising again tonight. They are not waiting for a posture or an obligation. Their position isn't aligned or correct. It's just where they fall when there's nothing left to carry. You don't have to hold them in place. The body remembers how to release even when the mind doesn't. Your collarbones feel light, as if they've stopped anchoring your neck to the world of motion. Your throat is open, not from trying to speak, but because it no longer needs to respond. Your hands lie where they are, palms up or down, not clenched and not ready, just resting like leaves caught in a breeze that has already passed. There's no need for grip or gesture. The fingers aren't preparing to type or reach or hold something dear. They're just here, curled slightly at the tips, unafraid of stillness, accepting their own shape without judgment. You don't have to decide what to do with them. There is no task ahead that requires your hand to be active. The back of your neck softens into the surface beneath it, not because you're trying to relax, but because relaxation has become effortless. There's no muscle working to keep your head upright. Gravity takes over, and so does peace. The vertebrae settle one by one, each in its own place, as if they've known this for a long time, even if you haven't. The line between neck and shoulder dissolves into warmth, not tension. There's no stiffness at the base of your skull, no tightness behind the eyes from carrying thoughts too far. Your forehead doesn't press forward anymore, no effort to solve anything or figure out what went wrong. It rests without trying to be useful. The muscles around your brows are quiet, not drawn together in worry, not lifted in alertness, just still. There's no furrow between them because there is nothing for them to express. They don't need to react. They can simply exist. Your eyes are closed, but that isn't effort either. You're not keeping them shut. They've stopped needing to see anything. The lids aren't resisting light. They just let darkness be what it is, a presence, not an absence. Behind your eyelids, there's no image being formed, no memory replaying in reverse. Even the thought of seeing something fades into quiet, not because you're blocking it, but because nothing has asked for attention. Your ears are open to sound, not as threat or signal, but as background. A soft hum from outside walls, a faint breath of air moving through space. They don't strain to hear what's being said, nor do they worry about missing something important. There's no filter on them now, just listening without interpretation, without evaluation. The world continues beyond your skin, and that is fine. Your jaw unclenches in ways you've forgotten it could. Your teeth aren't pressed together, not even slightly. There's space between them, not from relaxation, but from absence of demand. You don't need to speak or bite down or grind against stress. The muscles around your mouth are soft, like tissue that has been allowed time to recover. The corners of your lips aren't tugged downward in fatigue. They just rest where they belong. Your tongue lies still at the base of your mouth, not tasting anything, not moving toward food or speech. It doesn't try to find a position because there's no need to speak or swallow. It simply exists, unnoticed but present, as part of this body that is finally allowed to be quiet. The air in your chest isn't rising and falling with urgency. It moves slowly, like water under ice, barely visible but continuous. The rise isn't effort, it's just breath returning to its own natural rhythm. You don't need to breathe deeply because breathing has stopped being a performance. You are not practicing calm, you're already in it. Your ribs do not expand for strength or pride. They move only as needed, softly, gently, as if they've forgotten how to push outward and now just let the inside of your body be soft and porous. There's no armor here, nothing to defend against. Your heart beats without reminding you that it's beating. It doesn't need to prove it's still working. It is quietly. Its rhythm has slowed not because of anything you did, but because the system has stopped fighting itself. There's no adrenaline rushing through your veins, not even a trace. This isn't sleep, not yet. It's something deeper, a pause that feels like return. The silence around you grows fuller than sound. It doesn't feel empty. It feels full with what is not said, what is not done, what cannot be changed tonight. The quiet holds space for all of your unfinished thoughts, not to fix them, not to understand them, but simply to let them remain where they are, unclaimed, untended, and free. Your hands no longer remember needing to write or swipe or reach. Even if the phone glows again, just a pulse in the dark, it won't matter. You're already past that point of reaction. You don't need to know what it says. Your body doesn't care whether the message came through, whether someone was waiting for an answer, whether anything at all is urgent. The weight in your legs has settled deeper now, not just heaviness, but a kind of belonging, as if they've stopped resisting gravity and instead invited it in. Each limb feels less like part of you that must be controlled, and more like something that's been returned to the earth after years of pretending not to need rest. Your hips have dropped into stillness, not because they were instructed, but because no one asked them to move. There's no purpose in keeping them lifted or tight, no role to play tonight. They are simply here, supporting what needs support without effort. The floor beneath you doesn't feel hard anymore, not cold, not unforgiving, just solid. It holds your weight without comment, like a surface that has always known how to wait. There's no pressure because there's nothing asking for relief. The contact between skin and material is just contact, no meaning, no judgment. Your spine curves slightly in its own way, not straightened or corrected, but naturally shaped by gravity, time, and rest. It doesn't need alignment. It only needs to be left alone. Each vertebra rests where it lands, no more effort than a leaf settling into soil. The air around you is no longer thin or sharp with worry. It's thick with stillness, like fog that moves without direction, carrying nothing but silence and weightless space. There are no edges to this moment. No beginning, no end, just presence. Your thoughts don't stop, but they change. They don't return like waves crashing on a shore. Instead, they drift apart, like threads pulled from the same fabric, unraveling into softness. You're not trying to catch them. You're not afraid of losing track. There's no need for clarity, only continuation. You are not alone in this stillness, not because someone is with you, but because solitude has become something peaceful instead of lonely. Your body doesn't feel abandoned, it feels accepted. The night isn't waiting to end, it just is. Your fingers still rest on the cool glass, not because they must, but because they've found a place to stay. And that's enough. No need to lift them or press harder or check again. The phone remains, its light a soft pulse in the dark, like a heartbeat from another world. You don't watch it. You don't wait for its next breath. You're already beyond answering, beyond needing to know what comes next. Your hands are not tools anymore. They are just here resting. As if they've remembered how to be still without apology. The skin on the backs of your hands feels thinner now, not fragile, but lighter, like it has stopped trying to hold anything back. And in that letting go, there's a quiet kind of strength, not forceful, not loud, just presence. Your arms hang down from your shoulders with no intention. They don't reach for the sky or pull towards something else. They are simply released. Each joint loose, each muscle softened into silence. You feel the weight of them, not as burden, but as belonging, like a branch that has stopped resisting wind and now just moves with it. There's no resistance in your shoulders anymore, not tightness, not tension, not the old habit of carrying things you don't need to carry. They've dropped down, just slightly, gently, into the space where rest lives. And that space is warm, like a corner of air that has learned how to hold still. Your neck no longer holds up your head. As if it were a trophy, it's not proud. It doesn't need to prove anything. It just rests on the line between skull and spine, soft and unguarded. There's no pressure in it. No strain from holding thoughts or answers or expectations. The muscles along its length are so relaxed they've lost their shape, like fabric left out too long in damp air. Only now is that okay, because you don't need to be upright anymore, not here, not tonight. Your jaw has softened completely, not clenched, not grinding, not holding a line of tension across the face. It's just open, like a door left slightly ajar after someone walks through. Air slips in without permission. But that's fine, you don't need to close it again. And your mouth, your lips, are no longer set for speech or judgment. They're just resting on each other, not touching, not apart, just meeting. As if two quiet things have agreed to meet and stay. There's no effort in the corners of your face. No smile, no frown, nothing but stillness. And that stillness is full. It holds everything you haven't said. All the words that didn't come out today, they don't need to be spoken now. They can just remain unspoken, unnamed, like a letter written in invisible ink. Not lost, only waiting. Your eyes are closed, but not tightly, not shut against light or pain or memory. They're simply resting beneath their lids, soft and warm. Inside, the space behind them is dark, but not empty, just full of quiet. No images form there, no thoughts rise up to fill it, just deep stillness. Like a room where nothing was ever meant to happen. And that's why it feels so safe. Your forehead doesn't carry the weight of decisions or stress anymore. It's not lined with worry lines, not furrowed with effort. It's smooth, unmarked by time, as if every crease has finally settled into rest. There's no need to think, to plan, to solve. You don't have to be sharp here. The brain doesn't need to be on guard. Your thoughts aren't racing. They're just floating, not away from you, but through you. Like dust in sunlight, slow-moving, drifting, unimportant. And that's okay, because you're not chasing them. You're not trying to catch one before it leaves. They don't have to be understood, they just need to be seen. And then let go. Your ears no longer strain for sound, the faint hum of the refrigerator, the distant whisper of wind through trees. None of it matters. It doesn't demand attention. You're not filtering anything now. There's no need to listen, to respond, to react. Your ears are open, but only as vessels for silence. They receive nothing, yet still feel full, like bowls filled with air instead of water. And that air is soft, quiet, warm. The back of your head rests into whatever supports it, not pushing up or tilting forward, just letting go. There's no effort to keep balance. You're already supported. Every point where your skull meets surface, each tiny spot, is held without force, like roots in soil, small and unassuming, but certain. The scalp is quiet, not taut with tension, not buzzing with thought. It's just still, as if all the electricity that used to jump between nerves has finally stopped moving. There's no need for alertness here, no reason to stay awake. You're already where you need to be. Your body doesn't feel like a machine anymore, not something that must perform or respond or hold up its end of things. It feels more like land, soft earth, quiet soil, ground that doesn't ask anything of itself except to exist. And that's all it wants. Nothing to prove, no one to please, just being. The air around you isn't thin anymore. It's thick with peace, not heavy, but full, like a room where time has stopped moving forward. There are no clocks here, only this breath, this stillness, this moment that is not meant to enter your belly. Doesn't tense when it remembers what needs doing tomorrow. It just rests, soft and unguarded, as if it's forgotten how to worry. The muscles around it have loosened into silence. No cramping, no fluttering, just warmth spreading inward from the center of you, like heat rising from a stone left in sunlight all day. Your chest, doesn't rise and fall with urgency anymore. It breathes only when needed, slowly, gently, not because of effort, but because the body knows what to do without being told. Each inhale is quiet, each exhale longer than the last. And that's how you know you're still here, still in this state. Not asleep, not awake, just somewhere in between, where rest isn't something you achieve, it just happens. Your skin feels wider now, not stretched, but open, like it has stopped resisting touch. Even if someone were to brush against you right now, you wouldn't flinch, because the boundary between self and outside world has softened, not disappeared, but blurred, so that what touches you doesn't feel foreign anymore, just part of the same quiet space. Your back lies flat against whatever holds it. No need to arch, no pressure to stay straight. It's just a shape now, not an effort. The surface beneath you carries it without complaint, like earth carrying roots. And those roots are deep, not searching for water or light, but simply resting in place. Your hips have stopped holding any kind of posture. They're not tucked under, not lifted forward, not trying to make themselves smaller or larger. They just are, as if all the years of adjusting, of shaping yourself into something acceptable, have finally ended. And now you can be what you were always meant to be. Someone who doesn't need to prove anything by posture. Your legs rest down from your hips like branches after rain, no stiffness, no tension in the knees or calves, each joint quiet, each bone relaxed into stillness, not as if they've given up, but as if they've decided it's okay to stop fighting. And that decision is written in every fiber of muscle. You're not asleep, but you're not alert either. You're somewhere deeper than both, where the body remembers how to rest without guilt. Your feet feel heavy, yet light at once, like stones covered in moss, grounded but soft. Each toe lies where it fell, relaxed into place. No need to point or curl, they don't have a role to play anymore, just being is enough. The soles of your feet are not cold from floor tiles, not sore from standing too long, they're warm now, like hands that have been held for hours in someone's lap. Forgotten but still remembered, there's no urgency about them. No need for movement. You don't want to walk anywhere. You don't even care if the door is locked, because nothing wants to leave this place. Your whole body feels like it has finally found its natural shape. No corrections needed, no adjustments made, just a soft curve of being that fits where it lies. And gravity doesn't pull against you anymore. It pulls with you, like an old friend helping someone down the stairs, slowly, gently, without force. There's no fear in this heaviness, only trust. Because you know what is holding you up isn't effort, but simply presence, and that presence has become enough. Your mind doesn't race through tomorrow. It doesn't replay mistakes or rehearse words. It just rests like a river after the storm, not still, but calm, moving slowly, without direction, not seeking anything, only being. And in this deep, you don't need to remember how you got here. You're not arriving anywhere. This isn't a journey with a destination. It's just where your body has always wanted to be, where it can stop pretending, stop performing, stop measuring itself against anything outside of itself. The kind of stillness that doesn't ask permission, that simply is, like the pause between two heartbeats, or the moment after a sigh you didn't realize you were holding. There's no goal in this breath, no finish line. Just the quiet act of letting go again and again, not because something changed, but because you've stopped trying to change it. Your hands are still on the phone screen, their warmth hasn't left. But now the light doesn't feel sharp anymore, it's soft, like a candle behind glass. Its glow no longer demands attention. You don't need to look at what's there, you're not afraid of missing something, because nothing is being lost. Your fingers have stopped moving, they rest where they fell, on cool surface. The way roots stay in soil after the storm has passed. Not searching, not grasping, just waiting quietly, and the phone doesn't ring, it doesn't vibrate, it's not a demand, just a presence, like an old book left open on a table. Its pages full of words you don't need to read right now. But they're still there, steady, unbothered by your absence, and that's okay, because you don't have to respond, you're already heard. Not in the way people speak, but in the way silence speaks when it has been long enough. Your shoulder on the bed is not resting, it's dissolving into what supports it, as if the weight of being a body, of holding yourself up for so many hours, has finally stopped feeling like effort and started feeling like belonging. You're not sinking, you're just letting gravity do its work. Without resistance, your neck has no tension, no need to tilt or lift or turn, it's just a shape now, soft, relaxed. The way a rope hangs when it's been untied. There's no command in how it lies, only balance. And that balance doesn't require effort. It comes from letting go of the idea that you must be something specific. Your jaw is not clenched, not even slightly. It's just open like a door left ajar after someone has passed through, not inviting anyone in, but no longer locked shut, and the space behind it. Your throat, your windpipe is wide now, not strained. Not tight, just relaxed. As if it knows what to do without being told. Air moves through it easily, like water through a channel that's never been blocked. There's no effort in breathing, only release, each exhale longer than the last, and then another and another, like waves arriving on a shore that doesn't want them to stop. Just let them be. Your forehead is not furrowed, it's smooth, not because you're thinking less, but because you're no longer fighting with yourself. There's no inner voice saying this isn't enough, or you should do more. The mind isn't quiet because it's empty. It's quiet because it doesn't need to speak anymore. Thoughts don't vanish. They just lose their urgency, like words spoken into a room where no one is listening. And so they drift away, not erased, but simply forgotten by attention. Your eyes are closed, not in effort, not in resistance, but in surrender. The lids don't strain to stay shut, they're just heavy, like fabric laid over something that doesn't want to be seen, and that's fine. Because you're not hiding from anything, you're simply resting, as if your body has decided it no longer needs to show itself. And so it lets go of the need to look, to see, to know. You don't worry about what might happen when you open them again. Because there's nothing waiting outside that matters more than this moment. Your ears are not listening for anything. They're just receiving, like a hillside soaking in rain. No filtering, no judgment. Sound comes and goes without being claimed. The hum of distant traffic. The faint creak of the house settling. The quiet breath of someone else sleeping nearby. Maybe not even real, maybe imagined. But it doesn't matter. Because you're not trying to identify it. You don't need to label what's around you. Just let it be a texture in the background, like wallpaper that has faded into the wall itself. Your arms are not folded or tucked or crossed. They lie where they fell, one along your side, one slightly raised, as if they've forgotten how to reach for things, and that's okay. Because nothing is asking them to. There's no need to lift anything. You're not being asked to do anything at all. The space between your shoulder blades isn't tight or pulled. It's open like a valley after rain, soft, wide, unguarded. And in that openness, something settles, not a thought, not an emotion, just presence. The kind of stillness that doesn't come from effort, but from surrender. You're not trying to feel better. You don't want to fix anything. You don't even care about tomorrow's errors. They're not real right now. They haven't happened yet. And in this space, between one breath and the next, they lose their weight, like stones that sink into water and no longer matter. Your belly is not tense, it doesn't clench when you think of what might go wrong. It's soft, warm, as if something inside has decided to stop preparing for danger. Just let itself be a quiet place where nothing needs to happen, and the air inside it, your breath, your blood, your body's inner rhythm, is not rushing, it's slow. Unhurried, like a river that doesn't care about reaching the sea, only flowing. You don't need to guide it. Just let it be. Your spine is not straight, not curved, not trying to make itself look better for anyone. It's just in alignment with gravity, as if it has remembered how to rest without needing a posture to prove its worth. Each vertebra settles into place, not because someone told it to, but because it finally feels safe enough to do so. Like a book that stops hiding behind the shelf and lets itself be seen, your backside is pressed gently against the surface, not hard, not tense, not trying to push away or pull in, just resting, as if it has stopped fearing how it looks, or what someone might think of its shape. You're not shrinking into yourself, but opening outward like a flower that unfurls only when no one is watching. Your hips are not locked or shifted. They've given up on trying to be anything specific. Just soft, heavy, present, the way stone settles in soil after being moved for years. And now it's done. You're not holding yourself together anymore. You don't need to keep everything in place. Nothing is falling apart, because nothing was ever held together by force. Your legs are not stiff with waiting. They've stopped resisting gravity, like trees that no longer fight the wind, but let it pass through their branches. Each muscle relaxed into stillness, each tendon uncoiled from tension. You're not asleep, but you're not awake either, just in a space where the body remembers how to be without doing anything. And there's no shame in that, no guilt for resting, because this kind of rest isn't lazy, it's necessary. It's what your nervous system has been waiting for, the chance to stop being on guard, to stop scanning for danger, to stop rehearsing every possible mistake. You're not fixing anything now, but something is healing quietly, without a sound, and that's enough. The room around you isn't empty. It holds your body, your breath, your stillness, like a place that has been waiting, just in case you ever came back to rest. And here you are finally, not running from anything, not toward anything, just being, where you've always belonged, even if you never knew the shape of it before. There's no need to name this moment, no need to understand it. It's enough that it exists, like a hand resting on your arm without saying a word. Or a light left on at night for someone who might wake up and not want to be alone. You don't have to do anything with it, only let yourself be in it. And if you drift, just a little, just a breath away, you're already there, where the body rests without apology, where time slows down not because it's broken, but because it doesn't need to move anymore. Your skin still feels open, not raw, not exposed, but receptive, like soil after rain, waiting for nothing in particular, only ready. And if someone were to touch you now, just a hand on your shoulder or fingers brushing your wrist, you wouldn't pull away, because the boundary isn't sharp anymore, it's soft, blurred, as if you've stopped separating yourself from what surrounds you, not merging, but no longer fighting to. Your feet are not pressing into the floor nor clinging to air. They're simply there, like roots that no longer reach for soil but have surrendered to stillness beneath it. You don't feel them anymore, no sharp awareness of arches or toes. But their presence is known in the quiet way a house knows its foundation. Even when no one walks through it, the floor remains steady. Your ankles are soft with release, not limp, not weak, but unburdened. Like wrists that have stopped holding something they were never meant to carry. And now there's nothing left to bear. Your calves feel long, as if time has stretched them gently during sleep. No, not sleeping, not quite, but in the space between waking and dreaming, where length isn't measured by movement, but by quietude. Each muscle fiber loosens like a thread that finally stops being pulled tight. You don't notice when it happens, only when there's no resistance left to feel. The back of your knees are not stiff with tension or fear. They've stopped bracing against the next step, against what might come after this moment. Now they're just curves in space, soft hollows where gravity sinks without effort, like water pooling at a low point on land that's been dry for years. And it doesn't matter if no one sees it, just that it exists. Your thighs are not tense with readiness, nor clenched from anticipation. They've stopped preparing to rise, stopped rehearsing how you'll stand again tomorrow. Now they're only what they are. Flesh resting on bone, blood flowing without urgency. The skin over them is warm but calm, not flushed, not tight, just alive in a way that doesn't demand anything, like heat from sunlight after rain, slow and steady. Your pelvis isn't trying to adjust itself. It hasn't been told how to sit or stand by anyone else's idea of posture. It has stopped measuring its position against what others might expect. Now it rests in the shape it naturally makes when no one is looking, like a rock that doesn't need to be polished because it belongs exactly where it lies. And your lower back, yes, even there, the curve isn't trying to prove anything anymore, not more or less than it should be. And just shaped by gravity's gentle pull over time, as if the spine has learned how to lean into support instead of fighting against collapse. Each vertebra resting deeper in its place, not because someone instructed it, but because the body no longer fears what might happen next. Your hands are not curled or open for anything. They're simply on top of your thighs, palms down like books that have closed without needing to be read again today, fingers relaxed. No need to hold pens, keys, phones, nothing in them now but stillness, and the cool glass beside you, it's not touching you, but its presence is known, a quiet contrast. One surface cold and hard, another warm and yielding, like two kinds of silence sitting side by side. Your forearm isn't tense with memory of typing, pressing buttons, scrolling through things that shouldn't have been seen before bed. Now it feels weightless in the air above you, as if it no longer remembers how to push or press or reach. And your chest is not rising and falling like a machine trying to stay awake, but breathing slowly, deeply, each inhale small, each exhale long enough that your ribs don't need to tighten to make room, they just allow the air out without resistance. And when you breathe in again, it's soft, as if even breath doesn't have to be fought for anymore. There's no effort behind it, like a stream moving through earth, not because it must, but simply because that is what streams do when left undisturbed. And your jaw, yes, the one you've been holding tight since dinner or earlier today, maybe all week, is now unclenched in a way that feels unfamiliar, not loose but free, like muscles that have forgotten they were supposed to be tense. No clenching around teeth, no grinding of molars against each other, just space where tension used to live, open air instead of pressure, and your tongue isn't pressing into the roof of your mouth anymore. It's simply resting in its own corner, not waiting for a word that never came. And your neck is not supporting anything now, no head to carry, no posture to maintain, just soft tissue meeting bone without strain, like fabric draped over an invisible frame, held up only by gravity and the quiet agreement between muscle and time. Each vertebra aligned because it's allowed to be, not forced into place, but found there naturally. And your ears are not listening for footsteps in the hallway or voices from another room. They're just open spaces receiving sound without needing to interpret it, like windows that don't have shutters anymore, letting light and noise pass through as if indifferent. You hear nothing urgent, only distant hums of electricity or air moving somewhere far away. But even those are not demands, just part of the room's breaths. And your eyes still closed, no need to open them now. They don't ache from staring at screens all evening, and there's no pressure behind them anymore. Like lids that have stopped guarding a mind too full of thoughts. Now they're only resting, soft folds over something not meant for constant watching. The eyelids aren't resisting sleep, but neither are they rushing toward it, just letting time pass without resistance. And your forehead is smooth where tension used to gather, no lines from worry, no creases formed by unspoken questions. Now there's space between thought and feeling, just stillness in a place that once held too much, like soil after rain settles into its own shape again. And the back of your skull feels heavy but not tight, as if blood has slowed through veins without needing to rush anywhere. No need for alertness, no demand for focus, just weight where it belongs, resting on bones that don't have to keep up with a mind full of unfinished work. And now, there's something else in the space between your ribs. Not heartbeats exactly, but a kind of warmth spreading outward from inside. Like heat rising slowly through layers, not fast enough to be noticed, but deep enough to change what it touches. It isn't urgent. It doesn't demand attention, just exists. As if part of you has finally decided that being here, just this quiet moment, is more than enough. And the air around your body is no longer cold or thin. It feels thick with stillness, like a room where time moves slower because nothing needs to be done. And when you breathe in now, you don't feel pressure building behind the chest, only expansion that happens naturally, like a balloon filling slowly without needing to burst. And if someone were to touch your shoulder right now, it wouldn't startle you, not even slightly, because your skin has stopped defending itself, no longer holding its breath at contact. It's simply there, open like soil after rain, waiting for nothing in particular, only ready. Your hands don't twitch when the phone glows again, a faint blue pulse across your cheekbone, but you don't reach for it, not because you've decided to ignore anything, but because everything that needs attention can wait. And this moment, this softness, this unguarded breath is also so necessary. And somewhere deep beneath all of this, in the quiet between heartbeats, something has stopped trying to fix itself, not healed yet, but no longer fighting. Like a river after flood season returning slowly to its bed, not rushing back into form, but simply allowing flow again without resistance. It's okay that you don't know what comes next. It's okay that you can't name this feeling. The body doesn't need names for rest, only presence. And as your breath slows further, each out-breath longer than the last, it becomes less of a rhythm and more like a pause between one silence and another. You're not asleep, but time is no longer moving forward to meet you. You're just here. You feel the surface beneath you not as a bed or floor, but as something that has learned your shape over time, like stone worn smooth by water, or wood shaped by years of hands resting on it, no longer resisting what is placed upon it, only holding it with quiet certainty, and your body fits into it perfectly now, not because you've changed, but because the surface has accepted you as you are. No need to adjust, no need to position yourself just right. Simply lying down in a way that doesn't ask for anything from the world. And somewhere deep at the base of your spine, there's a stillness not of absence but of fullness, like roots settling into earth after years of waiting, not seeking moisture or light, only resting where they've always belonged. And even if no one came to check on you, it wouldn't matter, because the ground already knows what you are. Your legs rest now like branches that have stopped needing to reach for sun. Not in sorrow, but in surrender, letting gravity do what it does best, holding nothing back, letting each muscle soften, as if remembering how softness feels after years of tension, and your feet no longer tense or restless, just resting where they are, the soles warm from their own quiet blood flow, no need to push off, no urge to walk anywhere, only being supported by what is already there. And in that space beneath your ribs, where warmth still spreads like slow honey through old channels, there's a sense of not needing to be useful anymore, not required to fix anything, not asked to solve the unsolvable, not called upon to explain or defend, just present, and presence alone being enough. Your hands, fingers no longer curled into fists against unseen stress, spread gently on the surface they rest on, like leaves that have stopped trembling in windy. Still connected to something, but not clinging, each fingertip resting with its own quiet weight. No need for motion, no demand for direction, just being. And if a fly landed there now, you wouldn't flinch, not because you're numb, but because nothing is expected of you. The air around your body feels thicker than before, not heavy, but full, like the moment between two breaths when time seems to pause without warning. And even the light from your phone, still glowing faintly on your cheek, no longer draws you in, not as a signal, not as an interruption, just another quiet pulse of color in the room's slow rhythm, like distant stars seen through foggy present, but no longer demanding attention. Your thoughts don't vanish, they simply stop pressing forward, like waves that recede slowly from shore, leaving behind wet sand that remembers the shape of each one. And you are not trying to catch them or push them away, as only letting them drift back into the quiet space where they belong. There's no effort in your breath anymore, no attempt to deepen it, no wish for control, just a slow release, like steam escaping from an old kettle that has forgotten how loud it once was. Each exhale longer than the last, not by design, but because nothing is rushing forward, and you are not trying to get anywhere, only resting in the space between one breath and another. The skin of your arms feels open, not thin or exposed, but receptive, like fabric left out on a porch after rain, absorbing the stillness around it without resistance, not defending itself from touch, nor seeking warmth, just letting what is happen. And as your body sinks further into support, each point where you meet the surface becoming more defined, you notice something subtle. There's no longer any need to believe in rest, because you are already resting, not as a goal, not as an achievement, but simply as a fact of being here now. And that fact doesn't require proof or explanation. The phone still glows, its light flickering gently on the wall like a quiet heartbeat. But it no longer belongs to you in any urgent way. It's just another object in the room, like an old book left open, or a cup of tea long gone cold, not forgotten, but no longer needing your attention. And even if someone were to speak now from across the room, the words would fall into space like snowflakes landing on still water, softening upon impact without breaking the surface. Your mind doesn't need to respond. It doesn't have to listen or react, only receive. And when you do, it does so as something that already knows how to rest, not from practice, but from presence. There's a quiet in your chest now, not silence exactly, but stillness with depth. Like the center of a deep pond where no ripple can reach, where even sound is muffled by layers of water and time. And you are not at the edge trying to look out, only at the bottom, feeling weight without pressure. Your breath continues, long, slow, unhurried, not because it's being guided, but because there's nothing left to rush toward, no tomorrow to prepare for, no today to fix, just this moment, unfolding in its own way. And if you were to open your eyes now, you wouldn't see the room differently. Not because it has changed, but because your seeing has stopped demanding meaning from what is seen. There's a kind of peace that comes not from resolution, but from release, like a knot untying itself without being noticed. No loud snap, no sudden relief, just loosening over time until there's nothing left to hold. And you are not the one doing it, you're only the place where it happens. The surface beneath your back feels less like support and more like memory, the kind that doesn't speak but simply is, holding all the shapes of past stillness, all the quiet breaths, all the moments when no one asked anything of you. And now you are part of that memory too, not as a guest, but as something that belongs. Your shoulders don't carry any weight anymore, not because it's gone, but because they've stopped trying to hold it up. Like branches that have finally let go of snow they no longer need to bear, the air in your lungs doesn't feel light or heavy. It just is, flowing through you without resistance. And when you exhale now, there's no sense of effort, only a gentle release into stillness. The fingers of your left hand are resting slightly on the edge of the phone, barely touching it, not out of need, but because they've forgotten how to pull away, not clinging, just resting where they happen to be, and that's enough. Even if nothing changes. Even if no one ever calls or messages you again, this moment is already complete in its own way. Your ears are open, listening not for meaning, not for warning, but simply receiving what the air carries. A distant hum from the refrigerator, the soft creak of settling wood in walls that remember movement, and they don't need to understand it. Only hear it as part of the room's breath, like clouds moving across sky without needing names. Your skin feels no longer separate, no boundary between you and air or surface, just a continuous field where warmth pools gently around joints, where stillness seeps into every fold of muscle and bone, not broken down by effort, but held together by quiet presence. And somewhere deep in your spine, the vertebrae aligned without need for correction, the bones resting on one another as if they've always known their place. There's a sense that you don't have to prove anything anymore. Not even that you are alive, because being here already proves it, quietly, gently, without fanfare. The space between your ribs continues to fill not with breath, but with softness, like air rising from soil after rain, slow and undemanding, not pushing toward the surface, only waiting, and in that waiting, there is no urgency, only room. And if you were to dream now, you wouldn't know it, because dreaming isn't a separate thing, it's just another way of being still. Like thought without words, sensation without sound, and even if memories surfaced, they'd come softly like dust floating in sunlight, not demanding recognition or judgment, only passing through. Your body doesn't feel like yours anymore, nor does it feel foreign. It feels like something that has returned home after a long journey, not because you've changed, but because the place has learned to welcome you without conditions. The phone's glow is dimmer now, not from battery loss, but from time passing in silence. And even if it turned off completely, nothing would change, because this stillness isn't dependent on light or signal. It exists independently of all that. Your thoughts don't vanish. They slow down like water flowing through a wide riverbed where the current no longer fights against banks, not fast, not slow, just moving in its own way, and you are not following it, only floating alongside. And somewhere beneath all of this, the nervous system has stopped scanning for threat, not because danger is gone, but because the body has decided it's safe to stop looking. Even if the world outside hasn't changed, your internal landscape has shifted, and now rest isn't a goal. It's just what happens when nothing demands attention. Your hands are no longer aware of their position, only that they're resting, not trying to. Not trying to hold anything down, not even the weight of your own name, just resting like a stone that has stopped rolling. The surface beneath you holds all its contours without protest. Your spine curves slightly into it, not because you're leaning forward or backward, but because gravity has found a way to settle in your bones. And there's no need to correct that curve. No one is watching. Nothing requires alignment. Just this shape exactly as it lies now. The soft edge of your hip pressing against the mattress, not sinking, not lifting, only existing where contact happens, like a shadow that doesn't want to move. And if you were to shift even an inch, you wouldn't feel it, because attention has gone quiet. The body isn't reporting anything, only receiving, as though every nerve ending is learning how to be still. Your left shoulder blade rests against the air, no longer braced, no longer tense, not trying to stay upright or appear strong. Just a shape in space, held by gravity and silence. There's nothing behind it, no past memory of carrying too much, no future worry about what comes next. Only this moment, this breathless pause between one thought and the next, where time doesn't stretch forward, it simply unfolds. Like fabric unfurling on its own, your right hand lies palm up, fingers curled slightly inward, not out of habit or tension, but because they've forgotten how to open. Not in fear, not in need, just as if their shape has changed during sleep. And it's okay that they don't know what they're supposed to do. You don't either. And that's fine. The floor beneath your feet is warm now, not from heat, but from time spent still, like a stone warmed by sun after dark. And even if someone walked in, your body wouldn't react, not because it's unaware, but because awareness has slowed down to match the rhythm of deep rest. You're not hiding, you're not pretending. You're simply present without effort. Your toes don't curl or stretch, they just are, each one a small island in the soft landscape of your foot. No need to point, no command to grip, only this quiet existence where being is enough, even if nothing happens. And it's not that you've stopped thinking. It's that thoughts come like birds landing on branches, not staying long, not calling attention, just touching for a second, then lifting off again with no expectation of return. The phone beside you has dimmed further, its glow now only visible as a faint pulse in your peripheral vision. Not bright enough to disrupt the dark, not strong enough to pull focus. It doesn't need to be on, it's not waiting for anything, just being like you. And if you were to reach out, if you had to move, your arm wouldn't feel heavy or light, only that there would be a pause, a moment of stillness before motion begins. And the movement itself would happen without intention. Because attention isn't directing it anymore. Everything is happening in its own time. Your left ear feels full, not with sound, but with space, like an empty cup gently filled by air, no pressure, no urgency, just presence. And the outer rim of your ear lies against the pillow, softly, without resistance. No need to turn toward noise or signal, only receiving what's already here, like a leaf resting on water. Unmoved by currents below, your face isn't tight anymore, not in jaw, not around eyes. The muscles have stopped trying to remember how to smile or frown, they've simply let go. And now there's no expression, just stillness. The skin above your brow feels soft, no crease from worry, no line from thought, only smooth surface where light doesn't need to reflect. Because nothing is asking for recognition. You're not being seen, but that's okay. You don't need to be known, not even by yourself. And if a tear were to fall, it wouldn't matter. It would just travel down your cheek like rain tracing the side of a window. No meaning, no story, no reason, only the path it takes. Your breath continues, not fast, not shallow, but deep in the belly where air pools without effort, like water settling into a basin after storm. And when you inhale now, it's not for oxygen or energy. It's just an unfolding of space, a slight expansion that feels natural, like roots growing slowly underground. No rush to reach the surface. As only reaching, quietly, your diaphragm moves gently, not contracting, not pushing, but allowing itself to rise as if invited by silence. And when you exhale, you don't push out anything, just let it go like a door left open on a summer night, letting cool air drift through without demand or purpose. Your chest doesn't rise and fall like clockwork. It moves only when the body remembers how. Not because of instruction, but because motion returns naturally, like water returning to its course after flood. No one is fixing anything. Nothing needs repair, just this breath, steady, slow, almost imperceptible. And if you were to stop breathing for a moment, that wouldn't matter either, because stillness isn't broken by pause, it's only deepened. Your legs don't feel separate from the bed anymore, not their weight, not their shape. Just one continuous field of warmth that spreads through muscle and bone and skin like heat rising slowly from stone after sunset. You're not lying on the mattress, you're part of it, as if the fabric has grown into your body over time. And the support isn't external, it's internal now. A quiet knowing that no matter what happens, you are held. Not by force or care, but by gravity, by stillness, by the way things settle when they've stopped fighting. Your ankles do ache, your knees don't click, your thighs don't tremble with tension, just warmth and weight. Like stones submerged in a river that's long since gone calm, no current, only depth. And even if you were to wake now, you wouldn't remember the way it felt to not be trying. Because memory isn't needed. This is what rest feels like when nothing asks for anything. Your fingers on the phone, the ones that barely touched, have relaxed further. They're not resting anymore. They've stopped being aware of themselves entirely, like roots growing into soil without knowing where they started. And if you were to open them now, you wouldn't feel them move, only the air passing through, no sensation, just presence. And even your name, if it surfaced in memory, wouldn't be claimed, not owned or denied, just a sound that drifted past like wind through an old doorway, without return. The room around you feels deeper than before, not because of silence, but because attention has stopped measuring distance. Walls aren't far away anymore, they're close enough to breathe into, and if you could feel them now, you'd know they don't care whether you're awake or asleep. only that you are here, breathing, still, not needing to be noticed. Your spine continues its slow alignment, not by choice, but because the body has stopped resisting its own shape. Vertebrae resting on one another without strain, like books placed carefully on a shelf after being read. No need to rearrange, no need to prove value, just lying where they belong, and somewhere in the center of that spine, the nervous system has finally found a place it doesn't have to defend, not against stress, not against fear, not even against stillness itself, because now rest is not something you earn. It's not earned by effort or time. It simply happens when nothing demands attention. And if this moment were to end, your body wouldn't resist. It would just let go like a leaf that has no need to stay on the branch, only knowing that falling isn't failure, it's return, and you're not afraid of silence anymore, not because it's safe, but because you've stopped needing anything from it, even understanding. You're not waiting for meaning or clarity or relief, just this slow unfolding where nothing is missing. And if tomorrow comes with its weight, you'll carry it only when you must, not before. Not now, not while stillness holds you like a hand that never lets go, but doesn't need to be thanked either. Your body feels larger than the skin that contains it, as though space has expanded inside, like air filling an empty room after someone leaves. And even if you were to die tonight, you wouldn't feel loss, because death isn't separate from this. It's just another form of stillness, not ending, but continuing, like a river flowing into the sea without saying goodbye. And in that moment, the phone beside you finally goes dark completely, no glow at all. And even though you can't see it, there's no need to look, because what was there before isn't gone, only transformed, and the room still holds you not by force, but by presence, like a breath held in place for someone who doesn't know they're being cradled. Your hands remain where they are, not moving, not remembering, just resting, as if time has stopped measuring what they do. And even if they were to drift apart, the space between them wouldn't matter, because the body no longer needs to be whole in any particular way. It's already complete. You are not alone in this quiet, even though no one else is here. The space around you holds your shape without needing to name it. Your breath moves through you like a current that doesn't care where it began or ended. There's no need to track its path, only to let it be. The phone beside you is gone from awareness now, not because you turned it off, but because attention has left the surface of things. It exists as an object in the room, like a stone beneath water, present, still, unclaimed by memory or meaning. You don't need to remember it being there, nor do you need to forget it. Its presence is no longer part of your inner story. Your body continues its slow quieting, not because you're trying to make it stop, but because stopping is no longer a goal. It's simply what happens when the nervous system stops fighting, when effort becomes unnecessary, when even wanting to rest feels like an old habit that doesn't apply anymore. The weight of your limbs isn't heavy in the way you used to know. Not weighted down by fatigue or gravity, but resting with a kind of lightness born from surrender. Your legs feel rooted not in effort, but in stillness, as if they've grown into the floor without needing permission. And the soles of your feet are no longer aware of the surface beneath them, only that it's there. Like roots feeling soil, with a kind of knowing that doesn't require thought. Your shoulders have unhooked from their usual tension, not because you relaxed them, but because they were never needed to hold anything up anymore. They're not dropping so much as letting go of the idea that they had to carry something. And in that space where carrying used to be, there's only air and silence and a kind of quiet acceptance. Your arms are no longer limbs you control, only vessels your body is resting within. The muscles have softened not into weakness, but into patience. They don't need to do anything. They're allowed just to be. And even the tips of your fingers, they aren't reaching for anything now. Not even their own sensation, only existing in the space where feeling fades away. Your chest rises and falls without effort. A slow tide that doesn't need a moon to pull it. The breath comes not from desire, but from what remains when everything else has settled. And each exhale is longer than the last, not because you're making it so, but because there's no reason to stop. There's no part of your body that feels like it needs correction or attention. Not your back, not your jaw, not even your eyes. They're all resting in a state where nothing demands adjustment. No need to straighten, no need to soften, no need to remember how you used to hold yourself. Your mind is not empty, it's simply unoccupied. Thoughts don't come back because there's nowhere for them to go. There's no point of return, no place where they were needed. Even the ones that once felt urgent, errors in a file, words left unsaid, decisions still waiting. They've gone quiet not by being solved, but by losing their power. You don't need to fix anything tonight, not even your own sense of self. The idea that you have to be something is no longer active. There's room for just being, without definition, without explanation. Your skin feels less like a boundary and more like a threshold. A thin layer between inside and outside, but one that doesn't need to defend anything. You're not sealed off from the world. You're simply connected in a way that doesn't require control. The air passes through you as if you were made of light. Your thoughts don't echo anymore. They fade like footprints on wet sand. There's no residue left behind, only space, and that space is full. Not with noise, but with presence, the kind of fullness that doesn't come from filling it up, but from letting it be empty in a way that feels complete. The darkness around you isn't cold, it's warm like memory. Like the warmth of sleep before it arrives. You're not waiting for anything, only existing within the shape of night as if it were made just for this. Not because it is, but because your attention has stopped measuring things by their use. Your hands are no longer reaching toward the phone, as they don't remember what they did before. They aren't trying to close a message or check a time. They're only resting, like stones that have been washed clean and left on a shore. No purpose, just form, just stillness. The surface beneath you is no longer hard. It's soft with the weight of your body. Not because it has changed, but because you've stopped resisting its shape. You're not lying on it, you're lying with it, like two things that have forgotten they were separate. Your spine continues to align, not by effort, but by letting go of all the ways it used to try to stand straight. It's not rigid anymore. It's relaxed into its own curve. And in that curve, there's no strain, only balance. As if gravity isn't pulling you down, but holding you up, like a tree growing through soil without needing roots to dig deeper than they are. Your breath slows further, not because you're slowing it, but because there's nothing left to rush toward. Each inhale is gentle, each exhale longer. And between them, the pause isn't empty, it's full of something that doesn't need a name. A stillness so deep it feels like time has stopped measuring itself. Your body no longer needs you to notice it. It's not waiting for praise or correction. It's simply resting in the way bodies do when they're allowed to. Without permission, without guilt, without demand. The idea that you have to be productive, even in rest, has dissolved. You don't need to earn this moment by being still. It isn't a reward for good behavior. It's not something you've earned through sleepless nights or hard days. This is just what happens when the nervous system stops fighting. When no part of you feels like it has to defend itself against anything. Not even silence, not even stillness. You're not trying to get anywhere. There's no destination on the other side of this rest. It isn't a step towards sleep or clarity or relief. It's just here. And that is enough. Your thoughts don't come back because they've stopped needing you. They drift past like clouds over mountains, not stopping to be seen. No need to follow them, no need to hold on, only to let them pass through the space where attention has learned how to rest without trying. The room holds you, not with walls or light, but with a kind of quiet that doesn't ask for anything in return. It's not warm because it wants to comfort you, only because nothing inside it needs to be defended. You're not being cared for in the way people usually care, for love, for attention, for repair. But this is care too, not in action, but in presence. Your body feels less like a thing that's yours and more like something that belongs to time itself. Not owned by you, not lost, not damaged, only resting within a rhythm older than memory. And if someone were to ask now what it means to be here, you wouldn't know how to answer. Because meaning isn't needed anymore. The air moves through the room without needing your attention. It flows past your skin as if you weren't there at all. But still you're held, not by anything solid, but by a kind of care that doesn't require hands or words. Just being unquestioned, unclaimed, unnamed. Your fingers are no longer aware of their shape. They don't know where they end and the space begins. They've stopped feeling like separate things, only existing as part of the quiet that fills the room. And in that quiet, the boundary between inside and outside has blurred. Not because it's gone, but because it doesn't matter anymore. You're not falling asleep, though you may be close. Though this is not a transition, it's a state. A place where the nervous system has stopped being afraid of itself. Where even the idea that rest must end feels distant. Like a dream from another life. Your breath continues, slow, deep. Each exhale longer than the last. As if time itself is stretching out to meet it. And in that stretch, the space between thoughts grows wider. Not empty, but full of something quiet and unbroken. Your hands rest where they fell, on glass, on surface, on stillness, no longer needing to do anything but be there. The phone's glow lingers at the edge of your vision like a quiet promise that something will happen in the morning. But it doesn't need to now, not even to be seen. You're not waiting for it to go dark. You're not watching for change, just letting its light sit beside you, unclaimed by any urgency. It's not a signal or a warning, only a small pulse of warmth against the cool air. And your skin doesn't react to it anymore. It doesn't flinch at the glow, because nothing in you is defending itself, not even from brightness. The space around you isn't empty. It holds you without pressure. Like water cradles a stone that has stopped sinking, your body isn't resisting its shape. There's no need to pull back or tighten. It doesn't feel the need to prove it's still alive by moving. Every cell knows how to rest, has known for longer than memory can name. You don't have to teach it. Just let go of the belief that staying awake is necessary. That being aware means never closing your eyes. But awareness isn't effort. It's not a task. And this kind of awareness doesn't need focus. It doesn't want anything from you. Your thoughts, those familiar loops, those late-night calculations, the ones that keep turning like gears in an old clock, are no longer running. They've paused, not because you silenced them, but because there's nowhere left to go, nothing to fix, no one to convince, no future to prepare for. Even the idea of tomorrow has softened into background noise. Like a radio tuned just below hearing, it's still on, but you don't need to listen. And in that quiet between signals, the space where your mind used to race is something else now, not thought, not silence, but a kind of presence that doesn't name itself. The weight of your arms is no longer heavy because they're tired. It's heavy because gravity has found its way into them, like water filling a vessel with no bottom. And there's no resistance to hold against it. You don't feel the need to push back or lift. Just let each limb sink deeper, not into sleep but into being, into existing without purpose. Your fingers still rest on glass, not touching, not pressing, only resting, as if they've forgotten how to act. Their shape is no longer important. Whether bent or straight doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that they are where they are, and the surface beneath them accepts them completely. Your breath continues, not fast, not slow, but simply there, like a river flowing through a valley it has always known. Each exhale lengthens without instruction, as if your body remembers something older than intention, a rhythm that doesn't require you to be aware of it. And in the space between exhalation and inhalation, there's no pause, only fullness, not emptiness, not waiting, but a kind of quiet that already contains everything. The room holds more than air. It holds stillness without effort. It doesn't need to be maintained. It just is, like moss growing in shadow or dust settling on forgotten things, and your body fits into this space as if it were made for it, not shaped by desire, not corrected by pain, but simply belonging. You're not trying to fit anywhere, but still you are here, completely, without apology. Your legs stretch out beneath the surface that supports them, no longer tense with anticipation of rising, no memory of walking, of moving toward anything, just rest in place, as if they've stopped believing in motion, and their weight settles deeper into whatever holds them, not sinking through it, but merging with it, like roots finding soil without searching. The back of your head rests where the pillow meets skull, no longer a point to be adjusted or corrected, no need to flatten or lift. Just let the curve of bone meet softness exactly as it is, and in that meeting, the pressure isn't discomfort, not even warmth, only acceptance. The kind that doesn't ask for anything in return. Your shoulders, those places where tension used to live, are no longer held up by willpower. They've stopped trying to carry the weight of the day. They're not relaxed because you decided it was time, but because there's nothing left to hold, and so they release, not with effort, not with a sigh, but quietly like snow falling on frozen ground, without sound, without need. Your jaw, once clenched in silence, once tight from unspoken words, is no longer guarding the space between teeth. It doesn't feel the urge to close or open, just rests, as if the body has finally decided that speaking isn't necessary right now, and not because you've chosen quiet, but because there's nothing left to say, even to yourself. Your eyes are closed, but they don't need to stay open. They're not looking for anything, not light, not meaning, not answers, just resting in the dark as if it were a place of safety. And the darkness isn't cold or empty. It holds you like a hand that doesn't have to touch. The phone still glows, faintly, a small star at the edge of your awareness, but its light no longer calls attention. It's not a signal, not a demand, just another part of the quiet room. And if someone were to turn it off now, without you noticing, the absence wouldn't matter, because the rest isn't tied to anything external. The air moves through the space around you, not rushing, not cooling, not warming, but flowing in and out like breath that belongs to no one. It doesn't care whether you're awake or asleep. It just exists, and so do you, without needing permission, without being judged for stillness. Your skin, once sensitive to touch, once scanning the world for danger, is no longer on alert. It doesn't need to know if something is near, doesn't register temperature as threat. It's not reacting to pressure or vibration, just letting each point of contact be what it is, a sensation without story, an impression without meaning. Your thoughts drift through the space like clouds above mountains, passing, changing shape, fading into sky, but never stopping for you to name them. And this isn't failure, this isn't losing focus. It's just letting go of the idea that you must hold on, that attention is a muscle to be used. When in truth, rest is not absence, it's presence without effort. The nervous system, once so quick to respond, is no longer scanning for threat. It doesn't need to check if everything is safe, because safety isn't something to be found. It's already here, in the fact that you're lying still, breathing slow, and no part of you feels like it needs to defend itself, not even against silence. You don't have to fix anything. Not your thoughts, not your body, not your day. Nothing about you is broken, nothing needs repair, just rest. And this isn't a break from life. It's the way life breathes when it can finally stop fighting. The room doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It only cares that you are here, fully present without needing to do anything. Your body has stopped trying to prove its worth through motion, through thought, through performance, and in that stillness, there's a kind of peace that isn't earned, not won, not given, but simply allowed. And if someone were to ask now what this moment is, it wouldn't be an answer they could hold onto, because it doesn't need a name. It just is a quiet that doesn't demand anything, a presence that isn't tied to purpose, a rest so deep it feels like time has stopped measuring itself. Your breath continues, longer with each exhale, not because you're guiding it, but because there's no reason not to, and no urgency to return to motion, no need to pull back from stillness.